The Tri-Series got underway here in Portugal yesterday, and it was the European champion setting the pace. The Dutch were flawless on day one. Portugal and Gibraltar split their games. They've got an interesting clash coming up, but first up, we'll get to see the Netherlands go to work again. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECI Portugal, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you, bon dia, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to another huge day in European cricket. It is Sunday, but the cricket never stops here on the European Cricket Network, and we are going to roll through the final 4 games of this FanCode European Cricket International Series featuring Portugal, the Netherlands and Gibraltar. And we are starting the day with match number 6. This is a match between the Netherlands, who are taking on Gibraltar. Let's go over to the coin toss, where Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss here in match 6.
The Netherlands to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Tails it is.
We'll have a bet.
You see there, the news from the toss is that Sebastian Bratt has won the toss and he has elected to bat first. So it should be a really nice day. Conditions beautiful. Once again, expecting a maximum temperature of about 26 degrees. Currently, it's about 17 to get us going. And yeah, Finny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network. And I know that a lot of people around the world are enjoying this series, and so am I for that matter. Let's have a look at what we saw yesterday with 5 matches to get the series underway. And it was a pretty confident start from the Netherlands, who took care of Portugal, the hosts, in 5.4 overs, chasing down that target of 86. Clayton Floyd had a life early, but then dominated on the way to 53 not out off 19 balls. Tim Etman as well, very good as an ally for Clayton, that opening partnership, taking the game away from the Portuguese, despite the efforts of Sean Gomes, who batted through the innings, didn't quite have his touch. He would kind of improve, I suppose, as the day went on. Second game, Portugal did get their first points of the series against Gibraltar, putting a big score on the board. Najam Shazad, player of the match performance, with 60 and 2 wickets, 164 to 91. And it just... Gibraltar, a little bit short of a gallop. Of course, that was their first game in the tournament. Third game of the day, Netherlands and Gibraltar meeting, and Netherlands once again putting some big runs up there with Rafa Alphonse. He was the star, wasn't he, of match 3, 66 of 24. Jack Horrocks, I think he tried hard for Gibraltar with 3 wickets, but they just couldn't keep the Dutch bats quiet. They did take 6 wickets, but the Dutch so good at continuing the assault, and a fairly large margin of victory, approaching 100 runs there. Match 4, it was Netherlands and Portugal in the rematch. Netherlands once again 150 plus from them. Tim Etman, he was the star in match number 4, player of the match for his 55 off 20. Kuldeep Goliath, I liked his innings, 53 off 30 in response, but didn't really have too much help apart from Sean Gomes, who scored 39. It was a much better performance from Portugal, I think, with the bat, but still they were not able to overhaul that fairly hefty target. Went down by 46 runs. Last game of the day then, it was Gibraltar with a bit of a surprise victory. This was the closest match of the day, 90 to 81. Karen Stagno with 28. He was an impact player in the first half. But then I've got to say, I was really impressed with Kabir Mipuri and his off-spin. He tried hard all day, and he took 2 for 8 as Portugal were restricted to 81. The batting just kind of falling apart. And that was the tail of the tape in day 1. And so, yeah, Netherlands top of the table, and Portugal and Gibraltar at the moment kind of fighting it out for second place. Let's have a look at match 6, which is coming up. You saw the toss there a little bit earlier. Netherlands winning the toss and electing to bat. Interesting for Gibraltar, no Avinash Pai in the lineup. I don't know whether it's a fact that they're just maybe saving him up for that crucial clash against Portugal coming up. So Alex Sawyer into the lineup. Ian Latin will lead Gibraltar in Avinash's absence, and Stagno behind the stumps. For Netherlands, though, interesting kind of order we might see from them. Asad Zulfiqar listed to open. I wouldn't mind seeing him get an extended run with the bat. I've got to say, Rafael Alphonse, he was brilliant yesterday with the bat. He'll have the gloves in this one. They have 3 genuine keepers, the Netherlands, so they've been sharing that round a little bit. And, yeah, I've got to say I liked seeing some of the new players that we hadn't seen before, like Rolver Hagen, like Alex Roy, like Mays Van Vliet as well. I think they certainly showed that they were quite at home in the Dutch shirt here in the T10 format. So, yeah, about to get underway. I want to say quick hello to everyone as well in the chat. And already a bit of action in there. We've got Kroom in there, we've got Kai as well. Hello to Neville. Hopefully you are well. Let's have a look at the bat versus ball wall here. Netherlands, 19-run favourites. I even say that's a bit conservative when you have a look at the average runs for and against, because I think Gibraltar would have to play out of their skin here, but you never know. I said there must be some kind of overlap if Gibraltar play out of their skin and the Netherlands have a bit of an off morning. Obviously, you also know, first up in the day, I think everyone's human. Everyone's had a big day yesterday, and so there's every chance that perhaps Gibraltar could catch Netherlands napping, but it'll be a great experience nonetheless. So, yeah, I'd love it if you jump in the live chat today. You see in European Cricket Network, because Rico, he's already arrived in Cyprus. He was on the Red Eye special, and so they're just trying to get settled there before the start of the ECS tomorrow. And so yeah, that'll be a great 2-week series as well. And I know that a lot of our fans in Cyprus, they'll be looking out for that as well. Looks like we'll have Buck Stoneman, who will be umpiring with Malik for this one. And yeah, a bit of a change as well, because I'm out of the cube today. Yeah, this is a look at what's coming up tomorrow. So it'll be a bit of an earlier start tomorrow. So it starts at 5:30 GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe, and it's 11 a.m. in India. So it's about 3 hours earlier, just over 3 hours earlier, the start time tomorrow. So don't miss out on that one, as Rico and Nishay, but it'll be nice to have him back as well. He's our Cyprus specialist, and it'll be Rico and Nish that will take you through the first part of that tournament. Okay, players going out there now. Gibraltar essentially asked to field first by Sebastian Bratt, and I'll be curious to see what kind of batting order we see. The thing with this Dutch lineup, they're pretty interchangeable, and I said yesterday, and I was only half joking, they could pretty much pull their batting lineup out of a hat. I think they'd be just fine. So that's the benefit, I suppose. And so almost ready to go. And for Gibraltar, I mean, it's a great opportunity for them, isn't it? And we have seen upsets. I mean, I remember when Portugal beat the Netherlands back at the ECC in 21 to keep Portugal's tournament alive. That was quite the spectacle back then. And maybe you can let us know in the chat what you've been up to on your weekend so far. Hopefully having a great time. Certainly am today. This is my last day on the network for a couple of weeks. I'll be back on the Saturday, the second last day of the Cyprus tournament, to take you through the quarterfinals and then the finals. So, almost ready to go. So, just waiting for the clock to tick over, and we are ready to go. So yeah, Asad Zulfiqar and Rolver Hagen, they are the openers as listed for the Netherlands. And Smir Puri had a great day yesterday to start us off. The first one sliced away and no run. So yeah, Puri is a good pace-off option, isn't he? I think I really was impressed with his consistency and his ability to bowl on the power play, which is not particularly easy, obviously, for anyone. Never mind a spinner. This one's driven, and we'll get the first run of the day. Louis Bruce, again, did some good things yesterday, didn't he, as well? A good young player. I just love to see the talent coming up against other talent from different countries, most of which we've been to. for ECN cricket, for domestic cricket. So it is the next stepping stone, isn't it, in the cricketing journeys of these players. Mirpuri get a chance to bowl to the left-hander now. Rilvo Hagen. Right. I was really impressed with him yesterday. Again, it was the first time we've seen him in the T10 team for the Netherlands. Did a handy job with the gloves as well. Let's this one go, but it's a little bit too wide. So yeah, 4 matches today. There's no final as such in this format. It's just a triple round robin. So teams play 6 matches in total. Straight away in the offside. Just get the one here. And so slightly sedate start, I suppose. Yeah, but let us know what you think of the ECIs. I know it's had a very good response so far amongst the audience. Kabir just setting his field. Just had a knack of getting the big wickets yesterday and keeping things pretty quiet. This is in the air, and just wide of the man in the infield. It's a great bit of work by Latin. He throws himself around to his right. Just a single. Close-ish to Sammy Boda, who was in the mid-wicket position there. Nice bit of work. I mean, this isn't an easy field to field on. We compared it to fielding on another planet, or maybe the moon, yesterday. Check drive, and this is going to be gone. Louis Bruce takes the catch. Hassan Zulfikar just checks the drive. It was neither one way or the other, was it? He didn't try to keep it down, but he didn't really go after it either. So Mirpuri does it again. You see it here on the replay. He was in 2 minds, wasn't he? Kind of checks the shot, about waist high. Louis does the rest. And Kabir Mirpuri, well, there's that celebration again. Well, consider the air punched. That's the first wicket of the day, and it's 5 for 1. Hassan Zulfikar, he'll be disappointed. Can't make more of his opportunity at the top of the order. And again, credit to Mirpuri, puts it in a good spot. Forces the batter to make the play, and Assad just never committed to that shot. Olivier Ellenbus comes out in the number 3 spot, so another player we've seen batting a bit lower, getting an opportunity at number 3. And what a good start this is for Gibraltar. I mean, they've got the wicket, but also they haven't really gone for too many at all. And so, yeah, I think he's an all-rounder, I'd say. Does hold it pretty well. Here he goes, leg side first ball with the spin. He's going to get the first boundary of the day. That's a very good shot because it wasn't that short. But he rocks onto the back foot, gets deep in the crease. That's smart batting. And so, first over of the day, probably about a draw, I'd say. Netherlands 9 for 1 after 1. And yeah, excellent footwork by getting deep in his crease. He makes that ball seem shorter than it probably was. Gives us a chance to say hello to a few other people that have popped in. I know that Chris Smith is in there, for example. Hopefully you're well. And I also have to say a very happy Easter to everybody. Easter Sunday, so traditionally in a lot of places around the world, that's when you'll be doing your Easter egg hunt. Maybe the Easter Bunny might have visited you. I know we've got Derek the Duck. I don't know if we're going to get an Easter Bunny maybe escorting some of the scoreless batters off the field today. Jack Horrocks is going to bowl over number 2. And I'm hopeful we might be able to get a couple of guests in the commentary box today. Might have one for you in the second half of this game. It's a little bit short from Horrocks, and it is swatted away by Verhagen. And this is going to go all the way. Maximo! Yeah, a little bit of a warm-up ball. I mean, again, it wasn't super short, but it was short enough, wasn't it? And Rule, he dispatched it summarily out of the ground. Horrocks, I like the way he approaches his cricket. I mean, he's always giving 100%. But, yeah, that was a classic loosener, I think. It didn't really rush for Hagen. Say a quick hello to Nick Devonshire as well. Nice to have you with us. This time he's gone, so it's going to be 6 and out, and he doesn't look too happy about it. And Verhagen. Oh, well, he'll be disappointed. He just got a bit carried away there, I think. Just trying to heave it to leg. Yeah, it's a healthy edge. I think it's just disappointment more than any kind of dissent as he becomes the second wicket to fall. So good comeback from Horrocks. Buck Stoneman makes the decision, and it's the correct one to send Verhagen packing. So Netherlands with a couple of early wickets. It's 15 for 2. Great work by Jack Horrocks. That one was just a fraction fuller, wasn't it? And yet you can understand Netherlands, they're going to be attacking in their approach. They're going to attack all the way through. But yeah, it probably isn't the greatest shot from Verhagen, who kind of tries to hit across it slightly. It wasn't really there for it. And Karen Stagno did the rest behind the stumps. So, a bit of something in this for Gibraltar. I'm liking the little bit of chat out there as well. Saying the 150, the 160, where's that gone? Yeah, new day, new feeling. And so, yeah, hoping they can roll through this order. This is Sikander Zulfikar coming in at number 4, one of the triplets. And he goes straight away, but has it got the distance? It does. Well, that is a very confident-looking shot from Sikander Zulfikar, who is super talented. I mean, that's not a bad ball, but he holds the pose. He goes straight, he goes long, he goes strong. Maximo time. Oh, I wish that when I was batting, I could come out and just play that shot first ball. That was pure from Sikander. But when you've got to share a womb with 2 other people, it gets crowded, there's a bit of competition. And Sikander, oh, he's up for it. And he goes again. This time it is going to be a little bit squarer of the man. But Maximo back to back. Well, there's a bit of chirp out there saying someone's got to turn up. I think that might be the definition of turning up for Sikander. There he goes, bang, bang. And he gets this innings moving. 27 for 2, and 12 of those have come in the last 2 balls. Poor Horrocks, what's he thinking? He's gone 6 wicket, 6, 6. That's his over so far. Sikander, for me, I think he's probably the most pure of the triplets as far as the batting goes. This is a good comeback from Horrocks, though. Gets it up in the block hole. Sikander jams down. Yeah, so happy Easter Sunday to everyone. I found out a few European traditions. I won't go into all of them. Yeah, it's kind of different everywhere you go. There's into one in the Czech Republic where boys will buy bunches of sticks and then pursue the women with them, which I found a bit curious when I was there. Anyway, it takes us to the end of the second over, and the score is 27 for 2. Bit of everything for Horrocks. And 3 sixes, 2 dots and a wicket. So, look, to get the Netherlands, you've got to get those wickets, don't you? Nice to see. A few people noticed already. The Gibraltar flag has arrived as well. It was a little bit late to the party, but it's there. And so, yeah, Gibraltar level on points with Portugal, but they do have a game in hand. If everything else goes to form and the Netherlands continue their unbeaten run, then the Portugal-Gibraltar game will decide second place. I mean, having said that, Gibraltar have made a very strong start here. They could jump ahead of Portugal on the ladder if they were to spring an upset. Miapuri comes back for the third over. He's been bowling in the power play and bowling very well. Already has 1 wicket out of Asad Zulfikar. Alan Bass just faced the 1 ball from Miapuri in the first over. He hit it for 4. Because they're a bit spin heavy, they've got the ability to take a bit more time on their field. Gibraltar, something I noticed. Charges, but he pretty much yorks himself here. Alan Bass gets out the way with a single. Of course, Portugal, the third team. We'll see them in the second game of the day and the third game of the day. I think the Portugal are a little bit disappointed with their performance yesterday. Just across the board. This is a fairly firm pull shot, and it's going to race to the boundary. Just a fraction short. There's Pierce Fletcher doing the fielding. He's still got it, hasn't he? When I say short, it's only a fraction short. It's very good footwork that makes that shot. And so Skanzulfia has started like an absolute bullet here, hasn't he? 16 off 5. Clever bowling, takes a bit off that, Mupuri. And Skander, he's a good decision maker, isn't he? He doesn't take everything, he's selective, but when he goes after it, he really does. And he hits it with batsmanship. He's not a slogger at all. It's all the way he got off the mark. It was a thing of beauty. Anyway, this is Ellenbass who's going for power, and he's going to get power. It sails out of the ground. Maximo! That one might have been a roofer. Again, it's not that short, but it's some length for the batter to deal with, and he dealt with it. This Shub, well, he's been in the wars a little bit with his fielding. He's been fumbling all over the place. The papers have been going all around the place. Anyway, had a bit of ball retrieving to do there. Well, that's good bowling by Mipuri. Sees him coming, so throws it wider, and then the batter has to go in a kind of defensive mode to make sure he just kind of gets something on it so he's not stumped. Clever stuff. That's well bowled as well. It's Mipuri. Doesn't have it all his own way, but I mean, if they had 5 Mipuris, they'd be able to restrict this to around about the 100 or so. 1 for 21 his figures, and at the end of the power play, the Netherlands are 39 for 2. Interesting to see if they go back to Horrocks here or whether they make a change. I mean, Horrocks, he did get whacked for 3 sixes, but he also did come up with a wicket. I suppose maybe I wouldn't go back to him, partly because Zulfiqar had his measure, didn't he? When Zulfiqar came to the crease, Sikander Zulfiqar that is. Looks like they're going to go to James Fitzgerald. He's going. We saw bowling a fair bit in the ECL. Well, that's pretty lightning, but he hasn't bowled a lot in this series. So yeah, fairly even power play. Maybe points win to the Netherlands, 13 and over. But yeah, quite often we will see power plays in the 30s or so. Buck Stoneman, great to see him out there officiating in this international. Umpires has been fantastic over the couple of weeks we've had here in Portugal. Not an easy job, obviously, in this format of the game. A lot happening very quickly. So, here we go with over number 4. Full toss and hit around the field. This will run away for 4. So it's not the greatest first ball ever from Fitzgerald. It's about knee-high full toss. And that's great placement from Sikander Zulfiqar. And this outfit is so fast. We're starting a little bit later in the day than we started during the ECS, so due not so much of a factor at this time of the day. Fitzgerald needs to find the pitch end quick. It's better ball. Zulfiqar pushes, runs, gets a single. Yeah, so yeah, to Rico and Diana and to Nilkash. They made the trip to Cyprus from here in Portugal. I know that they'll be meeting up with the rest of the Blue crew today. And I look forward to watching, like everyone else, that Cyprus series. I'll be there for the very end of it after a little bit of time off. It's one ball by Fitzgerald. Now half a chance. If that hits, he's gone. They're not able to hit the target. When you're playing a team like the Netherlands, you really want to make the most of those half chances, because that was an opportunity to get rid of Ellenbass. He got on his bike, but yeah, the throw came in and he was gone by a step, wasn't he? If it had hit. He's hit pretty well, and it's probably going to run away for 4. It does. So Zulfiqar, it wasn't quite out of the middle, but I mean, he's so powerful. It's inside half of the bat. This one won't win too many beauty awards, but it's effective. Netherlands train is in motion now, 49 for 2 in the 4th over. I think Fitzgerald wasn't a bad ball. Just needs to shake that one off. It was an uncontrolled kind of shot, could have easily maybe chopped onto the stumps or something off that inside half of the bat. Outswinger, back down to Latin. There's no easy ground balls on this field. I mean, I'm quite enjoying it, probably because I'm not having to field. But, yeah, you get value for your shots, that's for sure. 50's up for Netherlands now in the 4th over. The other thing is, because this field is so fast and it slopes down towards the boundary rope at all angles pretty much, the outfielders just have less range laterally, so moving sideways. They're not catching up with too many balls. This one's on the leg stump. It's worked away delicately by Ellen Buss. That's going to be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. And Fitzgerald, like I said, hasn't bowled much. And it's been a little bit all over the shop in this over. It's not the worst over, but I mean, he'll feel disappointed. He didn't get more exactly where he wanted them. End of 4, and it's 54 for 2. Have a look at the worm. It's kind of stabilised, hasn't it? Around about the 13 and over mark or so. So on track for something in the 130s. I mean, Gibraltar, they've got some talented players, but no Avinash Pai in the lineup. I think it hurts their batting. I'm not sure whether he's got a slight injury or just maybe just using it as a rotation. They do have the 6 matches, Gibraltar, in this T10. And they've got some T20s to come. So this is going to be Alex Sawyer getting a bowl. Nice to see him into the lineup, and let's see if he can turn up for Gibraltar. First one angles in, and it's dispatched to the leg side. Just a little bit too straight, wasn't it? It was in towards the body. Zulfikar, he's eating those for breakfast this morning. Good batting. Just 1 bounce, 4 runs. Yeah, Sawyer, he's got a bit of a task here bowling at these two. I think you probably need to get outside that off stump and at least try and force a shot straight down the ground. There's some of the Dutch brain trust. This one a little bit short again. This is hit even better. Maximo. Zulfikar goes large. Well, there's Shub. He's happy just to watch that one. Again, too short. Sits up. It's probably chest high. It's banged in front of square for 6. So not the start that Sawyer was looking for. Yeah, nice to see somebody like Sawyer getting a go in an occasion like this. He's got to get it right pretty quickly. That's a better ball, but it is driven, and it's driven hard out of the ground. Maximo! That one was cube bound. I'm up and out of the cube today. That ball seems to have taken my place in the spider cube. What a shot that was. Again, at least you're perhaps inducing a mistake with a ball like that from Sawyer. It was just hit too well, and Louis Bruce at long off couldn't do anything about it. This one's a full toss, should be gone. It's dropped. You couldn't believe it. Mirpuri's caught so well in this series. That was a Class A goober. And you got to feel for Alex Sawyer. They sure it was a full toss. But it didn't bounce on the field again until it was spilt by Mirpuri. Oh, that's got to hurt. So it's going to be 1. And, well, Sawyer might need to have a chat, probably sit down on the psychologist's couch after that, because there's going to be some trauma. He should have had an international wicket there. Anyway, Mirpuri, that's such a good series. That's a moment he'll want to forget. This is a good comeback, though, from Alex. And after a tough start, he ends up going for 18 in the 5th over, and it's the end of 5. It is 72 for 2. I want to say a very, very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. This is my Sunday office. Got some of the Portuguese players in the background as well. I'm up here on the deck, and I thought they built the deck. We've had a great time in the spider cube, don't get me wrong, but I'm hoping to have less spiders here. And also, I'm enjoying having a bit of company with Rico gone already to Cyprus, and obviously we'll be following that journey from tomorrow. But yeah, I just thought it's a nice way to spend a Sunday morning. Very happy Easter to all of our fans out there as well. Hello to everyone who's still observing Ramadan as well, as we get ready for the second half of this innings. over number 6, Ian Latin, to bowl his leg spin. The first one really didn't come through at all. Just going to rip past the bat of Olivier Ellenbas, who was the fortunate man last over. He had a full toss straight to cover, but it got put down. That's well bowled as well from Latin, and it draws him forward. But Latin, he's a good leg spinner, I think. Probably, like a lot of leg spinners, struggles with consistency, but when he gets it right, he does give it a rip. Does spin it quite a lot right to left. Anyway, Zulfiqar 44 already. And this one will take him to his 50. What a way to bring it up. Maximo! And he finishes his first 50 the way it started, with a large shot down the ground. And that is a really good innings so far. 50 off 15 balls. Sikander Zulfiqar, he was hovering, wasn't he? And they're not too bothered with the early wickets. And when he came to the crease, they were saying, you know, who's going to stand up? Well, now I think we know. Now he gets a full toss, and this is always the issue, I think, with Latin, is you'll probably get 1 or 2 bad balls and over. And that one is into cow corner. That's disappeared. New balls, please. Back-to-back Maximos. This one is more about a bowler error. Yeah, Latin, I suppose, getting a bowl. No Avinash Pie in the lineup. But there's cow corner. Cow's having a pretty lazy start to the day as well. That one might have woken him up. Anyway, I mean, you're going to get whacked. We kind of know that it's always a risk. I don't want to jinx Sikander, but I got to say, he's scoring at such a quick rate, going at 3 a ball, and there's still 25 balls left in this innings. He's 43 off 100. Anyway, Ellenbus turns this into a full toss. It's reasonably well bowled by Latin. Drew him out of his crease, and it wasn't the worst over, but it does still go for 15. And after 6 overs, it's 87 for 2. Beautiful clear day here. Been spoilt by the weather in Portugal. Currently, it's about 18 degrees. It's going to warm up, get to about 26 degrees today. Looking at that scorecard, Sikander Zulfiqar, he wasn't too worried about being out there reasonably early. He's rocketed to 57. Real class innings. I remember watching him bat in the ECS when we were there the first time in Rotterdam, and he's certainly a player I enjoy watching. 6 Maximos and 4 fours in his 57. So that's 52 in boundaries. He's not mucking around. And Sammy Boda gets the ball in over 7. It's not a bad ball, makes him reach, but still another boundary. Hard to protect that area. And again, just throws their hands at it. Ellenbas gets 4. This innings has become a bit of a runaway freight train. Gibraltar playing catch up. Oh, look, that's Diana Oros out there. No, it's not. That's Richie Cunningham, who is the manager for Gibraltar and also part-time photographer. It looks like Diana's got a bit of competition. Oh, now it's a French cut. It's going to run away for 4. Has they hit the stumps? It might have hit the stumps. All right, hold on. Yeah, I still can't see, but I think it's hit the stumps because the batter's in the way. Yep, he's bowled him. So, well, Ellenbas had some luck and it runs out. And it's going to be Boda that takes the wicket. Yeah, it was a strange one because it looked like it had just gone to the boundary because he's in the way of the stumps. So you can tell from the reaction, in fact, that it did knock him over. And so Boda with the wicket. Ellenbas wasn't always convincing, but played some really nice shots in his 23 off just 13 balls. Was kind of pushed into the role of second fiddle. And then Sikander announced himself so noisily. But here's the 3rd wicket to fall, and it's 91 for 3. Rafa Alphonse will be the new batter, and wasn't he brilliant yesterday? Striking a half century on his birthday, nonetheless. And so, again, in form. Rafa. The other thing is that he will have the gloves in this game for the Netherlands. He's a pretty accomplished keeper as well. And that's one way to start your innings. Comes down and smashes it. That's going to be 4. And yeah, Ratha, because he's only about knee-high to a grasshopper, he is really good at kind of swatting balls sideways that other batters probably can't. And then Shub, another fumble. So, Sammy takes care of one problem, but another immediately presents itself. Next one, a little bit wide. And so will be called. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to Shub's fielding. Have a look at what is his technique here. He goes late. Again, it just kind of eats him up, doesn't it? Have to pick that one out of the bag. Might have to go to remedial fielding camp, Shub, the way things are going. And this has gone, little Nick, and so Bona gets 2. That's a big wicket. Alphonse, the next man to go. That's time he doesn't really use his feet, does he? He just kind of swats at it. Little edge, and Stagno with the Cats behind the stumps. See it on the replay thanks to Spring Productions. Just a little bit of that away movement. You saw the last ball was a wide, but it did swing out. That one goes a little bit. So I think Ratha will be a bit disappointed at that shot. It was neither here nor there, wasn't it? And so he's going to have to go 4 and out. And yeah, credit to Gibraltar. They fight on. They have a 4th wicket now in the 7th over. It's 96 for 4. That's all you can really do. And I think that this will be Saqib Zulfikar to meet his triplet brother out there in the middle. Sikandar already, he's been banging them. He's 57. Just been starved with a strike a little bit of late. And so, well, these two, you'd expect they'd have a good understanding. So these two are identical out of the triplets. So that's why they look very similar. I have a slightly better than 50% record of telling them apart. It's always easier when they're next to each other. But a couple to come for Sammy. Good over this. Nicely stroked, though, by Saqib. Saqib, of course, bowls leg spin, bowls it really well. Sikandar, more of a medium pacer, medium fast, maybe. We'll probably see them both with the ball at some point today. I actually heard that Assad, who I've seen doing keeping most of the time, is actually a pretty handy spinner himself. Bowls a bit of wrist spin. Last ball of the over. Would have been a wide, but it's off the end of the bat. So brilliant over from Sammy Boda. Wow, they get 2. That's a really good bit of running. And so they will get a couple. And at the end of 7, it's 99 for 4. Yeah, I'll say that's well legged out. Didn't think there was 2 in it, but a quick turn. And even with a decent throw, he ends up making it. So good judge of a run as well. Saqib Zulfikar, he'll have the strike. And it's 99 for 4 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we are in Cyprus for 2 weeks, starting tomorrow. Rico's already there. He's on the island. Hope they're ready for him. And then following those 2 weeks, we'll be in Milan for a couple of weeks. Then Austria. I think Bulgaria is next after that. And wedged in the middle for all you Gibraltar fans out there, we'll have that 4-day T20 International Series from the Rock. And Portugal will be one of the teams playing in that series. Latin comes back and not a bad start. So leg spinner to leg spinner here in the 8th. You won't be afraid to take the pace off and try and get the batter generating it. This is hit, not quite off the middle, but could pick up and throw. So it's just a single, I say that. Then rebounds off the stumps, but they don't get an overthrow. As soon as they brought up the century, I don't think Sikandar Zulfikar's had a lot of strike at all. So, well, not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to have a lot of strike and have to do a lot with it. He dances down and he hits this one downtown. Maximo, right on cue. Sikandar moves into the 60s and he does it swinging. Again, I don't think it's quite out of the middle, but it's normally a fairly safe shot, and it's gone miles over the boundary, really. He's such a good player technically. That was a textbook kind of dance down the pitch and pick up shot. Turned it into more or less a half volley, something he was pretty close to the pitch of. Pushed through a little bit more by Latin, but this is hit, and it's hit into the gap, and it's hit for 4. That is really good batting. I mean, predictably, Latin doesn't really toss the next one up. And just have a look at that race over the turf here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. And no one was stopping that. So we're back on century watch, I think, with those last 2 shots. Now, false shot. That's again, just a single. So he gets away with that, up to 70 now. Last ball, the over coming up. Saqib on strike. Wow, he absolutely smashes this over long off. That might be the biggest yet. He doesn't really get to the pitch, but he doesn't care. He goes through with a shot, and that extra kind of bounce is just working to his advantage as he smashes that. That's 6 on any ground you like. And so it takes us to the end of the 8th over. The team ends up going for 33. 117 for 4 after 8. What a shot that was by Saqib. So, Sakanda will be facing up in the 9th. A bit curious about who they're bowling here. Looks like it might be Keynes that's having well. Kenroy Nesta. Have a look at the rate. Pretty much stabilised, like I said. Maybe it's just creeping up now. They're on 146 pace. I've got to say, after Sammy Bolder bowled such a good over, I would have been bringing him back here pretty much as soon as possible. Don't know why you wouldn't. But they're going for another bowling option. Kenroy Nesta hasn't bowled yet. Okay, they might bowl Sammy in the 10th, but they also got Louis Bruce. Haven't really seen him yet. It's a curious one, but I'm a K-Nest fan, so I don't mind it. And this is going to be 4. Well, again, it's like you're fielding on another planet. You can't trust your own sense of gravity. Have a look at this one. Take off the turf. It's whacked sideways. And, well, I'm happy for Fitzgerald that he doesn't get anything on that because I've always taken his head off. And Kenroy Nesta is getting a bit too close to Skander Zulfiqar. He's rocketed to 74 now off just 23 balls. Short, yeah, Keynes. He's got the fast bowler in him. He says, all right, drive this. That'll be the one for the over the shoulder. Originally from St. Lucia, Kenroy Nesta, and a bit of a fan favourite. That's the way he goes about his cricket. A bit short again. This one is hammered square of the wicket. This will be 4. Again, it wasn't quite short enough to be a bouncer. And I think maybe the batter just sweating on that one, expecting it to be banged in, and he dealt with it pretty easily. 78 now. I think we could be on here. He's going to have to face most of the balls. There's 9 balls left in this innings. He needs 22 for the 100. He's dealing in 4s and 6s at the moment, isn't he? Pitched up. This is a bit of a slice job. And it's a brilliant bit of fielding. And it's not going to be 100 because Louis Bruce ends the show and catches in his hat to finish. So, well done, Louis. And well done, Kenroy Nesta as well. Pitched that up a little bit more. Just for the first time, I think he just loses his shape slightly. Skander Zulfiqar. But he goes for a sparkling 78. Yeah, Kenroy pitches it up. I think that's a better length. Yeah, nice catch. And yeah, Louis loses the hat but keeps the ball and says, all right, well, my hat catching's not as good as my hand catching, but hey, take your hats off for Skander Zulfiqar. 7 Maximo, 7 4s in his innings. 78 off just 26. Exactly 3 a ball he was going at and really looked good from the very first ball that he faced. He has been outstanding. He set up another big score for the Netherlands. They're 125 for 5. 8 balls remaining. New batter out there is Aryan Dutt. Aryan just came back from South Africa, where he was playing a little-known team called South Africa. And playing at some of the biggest grounds in world cricket. So I was enjoying watching him actually playing with the Dutch team. Of course, I do follow them pretty closely, being so involved in European cricket. And so nice to see him here at Santarém now. This is a little bit short. It is pulled away, and it's pulled away for 6. Maximo. Well, Kenroy can't take the fast bowler out of him. This is probably chest high, and Duddy says, thanks very much. And I suppose he's been facing some of the quicker bowlers going round. He wasn't too bothered by that short ball. Gets off the mark with a Maximo. 131 now with the ball remaining in the 9th. Kenroy, let's him get up a bit fuller. See, deep in his crease here. Arianda goes again. This time it's a false shot. It's a tough one. It's a steepler, and Horrocks can't deal with it. They'll get one. So luck's the fortune as that falls into a pocket of space, and it's the end of 9. It's 132 for 5. You can see they just misjudged that, didn't he? He was looking to the sun. That made it pretty difficult as well. And so, yeah, Horrocks does make sure it's only a single, though. And so 132 for 5. Still, I think that 150 plus is on with a big over here. Got to say, though, I mean, Sammy Boda, he's only going to get the 1 over here. And he took 2 for 10, don't forget. So, yeah, I get it. You kind of want to try a variety of bowlers. You want to give everyone opportunities, but I just feel like he'd earned a second over. Louis Bruce, so it's hard to believe he won't get an over in an innings either. So he's going to come on and just bowl the 10th. So, yeah, Louis, still 17 years of age. Pretty good start. Gets it up, gets it outside the off stump. That misses out. I suppose the other thing, Gibraltar will be eyeing off their contest with Portugal, which is coming up later on in the day. And if Netherlands keep winning, I mean, that will be the game that decides who's second and who's last in this tournament. Slow ball from Louis. Latin gets everything behind it. Make sure it's just a single. So yeah, that's that slower ball. He bowls it well, doesn't he? Kind of rolls out the fingers. There's a bit of a leg cutter, and that's why it's not immediately obvious, I think, because the arm speed's pretty similar. And there it is again. This time it's picked, and it's hit out of the ground. Well, it's going to be 6. Maximo. Well, Shub, he's completely lost confidence, hasn't he? Let's have a look at it on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. Well, we'll see it because he didn't. He's there. He wants it, and then just gives the back turn. That could have easily been a spine smasher for Shub. But Sakib takes half a dozen. Now, I think there's a little noise there. Not out. That's the pace on delivery. Yeah, I mean, there certainly was a little noise, but it did seem away from the bat. Just a little click with the equipment or something like that. Anyone seemed too worried about it. So 139. This has been a good last over from Bruce, despite going for that 6. Got some good deliveries. Now it's a false shot, and let it bounce. They're kind of thinking of 2. Now they're going to get it. Oh, it's a poor throw, and really, there's a couple of things here because, okay, the throw sails over the keeper's head, but where was Stagno? I mean, he wasn't in the right spot. He wasn't anywhere near the middle of the pitch or the stumps. So I think that's why the fielder throws it to where the keeper should have been, not where he was. So Sakib will steal the strike back, and last ball coming up. And they can't do too much with this. Just a single. So look, it's a decent effort, I think, from Gibraltar. They hold the Netherlands to below what they scored against them yesterday. The final score is still pretty imposing. It's 142 for 5 after the 10 overs. Louis Bruce just going for 10. Pretty good last over for him. And look, I know you can slice and dice it any way you like, but I don't mind, I suppose, at Gibraltar trying a few different bowlers the 1 over just to give an opportunity. Some of them took it, some of them found it a bit tough. Let's go back to the highlights. Mipuri continued his good series, didn't he? As he had the early wicket. Asad Zulfikar well held by Louis Bruce at mid-off. It was that regular punch of the air from Mipuri. It also went for a few. You'd have to say, I got to say that Roel Verhagen as well. He's been pretty good for the Dutch since coming into the side, but he went soon after. Horrocks got his wicket. And this was a weird period that kind of went 6 wicket, 6, 6, because Sikandar came out. He went bang, bang, and he was off to the races. He'd end up scoring 78 of 26 balls with 7 maximos and 7 fours, and he really set the ground on fire, playing some beautiful shots while he was out there. Ellen Bass, well, he was an ally for a while as well, scoring 23 off just 13 balls and kind of forced in second fiddle mode, wasn't he? Because Sikandar was hitting them so well. That one probably wasn't pretty, but it was effective. Fitzgerald got an over, and again, it was just a little bit all over the place. And when you look at the fact that 8 bowlers were used in the innings, 8 of the 10 available, and only 2 bowlers getting 2 overs. Lateen got a couple, Mirpuri got a couple up front. So, yeah, they weren't afraid to try different options. Got to say that Sawyer, he would have loved the wicket, but that was a heartbreaker as Mirpuri put down that spicy chance from Ellen Bass. Meanwhile, Sikandar just kept on keeping on, didn't he? And made the most of the mistakes, but even some of the good balls, they were disappearing, and I suppose that's the difference. I suppose that's the reason that the Netherlands are the current European champions in the T10 format. Ellen Bass eventually chopped on, ran out of luck on 23, just flicked the stumps, otherwise it would have been 4 for the French cut. But there was more pain on the way, wasn't there? Because Rafa Alphonse, he went 4 and out. Just a little bit of a lazy shot really from Rafa after getting off the mark with a pretty sweet boundary. But then Saqib Zulfikar reunited with his brother in the middle, and he put together a nice little cameo, 17 off 8 for Saqib. And then we were on century watch, weren't we? Because even though he didn't have a lot of this strike for a little period there in the 7th and the 8th, Sikandar, he just was off to the races here, wasn't he? Went 4, went 6. We thought it might have been on. And, well, credit to Kenroy Nesta. He forced a mistake. He was brought on, and there was a nice catch by Louis Bruce. Tried to finish with a little hat job, but didn't really work out. Main thing was he completed the catch already. And so Arian Dutt came out, and that was his first ball. Sign it was going pretty well for him, but he couldn't really replicate that on the way to 8 not out. And the final score, 142 for 5. And a reasonably good effort from the Netherlands. So again, they mix and match their batting order a little bit. They've got Tim Ettman out of the side for this game. There's still plenty of batting. And I think, I said at the start of the day, they can pretty much pull their batting lineup out of a hat. Look who doesn't bat there. No Sebastian Bratt, no Clayton Floyd. Despite that, they bat 7 batters. And look, I think some positives out for Gibraltar, but it was just hard to deal with someone like Sikandar Zulfikar, who started with a bang. 78 of 26 for him. Ellen Bass with 23. Apart from that, Saqib Zulfikar, little cameo at the end, 17 not out. 8 bowlers used, and I don't mind that from the Gibraltarians, giving a few opportunities. I think that Sammy Boda, 2 for 12 off his over. I think he was really good. Mirpuri, decent up front again, 1 for 21. The other wicket went to Kenroy Nesta late in the piece. But all those economy rates, double digits, that tells you that no one really had all the answers to break through and to keep this Dutch batting lineup quiet. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you into the second half of this match. It'll be Gibraltar. If they're wanting an upset, they'll need 143 runs. We'll see you very shortly. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning. Happy Easter and happy cricket. We'll see you very shortly. For more ECN action, you're watching the FanCode, European Cricket International. The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground, the SCG in Portugal. It's been our home for the last couple of weeks here on the European Cricket Network, and big thank you to everyone that's made us feel so welcome. Hopefully you feel welcome too. Happy Easter to everyone celebrating in their part of the world. Also, plenty of other stuff going on, I know. And right now, plenty going on in the middle in that first half of match 6. Netherlands on their way to 142 for 5 off their 10 overs. So Gibraltar, big chase ahead, 143. Again, I think they'll just grade their performance based on how well they're able to cope with these Dutch bowlers. It looks like Alex Roy is going to get us going. He certainly impressed me yesterday with his kind of rhythm and the pace he was able to generate. And so, having a look at the conditions, it's pretty nice and just drying out a bit as well as the day goes on. Currently about 19 degrees. Feels a bit warmer out there in the middle, I think. As we get going, shake, rattle and roll. And Roy squares up. Rakes first up and he's going to get 4. Well, I wouldn't say it was off the middle, but it was good enough. Rakes been promoted to the top of the order. So we have seen Gibraltar kind of mixing things up with their order. There's a good opportunity for Rakes. He's a UK-based player. Gets off the mark with 4. Well, I have been alone so far, but it's not going to be that way in the second innings because I've got a special guest and friend of the show. Friend of Corey, which is probably not particularly easy. There's an announcement from Roy once again. Just squares up Rakes. He's able to keep this one out. Nice to welcome the Dutch coach, Piers Fletcher. Piers, welcome, and how are you today?
Very lovely to see you, my friend. Very well. A couple of beers last night, but we're up and going.
Just a healthy amount. It's a very social kind of trip as well, isn't it? I mean, when you think international cricket, you often think, adversarial, kind of, I'd say nasty, let's just say hard. But there's a really good feeling about these ECIs, aren't there? I know it's the first time we've had the Dutch men's team involved. So how's the weekend been so far?
Yeah, it's been really good. We've obviously got quite a good relationship with Portugal cricket. We've obviously played against them a bit at the ECC in 2021. So nice to sort of rekindle those relationships, see those guys, and obviously nice to take on sort of a newer country that we've not played against in Gibraltar.
Yeah, and tell me what you think of this Santarém cricket ground. I mean, it's like playing on a different planet, we were saying, but I mean, obviously they put a lot of work into the ground, and it's turned into an international cricket facility.
Yeah, it's stunning. Look, I think, we talked to our guys about sort of the opportunity. Like, yeah, is it perfect? No. But is most cricket grounds perfect? Also no. Yeah. So it's just awesome to be in a place where, it's sunny, it's warm, and we've got the difference of saying to our guys, look, you could be indoors hitting balls on the bowling machine, or you can be outside having a run around playing some T10. Yeah, and I think there's no doubt which I would prefer. This team, it's obviously a team that we've followed now on ECN for a while. It's kind of got its own identity in a way, doesn't it, this T10 Dutch team? Yeah, look, a big focus for us this year moving forward is trying to promote these Dutch players, these Dutch-based players, and guys that have come through the age group system into the national side. So this is a great way of starting that. This will be just a single, takes us to the end of the over. Pretty good one from Roy. Got nicked for a 4, but they're only 5 off it in the end. Scores 5 with that loss after 1. And just quickly, let's have a look at the golden ball count at 92 matches without a golden ball. Went off at 101 last time. So, yeah, eventually we'll strike that jackpot. Not sure it'll be in this game, Pierce. But, you talk about the desire to develop the Dutch-based players. So, yeah, I mean, these guys are all playing club cricket in the Netherlands, right? Yeah, that's correct. We've got young Mace who's bowling here. He's come through the system all the way from under 12s all the way now into the under 19s and now pushing through into the A setup. And the other guys, again, the Zulfikars are a really good example. These guys are Dutch born and bred. And, people go, oh, he doesn't have a Dutch last name. But it's no, these guys have come through our system. Guys like Sebastian Bra, guys like Alan Bass, guys like Alphonse. A high majority of these guys, I think, other than probably Clayton, is the only one that's sort of come from outside in terms of this group. This is Mace, who we are seeing for the first time on ECN this weekend. He's impressed me as well. So both opening bowlers are new faces to some of the ECN
viewers, but yeah, certainly they've got a bit about them. And that's one thing I really love about the club system in the Netherlands, and it is much different to the rest of continental Europe, that often they're multi-sport clubs as well. But yeah, it is, I don't know the word indoctrinated, but it's part of the sporting landscape, isn't it? So kids play it, and then they end up transitioning to seniors, and that's something obviously we're trying to do in other countries as well. A little dab. This time will be one. Left to hassle, though. Sneak home. Yeah, so it's something I don't think other people realise. In the rest of Europe, it's something that we're trying to get into youngsters, because that is where your next generation comes from. But it will take time.
Hugely. I mean, we're very lucky that, we've got quite a professional coaching setup through our age groups, and that we do have an under-12s and under-14s, and there is large numbers in those squads. But it's for, like you say, for these emerging countries like a Portugal, it's how can we slowly, hit that market, start growing a player base, and then the talent comes in from within that.
Here is Mays Van Vliet again. And this one angles in. Vroni can't really deal with that. It's first ball he's faced, actually, because Rakes has had all of them so far. And so, Corey Ruckers has just sent me a message. I think he's pretty happy to hear your voice. I'm very surprised that Corey be awake at, 11:45 on a Sunday morning, but maybe he's getting into some Easter eggs.
Yeah, I would say so.
Because, are you still housemates, is that right?
No, I've moved.
Okay.
I've taken the step to leave the house.
The kennel, as it's affectionately known.
Indeed. Nicely bowled. So I've moved on, Vinny. It's a great 5 years of my life, but it's time to go to pastures anew. Leave Corey in charge. See how he takes the fort. I think Scotty will be hanging around. Max will be arriving in a couple of weeks, and we've got a new overseas pro who I think you know something about as well.
I actually know him, Lane Berry, who plays club cricket in Australia. And he's a former indoor teammate, although we're kind of from different generations. This one really takes off. We called it wide. Have a look at this. This pitch interests me because there is a little bit in it. And I suppose he's got all the natural attributes. That one definitely pops. And well taken behind the stumps by Rathwell Alphonse.
Yeah, some of our guys have sort of said that their back of a length spot just has a little bit of extra kick. But on the whole, I think it's been actually played really, really well. The best part is that there's no ball shooting low. And I think it's generally been very, very consistent.
Yeah, and you want something in it for the bowlers. I like the slight bit of natural variation. This one comes in, half a chance. So Keevzorfka not able to hit. He might have been home there at least. And Rakes dominated the strike so far. He'll move to 7. Yeah, so I just like artificial surfaces that kind of do replicate what a natural turf pitch would do, because natural turf pitches have a little bit of variation in them, natural variations. So I like this one. It's only 3 weeks old, this pitch. But also a bit of seam movement there, so it's just not an absolute highway, which some artificial surfaces are. This is the accidental shot. And Ratha tries to knock it away for a run, but doesn't succeed. It'll be the end of the second over. The score is 9 without loss. Now, I've got to say, I know you're in coaching mode here, and I'm quite enjoying your multitasking. You're always writing stuff down in your notebook. What sort of things are you kind of measuring in this game? What kind of things are you noting down?
Yeah, my big thing, Corey's got his intentometer.
Yeah.
Read into that what you will. But for us, it's more about looking at dots and ones.
Yeah.
So for us as a bowling group, I think sometimes it's quite easy to be underappreciated as a bowler in this format. And I think sometimes it gets too, we get taken away in the fact of, they went for 10 sixes, 12 sixes, 14 sixes. And instead, what we've tried to challenge our bowlers to do is look at how many balls that we go for dots or ones.
And think of that as a win.
And so our big focus was at the ECC over the 20 games, our average as a bowling group was 42 dots and ones. So if you're bowling 7 overs that are only going for a dot or a 1, you're winning.
Yeah.
And the only time that our dot 1 possession was worse than the opposition was the 2 games that we lost.
Yeah, okay. So, that does make sense. I mean, that's why, it kind of, there's a bit of golden ball theory about that, because the golden ball, if it's a 1 or a 0, then the fielding team wins. And if it's 2 or more, the batting team wins. So, I think what you're saying is that all of those little wins add up across your 10 overs.
Yeah, spot on. And, it was even saying one of the Gibraltar bowlers earlier, went for 8, went for 16 off his first 3 balls, and the last 3 went for 2 runs, and that's a win. You've got to look at each ball as an event, especially in such a short format. So it's just trying to challenge guys to see, to try and give our bowlers a little bit of kudos, because it's such an easy format to, like say, just get caught up in all the hitting.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to count up in that first innings how many dots and ones there are.
You'll see if my maths is right then.
See if my maths is right, because I'm multitasking. There's, I've got 22, 26. No, I'm still going high.
What have you found? Are you still going? Yeah.
I got 39, but that was just a quick count in the first half of this game. But anyway, this is why, I know you probably don't have access to all the technology all the time, but the ECN website is handy for this, to give you a bit of an overview of the innings. This is angled in.
Oh, what a catch.
And that's a brilliant piece of fielding. I mean, we had no right to catch that, really. It was just a regulation red glance from Rakes, and amazingly taken. It looks like Asad Zulfiqar down there.
It is indeed.
On the fine leg boundary. And it probably wasn't the best ball, was it? But it's effective as Alex Roy gets the breakthrough, and it's 11 for 1.
Yeah, very accomplished fielder, Assad, in his own rights. He's very, very accomplished, quite impressive. And he's obviously learnt new skills, and wicket-keeping is one of these new skills that he sort of brought into his game in the last 5-6 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, still, like I say, him, and you've also got Rule Verhagen as well, who's, again, very, very natural fielder as well.
Yeah, that was a brilliant piece of fielding. On a ground where, let's be honest, sometimes it's not the easiest ground to pick up the ball. Sometimes I think it's easier when you don't have too long to think about it. I think that was one of those occasions. So, yeah, just have a look at this. Look at the 2 slips as well, just hanging around. But, yeah, it's almost like it feels like an infield catch, doesn't it? Because it was flat. He had to move to his right pretty quickly. Perfect technique. And Arthur Alphonse is quick on the scene to hand out the high fives. So this will bring Kenroy Nest up. This should be interesting. I mean, one thing I'd like to see, I suppose, from Gibraltar, even though they're dealing with some tough bowling options here, is a bit of intent. And I think you're going to get that from K-Ness.
Yeah, I'd like to see him wearing the lid as well. Not often you see K-Ness on the lid.
I think it's good.
Oh, there you go, why?
Wow. We called a wide. Check it out, the replay. Yeah, probably.
Fair enough.
He's awake, though. This will be a good contest. Yeah, I remember K-Ness famously faced Vivian Kingman without a lid, and we were a bit worried. We started making preparations, and I think the priest was called for the last rites at one point during that contest.
I've had the pleasure of playing against K-Ness when he played for Kelpie Giants.
Yeah,
as
of course.
Well.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that
the
was
ECL 22.
Yeah, spot on.
He's a fun player to watch. I mean, ECN's also about characters, and obviously, like the Dutch characters we enjoy watching. But yeah, K-Ness, he's always box office, and he'll definitely have a go here. Last ball of Roy's spell. And it's a thinking leave. As we get to the end of the power play, Gibraltar struggling to get going, but some good bowling from the Dutch team, as Gibraltar are 12 for 1 after 3. So, yeah, tell us a bit more about the Netherlands team and the Netherlands A setup and kind of what your plans are for the summer.
Yeah, we've been really privileged that we've got the 50-over World Cup qualifiers in Zimbabwe for the national squad, and that's their sort of main focus. That's what they'll be working towards. And then for us as an A side, the Italians are coming to play us in 3 T20s before they go to the Euro qualifier, alongside... we've got Austria coming for 3 games. We've got Germany coming for 3 games. Guernsey come for 50-over cricket at the back end of the summer as well. We head off to Northants start of May for a week-long tour as well. So these guys have got quite a lot of cricket ahead of them. Big focus is around trying... Oh, it's been a tough day. Meds! Stay with me, Meds.
I don't know what Karel's has spotted means. Tell you what, she's always busy. And if you sort of see that laptop, there's often smoke coming off it because there's a lot happening that she's in control of. Anyway, we start the next over. Clayton Floyd is going to bowl it. And Clayton's another character. Remember, he scored the first ever T10 international century back in 2021. This one does shoot through a little bit. Yeah, so that's really exciting. And I just think it's such a great experience for your guys, but also for the guys that get to play it, because the infrastructure in some of the other European countries isn't quite where the Netherlands is. So it's just a way to kind of to bring them up to speed as well and kind of set standards, which I think a lot of the surrounding countries are trying to achieve themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. For us as a group, I think the ECC and playing T10 cricket against countries, like I say, even like your Portugals, like your Gibraltars, but even playing against the Scotlands and of the like, is going, playing Austria, they're actually a good cricket team.
Oh yeah.
And it's not that sort of, there's an inferiority complex. So it's going, no, we want these guys to play against their strongest team, against our A side at the moment. But, in future times, that national team will also do that.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good matchup. Foot has a little pop, but gets back. Yeah, Kenroy just struggling a bit to get going here. Probably had his life flash before his eyes. First ball. He's been dotted up 4 times. Floyd he's crafty, isn't he? He's the old sidewalk magician, isn't he? The way he's got a few tricks, he's not afraid to use them. He's only gone for a single in this over. And you can see again, it's tantalising, but it'll be another dot. So just that single, your pen might run out of ink if you're tracking the dots and ones at the moment. As that takes us to the end of the 4th over, the score is 13 for 1. So yeah, tell our viewers, maybe some of our viewers unaware of what the club setup is like in the Netherlands, but there's a bunch of clubs. The total clubs, is it something like 50 or 70, something in that range?
60-something, 60,
yep.
64 or whatever it was.
So and they're set up in divisions, right?
Yeah, so you've got the top 3 leagues, which is the top class, the Hoofdklasse, and the Eerste Klasse. And so those 3 leagues are 10 teams, and what they've done this year is they've aligned all the leagues in those top 3 to all play the same format all the way through the season.
Yeah, because that's been a bit of a change this year, right? As this has come off the pad. Again, they're looking for 2. No, they're not looking for 2. Enroy not particularly interested, so it'll be a leg by. So yeah, so tell us about how the format of the summer has changed this year.
Yeah, so the first basically month and a bit will be 9 50-over games, so a single round robin, either home or away. Traditionally in the past, it's been a lot of, everyone needs to play home and away. So there'd be 18 games.
Yeah.
And so that would just be a full league season, and then the team that finishes top wins it. What they've done now, gone to 9, you go home or away, and then there'll be a break for that at the end of May, and they'll go into T20 campaign. So there'll be 9 T20s against the same teams in the top class. And then from there, they will resume the second half of the 50-over season, where the top 6 will break off and play for the championship, and the bottom 4 will play a double round robin for relegation, and that will go over the top 3 leagues.
I think that's a good way to do it as well. I mean, it's got less of the holding pattern about it. I think it's quite purposeful, and I like the fact that extended break for the T20s, which has become the dominant form of short form cricket now. I think it's hard to argue that. Look at what's happening worldwide. This is a nice pull shot from Nesta. Finally gets going, and Shoob's back, baby. A nice bit of fielding as well. He's been struggling there, but Kenroy has to deal with Skeeves Orfka. That looked like the wrong one, and it's well pulled away for 4. So, Saqib. Yeah, it looks like the top spinner jumps, and this could be trouble. It is. That's nicely taken. Looks like Sebastian Brandt takes the catch there, just hovering in a kind of fly-slip kind of position, maybe a fine third man. Yeah, but this is what I love about Skeeves Orfka. He's got a few tricks, and I like his top spinner, which kind of hurries on. It doesn't really turn sideways, but it kind of jumps on the bat, it hurries on, and that's why it gets the top edge of Nesta, who goes 4 and out. And Gibraltar lose another wicket. It's 18 for 2.
Yeah, the amount of bounce that Saqib gets is just an absolute friend for T10. It's as a bowler and as a coach, and myself and Sebastian talking about how we try and use them, it's just so difficult to get on top of. You can't really run down on them because it's quick enough. Yeah. And then can't really, you want to see it's full, but then actually you almost want to sit back.
It's a tough one. I mean, maybe you could try to deflect, but then Sebastian Brandt's in that exact position if you're going to try and get a bit funky with it because of that bounce he gets. But yeah, he was one of my favourite bowlers to watch at the ECC last year. I thought he had an outstanding tournament. Bowled really well in the final as well. And yeah, I just think he's a handful. And I always think wrist spinners that have a wrong and they've got you at least suspicious. You know, you're having to watch extra hard. And then one thing to pick it, if you can pick it, and another thing to play it. And if you don't pick it, you're trying to play it off the wicket. It's rare to see him taken down.
Yeah, I mean, you know, likewise with Flip, Bossavane also was able to get a lot more side spin, probably like more traditional leg spinner. Saku coming over the perpendicular just gets that extra bounce. It's so much more difficult to play.
Yeah.
And both of them are unbelievably accurate. And I think that's the luck that we have with the sort of system that we've built, is these guys just are so accurate.
18 for 2 after 5 overs. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. I'm with the Dutch A coach, Piers Fletcher, who, as I can say, a bit of a friend of the network. You were involved in the first ever ECL, playing for VRC Rotterdam way back in 2019. Also one of our first commentators back then. I remember you did a game.
It was an interesting. I think it was Michael McCann and myself for a little bit. It was the good old days.
The good old days, indeed, at La Manga. And that turf pitch isn't even there anymore at La Manga.
No, that's true.
And then, obviously, we saw you in the ECL in 22 as well. And of course, the ECC champion team
I was
actually involved with last year.
I was looking back at the ECL 19 a couple of weeks ago. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. Picks it up, goes with the spin. Arian Duck comes out. Yeah, change of country. And wherever he goes, they're after him. He's not an easy bowler to get hold of. This is a bit slower than he normally bowls, actually, Arian. And Friona, who I do like with the bat. He goes deep in his crease and he slams it. Nice shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. And that's the more of the intent that you're looking for out of T10. And, you know, one thing I sort of spoke to Samir about yesterday was just trying to, get these guys to believe a little bit more that they can really do this.
Instinctively, when you're playing maybe upper level, you want to show you can compete. And traditionally in cricket, that means survive, to handle the bowling. But, yeah, you do have to show a bit of intent, I think. And if you get out and you get out playing a shot, then you don't mind it. I think if you get out blocking or after it, it's batting yourself into a hole, then I think you just end up feeling a bit frustrated anyway. But Gibraltar, they did come up with a win last night, their first win in T10 international cricket, a 9-run victory over Portugal. So I think it'll be interesting when those two teams meet a little bit later in the day. Yeah, full toss and hit away, but handled out there. Just a single.
Good fielding there by Rule.
How do you feel the T10 is as far as preparing you for T20 cricket? I mean, obviously it's shorter, I know that. I just feel that it heightens your decision-making in pressure situations.
Yeah, I think pressure is the absolute key word there in terms of what you're mentioning.
Worked away, and again, little pop shot, but just be one.
Yeah, I think for us, it's putting guys under pressure, and guys are always coming after you. So it's almost thinking a lot of death plans quite quickly, and how can we go about being effective.
Yeah.
And obviously it's different. Clayton obviously generally comes round the wicket in T20 cricket, trying to angle in at the stumps. Here we're trying to take the ball as wide as possible and try and force guys to play in zones that they're probably less comfortable.
Yeah, that's true. Very done. Love watching his development. A little bit slower today. I don't mind that. Can bowl quick, Arian. I mean, he's built like a fast bowler, isn't he? Sometimes he acts like a fast bowler. Saw him bowl a pretty handy bouncer yesterday. It surprised everybody.
Yeah, well, Duddy and Mace van Vliet both played in the same Under-19 World Cup, and our two seamers was Mace van Vliet, and then Duddy, when he wasn't bowling spin, was bowling seam up. So he ended up taking the new ball a couple of games. Vikram Singh took the new ball a couple of games. Duddy was coming in off a long run, and I'll tell you what, he bowls quite quickly, and he's very, very handy. And actually, if you go back and look at his ODI debut, he was, I think, what have we got? A change of field here. Subber's gone deep fly slip.
Okay.
Random.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm getting carried away with watching the cricket.
End of the over, scores 28 for 2. It's funny, I reckon that position, I've seen it come into fashion a bit. Okay, maybe not to a spinner, but the slip or second slip that's on the circle, because there's just a lot of edges. If you were to do a splatter pattern of every edge, the thinner ones are more common. So if you've got an edge that isn't quite going to the keeper, it's actually a pretty clever position because you can take catches there, but also you can save a lot of runs there. I'd rather a batter get more bat on a cut shot to get a 4 and get it squarer for 4 rather than let him get a nick for 4, because I reckon that's just infuriating.
Well, I think that's why the deep backward pointers come into play so much now in T20 cricket. You see a lot of guys bowling with split fields.
Yeah.
And that sort of gives them that little bit of coverage. You can have a very fine third man and go, well, the ball's going to go through point anyway. Let's cover cover the boundary rather than being worried about it going for 4 and getting cut past. So
let's have a look at the field there. And Floyd continuing. And he goes after this and he gets it. That's a really good shot. Frayone goes large. Well, he's got the big guns, doesn't he? He's not afraid to use them. That's rare you see this. He's deep in the crease, but he has to hit it almost a little bit flat bat, doesn't he? But he gets it perfect. Maximo time, 6 runs.
Yeah, really, really lovely shot. And again, the balance there. He's looked really good. I've watched a little bit of him when he was playing in the Gibraltar League.
He looks...
And he's the one guy that seems to be really comfortable playing on both sides of the wicket.
Yeah, he looks organised. That's kind of the word that I would use. Again, it's not easy with some of the bowling you're going to get. But, yeah. He's certainly a player that's pretty to watch. He's very good through that kind of cover region traditionally. That was just a proper kind of straight slog sweep for 6 this time. Clayton Floyd goes shopping. My favourite ball from Clayton is the one that he pretty much takes all the pace off and tries to lure you out of the crease. But then he gets so much bounce that you're still trying to play it about shoulder high if you do come down to it. And
the challenge is also for Rata, who's so short, is trying to be able to cover that as well.
This is a hit, but it sits straight to cover, and they don't get a run. So how about you? Are you still playing any cricket yourself?
I'm meant to be playing cricket, Vinny, this summer. I haven't had much time to train yet. We've been so busy with the schedule. Took a really nice 9-week break, going home to see family in New Zealand. And then sort of back now, we took the under-19s to Cape Town, and we had a training camp there, which was really, really exciting. And now back into Dutch life, and Ryan Cook, our head coach, is currently away in India at the IPL. So he's working with Sunrise Hyderabad as their fielding coach. So a lot has sort of fallen towards me. End of the over.
End of the over. It's 36-2 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up next. And you can talk us through your team for this game against Portugal. I mean, Portugal, I'd be keen to knock you off here because I think they underperformed against you guys yesterday. Portugal winning the toss and batting first. So is that the kind of order we can expect to see?
Yeah, that is the order that you'll expect to see. You're going to give Arian Dudd a little bit of a run up the order. He hasn't. He's improved his batting out of sight. I think over the last year as a cricketer is going from strength to strength. So giving him more opportunity, and yeah, like I say, nice to have a bit of a field first. See how we can put 20 overs together out in the field with a little break in between.
Yeah, well, this could be trouble. It's in the air and it's caught, and it's Mays Van Vliet that takes the catch. This one just hurried on to Latin. Again, I think this is another ball with just jumps with that top spin, hurries on, and he's a little bit late in the shot. Mays does the rest, and that's the 3rd wicket down, 36 for 3.
Yeah, good thing he's wearing my sunglasses. It's helped him there at 100%. But yeah, Saki was just such a skilled player, and I think, Vinny, you've seen a lot of these guys play now as well, and I'd put Saki up there as one of the most talented cricketers I've actually ever seen. Both in my time in New Zealand, time in Scotland, like just the all-round package he has. He's an excellent fielder. He covers that deep mid-wicket spot for us really, really well. The amount of times he's taken really strong catches there. As a batter, he's got the reverse. He can sweep. He can go down the ground. He's got that power. And as a bowler, he's three-dimensional as well.
Yeah, I think for me, just dealing with that top's going to be so tough. I mean, that kind of shot you're playing there is like a flat bat pull. If you don't judge the bounce exactly right, there's every chance it goes straight up in the air or like that, a bit uncontrolled. You've got to get it right in the middle, and it's just tough. So he's a very humble kind of guy as well.
Oh, lovely people. All three of them very, very lovely young men.
And Raymart, their older brother as well. Give him a shout out.
Yeah, Raymart.
Can't you get him in the setup as well?
To be fair to Raymart, we have a joke about it in the team, is the fact that I'm the only one that seems I can only get Raymart out. I can't get the other 3. So that's the only thing. But you never know. Anything's possible. I think the big thing is we've tried to give guys another opportunity to get back in the game. Let's have a look at this one. I'll tell you what, he's had an interesting time out there, Alex Roy. Took an amazing catch yesterday. This one, he just couldn't do with the last bounce. He was kind of loping towards that. That's proper fast bowler fielding, old school. And that one finds its way across the boundary. Nice shot as well by Louis Bruce. He comes in the number 5 spot. I'm sure Stefan Myberg, the assistant coach, will be marking that one down on his list. He's got to get in the work again. No chance. Yeah, this ball accelerates. I think scientists are still trying to work out the exact factor of the acceleration of the outfield here, but this is a ball that normally you can reach, but not here at the SCG. No, it does definitely quick it up off the outfield, and because it's a sort of dome, it sort of heads on the way down. So it's definitely the trajectory of it is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's all downhill from here. Yeah, one thing I think once batters get in here, especially in the longer format, say 20 overs or longer, they're just so hard to get out. And they're getting such good value for their shots.
Nice shot.
Yeah, steps across, and Louis Bruce, he's a youngster that we enjoy watching. Maximo for Louis. And yeah, it's a good bowler to take down. Yeah, so this is kind of what I like about this format as well, and these internationals. Louis Bruce, he's still fighting his way, 17 years old. He's got a lot of raw talent, but he's been tested against bowling, which is kind of over and above what he'd get in the domestic competition.
Yeah, spot on. I mean, we've got guys that have played ODIs here, T20 internationals here, along with other guys that are trying to find their way. So it's it's a challenge for any team that comes up against us with the amount of depth and talent that we have.
14 or 4 for Louis Bruce. Brought up the 50 for Gibraltar as well. Again, a little bit short, nails it. And that is 4. I think it's just bounced inside. So, Shoop's got some more work to do. But quite the rocket at us, Mars. Against rare few balls dragged down, I think, from Zakib in this over. And Louis taking full toll.
Yeah, really good batting. He just sat in the crease, sat back, used his crease. Yeah, played very nicely.
So, end of the over, 54 for 3 off 8 overs. And we'll see the Worms, but I think they're quite socially distant at the moment. We've got a question in the chat from James Metcalf. Hello, James. Hope you're well. And he's got a question for Pierce Fletcher. Firstly, let's have a look at this Worm. It's kind of trying to wake up, but there's a long distance between the two teams. As Arian Duck comes in to bowl the 9th over. And this is a top edge, should be gone. And it is. So nicely taken. And once again, I think Arian Dutt just rushes the batter slightly. And so Freone has batted through the innings, but he's going to have to go for 15, and the score is 54 for 4.
Really good catch by Clayton, actually. He's sort of on his heels a little bit right on the edge of the ring, so having to come forward and dive forward for a catch. But, Freone looked good.
Yeah.
And a couple of his innings, just got to keep pushing that intent, I suppose.
Yeah, I agree. So, James had a question for you, Piers. How much emphasis do you put on taking wickets in the 10-over game, or are you just looking to keep the runs down and take wickets that way?
Yeah, that's definitely more the way I think the Dutch team going, and especially the level at the ECC is, these guys are not dummies that you're playing against. They're all very good quality cricketers in their own right. So generally you put pressure on the fact of guys sort of going for dots and ones, and then the wickets come from that. You will have seen even yesterday, we didn't take a lot of wickets. I think it was only 11 in the day out of a possible 30. I think. So it might have been a touch more. My maths wasn't that good. But the point of it is we're very much a frugal side in terms of the amount of runs we give away rather than looking at trying to blast teams out.
Yeah, it's interesting for me. Probably the way I look at it sometimes when teams have a spearhead, I'm looking at where they're bowling. Are they attacking the stumps, which has its own risks of going for more runs, or are they maybe bowling a bit more of a defensive line, trying to keep it just inside the tram line? And then you can do a bit of both, I suppose. As well as a strategy, not be too predictable. I mean, Duck gets this one pretty straight. Yeah, and so I keep the metric of wickets taken per 10 overs. And through the first day, Portugal took 5 wickets per 10 overs. You guys took 4.7 wickets per 10 overs. Gibraltar 4.8. So all around about the same. But yeah, I agree. There's the older adage in cricket, isn't it, that keeping the runs down creates wickets, but also taking wickets can keep the runs down. I also think it depends on the depth of the batting lineup you're playing against. So, talk about more of that in a second. This one turns too much for everybody, including Rafa Alphonse. He'll probably sneak through for a bye, I think. Oh no, little edge there. So, a little inside edge, according to Malik. Let's have a look on the replay. Just a little scratch. I'll be a bit upset. Maybe he couldn't get more of the middle of the gloves on that one. But never easy with those little edges. They look very tiny on TV, but it does take the ball away from the middle of your hands. This one's worked around the corner for a single. Yeah, so...
I think back to your point on the batters,
yeah,
is you're absolutely spot on. We're really lucky in the fact that, you look at our depth chart there and our players that we've got here, it is so long.
Yeah.
Remembering back to playing Sweden last year at the ECC, we were 7 for 4 and still made 130.
Yeah.
And the fact of, you have guys like Asaki walking in at 6-7. You've got a guy like Arian Dutt who's played, recent international cricket batting 9.
This is high in the air, hanging a long, long, long time. And wait, almost plucks that one. That's Zulfikar. And he just never really tracked it, did he? Ends up trying to catch it behind himself. It's been an interesting replay.
Yeah, it went high. Like I say, it's such a small ground. There's nothing to work off in the air. It's a big blue. To be fair, he almost
if
took
that
it
had
in the
started,
face.
that would have been an all-time. Yeah, so takes us to the end of the ninth over. It's been great having you here as my guest, Pierce. 59 for 4 after 9. Yeah, so my strategy would be this. If you're playing a team, maybe at the domestic level, I've seen a lot, obviously, we do heaps of ECS cricket. Sometimes they have 2 or 3 guys that can hurt you with the bat. That's when I think I'm a bit more aggressive trying to get them out because I feel like you're saving so many runs down the stretch by getting lesser guys in that can't hurt you that much. But when you do run into a batting lineup with 8, 9 genuine bats, then I think you have to be a bit more careful to not bleed runs searching for wickets because actually the value of those wickets isn't as high because you're still going to run into guys that can hit boundaries.
Yeah,
I think at the international level, you get more of those kind of lineups, right?
Yeah, spot on. You know, and that's the reason why England won the ECC up front in the first one. You know, yeah, they had 2 guys that dominated the runs, but they also had a lot of guys underneath that could come in and just play a cameo role. For us, we were saying the fact that at the recent ECC that not a lot of guys got to 50 for us.
Yeah.
But the strike rate was high enough that you know, the way we were playing allowed that.
How's that for a shot from Fitzgerald? He absolutely pumps this out of the ground. Maximal. And this is for me why I'm a little bit disappointed, I think, at you know, the Gibraltar top order not really showing a lot of intent. When you've got a guy like this, Fitzgerald comes out and absolutely hammers that one out of the ground. And we're just not going to see that much of him. He's only faced 4 balls in the innings. And we're into the 10th over. So, I mean, it's not the worst score ever at the moment. 65 with 5 balls to go, but I feel like they've limited themselves anyway. It might not last too long, but it might, because this is going and gone. Maximal. And it's interesting how boundaries tend to bring more boundaries, and now they're on a heat up, but you just feel like this innings is going to close too soon for them.
Yeah, spot on. And it's going like, look at the intent, and the conversation we were having was the fact that these guys are going to go hard. You know, if they go hard, they're going to finish on the same score, but they might have a few more wickets down. Likewise, you know, being able to knock the ball around for 8 overs and then try and tee it up when you need 40, 50 runs an over is almost pointless.
Yeah. I mean, that's a fair observation. You can ask those kind of questions. But, you know, Fitzgerald, again, maybe he's a guy we could see batting a bit higher. Still 2 games to go, and he's going to smash this out of the ground as well. Maximal! Yeah, I just feel it's such a shame that that's the 10th over, because if he could have done this a little bit earlier, who knows how close Gibraltar might have gotten to this total. But he's certainly hitting the ball through the line very, very eloquently. And there you go.
Yeah, it just shows what you can do if you hold your shape and hit the ball hard. You know, and that's the intentometer. So I think the intentometer is something that maybe Samir can bring in with the Gibraltars.
Now it gets a bit funky. Doesn't really get it. Rathroll Fonts throws from downtown. And we'll get through for a single.
He did a Clayton Floyd. Why would you do that? Clayton hit 6 sixes yesterday in a row and then starts trying to reverse sweep. I just don't get it.
I honestly think sometimes these guys are so good that they just get bored of hitting the same shots.
I wish I was that good.
Yeah,
you know?
I know.
I'm just happy I get to coach them. It's a lot easier. You just tell them they're doing well.
This is a nice looking shot as well.
Could be high for a second run of the over, actually.
Yeah, I suppose it was hooked earlier in the over, didn't he? This one probably maybe not quite above the shoulder. But yeah, Louis a good young player. He's only going to get better as well. He turns 18 in June, Louis Bruce. A big summer for him. Summer of Louis. All right, 384 required run rate. But tell you what,
again.
That'll do. And so it's going to be a big finish. And oh no, that's a disastrous.
You can't blame the sun, Shub. He keeps blaming the sun.
He's thrown his papers away and almost chipped over the piece of paper. Listen, get this on the replay, please. As it's going to be Maximo to finish. So, yeah, big over to finish. Yeah, here it goes. There's the paper. It trips over his pen. Disaster, really. I mean, that last over, I'll give you a final score on that, but it went for plenty, didn't it? And again,
19, I think.
they left it very, very late to launch. They're going to finish with 85 for 4 off the 10 overs. But yeah, look, again, sign of what might have been for me. Pierce, I want to thank you so much for being my guest, and I wish you all the best for the next game. And, of course, the last game of the series will be here in match 9 as well. And hope you enjoy the rest of your time in Portugal.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I think I'll be back a bit later on the comms. But, look, you go to the highlights. I'll go shake some hands, and we'll see you for game number 2.
You've got yourself a deal. Pierce Fletcher, my special guest. And, yeah, maybe we can have Pierce back a little bit later. Let's go to the highlights. And Alex Roy, he was dealing early, wasn't it? He was right on target, rakes Nick to 4. Couldn't do too much else with that first over. This is a brilliant catch, though. I've got to say, I was really, really impressed with some of the fielding from the Dutch in this innings as rakes went 4-8. And then Freoni was joined by Keynes, who he did whack 1-4, but had a bit of an uncomfortable time at the crease on this occasion. But Freoni played some nice shots, didn't he? 2 Maximos in his 15, but yeah, also he was tied down at times. And I think, yeah, he's just kind of found it hard to get the balance with what he's doing. Latin, no good for him, unfortunately. Couldn't deal with that top spinner from Zulfiqar. He held out to Mays Van Vliet. And Louis Bruce and James Fitzgerald came together and actually played a really good finish to the innings. I mean, they took 18 off the 8. They took 26 off the 10. So, I mean, the thing is, I just think that all these dots and ones added up and battered them into a hole they couldn't get out of. But if you look at the fact they got 85 there, and there are basically, there's an over of 26, an over of 18, over of 10. Everything else was single digits, and most of the time kind of less than 6 and over. So it's just real tough when you consider that they get pretty much half their runs in 2 overs, which means there's 8 overs that they get their other half. And that's just such a big split. Yeah, it was a big finish, though. Fitzgerald, I mean, get him up the order. I think you got to go with guys who are in form as well. This was the end of the game. Bit of a comical one. As Shub tried to take the catch, tripped over the paper and the pen, but fairly come to a win as expected. 142 to 85, the final here in match number 6. So we still have 3 matches to go today. We saw a moment ago the next game coming up, which is Netherlands versus Portugal. There it is again. And so this is coming up in around about 25 minutes. Portugal winning the toss and batting first. I think Portugal, they disappointed themselves yesterday. I hope that they bring their A game. They'll need to against the Netherlands, who are still undefeated in this series. As we look back at the scorecard and just have a look. I mean, the openers sum it up, really. They face 30 balls, but they're only able to get 23 runs. And then you compare that at the end, you've got Bruce and Fitzgerald, who score 48 off 16. So, yeah, it just didn't really have any fluency in that innings. Okay, yes, you're dealing with bowling, which is tough to deal with, I know that, but yeah, I'd love to see just a bit more urgency and maybe, I think, personnel changes. I think get Fitzgerald up, get him opening. Let's just see if you can make something happen. You've got nothing to lose here, Gibraltar. 2 for 22, Zulfiqar. He went for a few in the end, but still, he's such a good performer. He only had 5 of his first over, 18 of his second. And as far as the other wicket takers, Alex Roy with 1 for 8 and Aryan Dutt 1 for 14. Mays Van Vliet had a bit of a rough time as he got taken to the cleaners. 26 coming off the 10th over. Clayton Floyd as well. Shout out to him. Only went for 9 in his 2 overs. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. Take you into the second match of the day. The Dutch, they'll be back on the rack against the host Portugal. Portugal keen to make a point after going down in match 5 last night. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Big thanks to Pierce Fletcher again. And we'll be back very shortly with more cricket from the SCG. You're watching the ECN, and this is the FanCode ECI Portugal. The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to the SCG. Vinny Sandu here. This is Rafa Alphonse eating a hot dog. And this is the kind of action you're going to get here on our Sunday office. It's time for match 7. This is the match between the Netherlands. They are taking on Portugal. Rafa isn't in the 11, so he might be helping me out. But first, he's going to finish that Boerewors roll. Let's see what happened at the toss a little bit earlier. Tyrone Peters had the 2 captains for the coin toss for match number 7.
Portugal to call.
Tails.
Tails is a call. And it's a tails.
We'll have about...
Cool.
So Conrad Greenshields wins the toss and next to bat for Portugal. And yeah, they were a little bit disappointing yesterday, weren't they? But I think it's a good opportunity to show what they can do against a Dutch side that's now actually 4-0 if you include the last result. Portugal 1-3 after the first day. But it was a hard schedule for them as well with the 4 matches in the day. And you can see Netherlands, Tim Etman back into the side. That's Zulfikar listed to open. He missed out with the bat last time. And just looking at that side, I mean, it's a strong team, isn't it? And, you know, they have to be favourites. But Portugal, I mean, they've got Goliath and Sean Gomes listed at the top of the order. Said Meisem is in that side as well. Gamire in that side. I mean, they're bat deep. I think it was just a case that they didn't really gel yesterday on the park. And the last time we saw Portugal, they were swept aside by Gibraltar in a 9-run victory, 90-81. So getting ready for the players to enter to the field. And a good opportunity for you to jump into our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. And it looks like just got some late mail here as well that there might have been a late change to the lineup. So I'm just getting that information right now. And yeah, you can see that that the sides are almost ready to enter the field. Anyway, let's get ready for some live action. Netherlands 6-run favourites. Well, I don't know what the supercomputer has been on. Maybe it had a big night. I mean, if you look at the average runs for and against, it would suggest that Netherlands would be a bit firmer favourites than that. Having said that, the supercomputer's got a weird sixth sense sometimes, and I do think Portugal are going to throw everything at the Dutch here. Yeah, so I think the late change was a change of keeper with Goliath listed to have the gloves. Originally, I think it was going to be Miguel Machado. So you can see the Dutch team coming on, so they get a chance to field again. So it might test endurance a little bit with the back-to-back fielding efforts. Just popping my head into the live chat. Maya Patel is there. Said that I've been impressed with Gibraltar in this series. It's a tiny country, so they're limited in personnel, but they're nurturing some decent up-and-coming talent. Well, I'm sure the Gibraltarians will be happy with that feedback from Mayo. And yeah, John Gray saying the gap between Portugal and Gibraltar has narrowed a bit. Netherlands still look like they're in a different league. Definitely the Portuguese and the Gibraltar side will benefit from this experience. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, it was a weird innings, wasn't it? I mean, 2 overs had over half the runs out of the 10 in that last innings from Gibraltar. But right now, it's our first chance to look at Portugal and Kuldeep Galia and Amandeep Singh, the openers here. Amandeep Singh really impressed me yesterday. He's one player that really stood up on a bit of a disappointing day for Portugal as they lost 3 of their 4 matches. And another guy that's impressed me that I'm seeing for the first time live, Alex Roy for the Netherlands. Here's the improvised shirt. Not sure what the luggage situation is. I might have to ask Ratha, who's going to join me as my special guest in a moment, because there was some luggage that went missing. Anyway, time for the start of match number 7. I don't know what ball Kuldeep was swinging out there, and he missed it by a long way. Alex Roy digs it in. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me, my special guest, and not in the side, but definitely in the action, is Ratha Alphonse. Ratha, how are you?
Thanks, Vinny, for having me here. Pretty good. Nice little day here.
It is very nice, and got a couple of things to say to you. There's another ball whistles past the edge of Kudukoya. Firstly, happy birthday for yesterday. Did you have a good birthday?
Thank you. Yeah, it was amazing. Made some runs as well. Nice little day with the boys.
You batted really well, I have to say that. And you're the cornerstone of a big total against Gibraltar in match 3, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Here's Alex Roy. Digs it in this time. He does get something on it. That is going, and it is gone. Maximo! Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again. It was strike 1, strike 2, but the third ball out of the ground, about a shoulder-high bounce up, disappears, and you'd appreciate that. That was a good cricket shot.
Yeah, pretty good shot. Bit short from Roy, but I'm sure he'll come back.
I'm sure he will. I wonder if he sticks with the short stuff or maybe pitches up. He pitches up, it's angled away. That's really good batting. Golia just needed that one to get away. This was the kind of shot he'd been missing earlier in the over, but now he's just adjusted to the pace. And well, this field is lightning quick, isn't it, Ratha? Yeah,
not a bad ball at all from Roy. Yeah, I've been enjoying the ground here. It's pretty quick. Good outfield if you're batting. Not that good when you're fielding.
Yeah, well, it said it's a bit like fielding on the moon. I don't know what that would be like. There's a few moon rocks out there. It's a different atmosphere, and you can't trust your perception. Anyway, this is Fuller from Roy, knocked away, and they will get a single. Yeah, he scored 66 off 24 yesterday. What I thought all the way along, we've been here for a couple of weeks, of course, with the domestic games. Once batters are in, they're really hard to dislodge because they're getting such value. And I think you showed as well, you don't have to be too funky with your stroke play. You can just play cricket shots. You get full value here. Here's Roy. I'll spoil the over. It will be a while to be re-bowled. But I mean, what's it like being in Portugal? Is this the first time you've been here?
In Portugal, no. I went on a vacation 4 years ago with some friends in Albufeira. But it's a long time ago. This is my first time properly playing cricket in Portugal. The weather is nice.
It's a beautiful place to watch, isn't it?
It's unbelievable. It's great. The cricket is nice, and yeah, been enjoying the time so far. And here comes Roy again.
Yep. So still trying to finish this over, and this will be the end of the over. The score is 12 without loss, so they do get something out of it. Portugal be looking to maybe 120 plus. Did you know, Ratha, this is actually the 100th event we've ever done on the European Cricket Network, and now you are a part of it.
I actually didn't, and on my birthday as well. We started it on my birthday.
On your birthday.
What a special day. April 8th, guys.
April 8th. Remember, put it in your diary. It's Ratha Alphonse Appreciation Day. Also, happy Easter to everyone. I know a few people saying happy Easter. Hello to John Gray. Hello to Nick as well, and to everyone else that's been jumping in the chat. Happy Easter. And yeah, if anyone got questions for Ratha, now might be a good time. Don't mind a few random questions as well. This is my last day actually working for a couple of weeks. I've done about 10 weeks on the tour. I'll step aside for just a couple of weeks. I'll be back in 2 weekends to be with Rico, who's already in Cyprus. Have you ever been to Cyprus?
Nope. I know a few of my teammates have been.
Everywhere is cool, really. There
yeah.
you go. Everywhere's got something to look forward to. Anyway, it's going to be Ellenbus to share the new ball, and he's going to get top-edged away for 4. And that's the luck. I mean, that's still intent, isn't it? There's the intent there to play an attacking stroke. And it's funny how often you'll get a bit of luck if you're trying to play shots. That one flies over the keeper for 4.
I think that's the most important thing in the T10. The intent. And sometimes it pays off and sometimes it doesn't. But everyone gets out. And I like the intent from the Portuguese batsman early on.
Yeah, for sure. It was there. Yeah, so in Cyprus, when I get there, one of the things I'll be looking forward to is the nut shop. And I will clarify that in a second. At first, here's Ellenbus. They have a shop which is all nuts. And I'm talking nuts that you wouldn't even think would exist. I'm talking flavoured nuts. How about you? You like to jam a few nuts in your mouth from time to time?
I love nuts. Nuts are amazing.
Yeah, and I'm talking chocolate-covered, salty. I'm talking all kinds. And Rico, I think he would have been hightailing it in the taxi this morning, straight to the nut shop. And that's not a paid endorsement. Can I remember the name? No, but I remember it's pretty close to the hotel. So, yeah, then maybe let us know what your favourite nuts are in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Questions for Rath Alphonse, wicket-keeper batter from the Netherlands. Anyway, right now, quietly, Ellen Bass, he doesn't have nuts on his mind. He's got the new nut, and he's whistled a couple past Golia. Yeah, so, yeah, Portugal, I think I was a little bit disappointed in the fact that they couldn't show a bit more yesterday, but they do have 2 matches. I think fatigue, a bit of a factor. This is a really good shot from Golia. There goes large. That one's into cow corner. Maximo. Ellen Bass gets a little bit short. Might have been that slightly slower bouncer as well. That's dug in. And that one disappeared. What a shot.
Yeah, great intent from especially Golia. he's getting on 21 from.
Yeah, 21 in quick time. I think that's
almost faced all the balls.
Yeah, I think
actually.
I think he has actually. So it's only one ball Amdeep Singh's face. So 21
from 9
at the moment. Question from Corey Rutgers, who's popped into the chat. Oh, he's stirring the pot as usual. I can't believe he's out of bed. Happy Easter, Corey. I bet he's hammering into some chocolate eggs, knowing him. Anyway, he said, Ratha, after being relegated with Kampong, do you feel bad leaving them for the enemy HCC? Wink face, love Rut. Yeah, I know Kampong, you were promoted to the top class last year. Unfortunately, back down. So talk to us about the move.
Yeah, so we promoted with Kampong after 25 years.
This one rushes in, but there's nobody in the infield in that area, so they'll get a single. But, I mean, is that obviously you want to be playing top-class cricket, I think.
Exactly, and when we relegated, you know, I looked at my options. Obviously, I still love Kampong. I've been there for 7-8 years. But sometimes you look at your options, and, yeah, HCC looked good to me as a wicketkeeper. And my betting options are great there.
And I think, yeah, also as a keeper, that's important because it's a specialist position, and sometimes that can affect where you want to play your cricket.
Yeah, I agree.
I know that very well.
I agree. It's a really underrated position. But yeah, do I feel bad? Yeah, I do. But I wish them the best, of course, for next season.
I'm sure they'd understand as well. You've given a lot to the club, and so he's just stirring the pot. Don't let Rutt get under your skin on a Sunday as we get to the end of the second over. It is 24 without loss after 2. Have a look at the table. Portugal and the Netherlands playing this one at the moment. Portugal and Gibraltar with identical records, though Portugal are much better on the net run rate. So they're in second place. But, you know, there's 2 ways to grab second place. One of them would be to upset the Netherlands. The other one would be for the winner of match number 8 coming up, which is the Portugal versus Gibraltar clash that I think will probably decide who is second and who is bottom of the table. Anyway, this is worked away for 1. Just flicked away. Alex Roy coming back for a second over. So, I mean, you were born in the Netherlands, right?
I'm born in the Netherlands.
Born in the Netherlands. You're Netherlands born, Netherlands bred, and playing cricket from quite an early age in the Netherlands, right?
Yeah. I started when I was 12, actually. So that's 11 years I'm playing. Yep.
Yeah. So we were talking about that a bit earlier with Pierce. This is short. Again, trying out the short stuff. Swatted down this time. Steep square leg. Collier dominating the strike so far. He's moved to 23. That's 23 out of the 26 runs so far. Again, they keep trying him out with that short ball. Yeah, so we were kind of just commenting that in the Netherlands there is that structure for kids to get into cricket a bit easier as compared to some of the other continental countries. This one's the leading edge, hanging, and this will probably run away. It's a really good effort. I think he's kept this in. We'll just have to check this out on the replay. It's, I think they keep that to 2. Let's check the feet here. That's fine. Knocks it away, no problem. Good bit of fielding. Fielding's so important. That's Ellen Bass out there. But, I mean, you've been keeping mostly, but not every game, right? We've seen you in the...
I've been in the field as well.
Yeah, you've been in the field as well. Yeah. So it's a bit different, isn't it, this field? And it just seems sometimes, because it is a bit hazy, the background, there's a lot of sky in the background. It's just
Yeah.
It's tough to pick the ball up sometimes.
Yeah, so when I'm standing there, where Roel Verhaag is standing now, I can barely see the bowler running in from where Roy is. Well, I can see him obviously, but it's different. Like
Yeah.
it's like low there and low here, and like the pitch is like in the middle.
Yeah. I mean, it's cool to watch. It just throws you out a little bit, I think, when you're on the field. This is just whipped away nicely, and that's going to go all the way Maximo. Well, Alex Roy just gets a bit leg stumpish, doesn't he? And it's a nice bit of timing as Amandeep Singh gets going. Now, he's been put to the top of the order. He's one guy. He's kind of very early in his international career, but he stepped up yesterday. I think he was the best player for Portugal. So, being given an opportunity at the top of the order. We saw him batting as low as like 9, I think, yesterday. What a good opportunity for him as well. I think maybe you realise, maybe you don't, what a great experience it is for Portugal and Gibraltar here. And even the other teams when they've met you in the ECC to kind of see your standards, try and replicate what you're doing. And I think that you guys have done a great service to the game in the continent. Anyway, this is absolutely banged. I mean, that is proper class from Amandeep. Watch this one race to the fence.
Yeah, this is a great shot. Great power play from Portugal, to be honest. 38 from it. Off to a flying start here. Yeah, obviously it's great for us as well to play some cricket against other nations. I think it's a great platform, the European cricket platform, elevating cricket in Europe. It's great, and hopefully we have more tourists coming. To other countries, playing against other countries.
Yeah, well, obviously it's great to have you in the ECI for the first time. This is only our second men's series we've done. We've also done 2 women's series, which I think is a really great step. And there's been a lot of demand to get some women's cricket on ECN. And I think the international format has been really popular so far. 7 countries have taken part in our ECIWs this year. And I'm sure there'll be more to come. Time for Clayton Floyd in over number 4. Into the power play, and as you said, it's been a pretty good one. This is hit into the gap, and this is going to be 4. And well, both 2 up and motoring Portugal. They've woken up on the right side of the bed today, and they're up in the 40s already.
Yeah, Clayton Floyd's first ball. Mostly brings something special to the side. Let's see what he got in store for the rest of his 5 balls. He, great bowler. Obviously, I will be playing with him at HCC. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, he's a character as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
I like the one that he kind of puts in the air and it just drops and bounces. The one where he kind of takes all the
wide
air
outside off.
out of the ball, yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. I know Corey says you call that going shopping. Anyway, a pretty good stop, I think. Again, we'll have to check that one from Ellen Bass. It's, yeah, he did well. Again, he's just, you got to give yourself the best chance of stopping the ball, getting down and dirty. Fine. Does he touch it again? Around here is where I have concerns. That touch there, I mean, yeah, you can't say he's touching the rope. To me, it looks like a clean stop. So, Yellow Bus deserves a drink of water. What's it like having Stefan Myberg in the setup as well?
Yeah, for some of the young players,
Just be a single, I think. Clayton throws anyway.
So when I was 14, I watched the Netherlands versus Ireland game, obviously, where he scored 63 out of, I don't know, even 20 balls. And we got qualified for the World Cup. I was 14 at that time, and now having him as a manager in the side with all his experience, yeah, it's a great addition, of course.
Yeah. Recently retired. This is up. And in the block hole, just a single. So, yeah, Floyd keeping things reasonably quiet at the moment. 8 off this over. Still a pretty good opening partnership here for Portugal. Yeah, so he brings a lot of experience to the table, and it just seems like a great stabilising influence around the group.
Yeah, great guy.
Tries the reverse on.
Yeah, great guy. Knows a lot about the game, and that's awesome. We obviously had Tim de Lede, also a guy with a lot of experience, and Steph is bringing the same to the side.
That's pretty well hit down the ground, and a really good stop. I mean, I don't know what he stops it with, but he does stop it. That's Boris Gawley down there. And, yeah, he put everything on the line. This might have been an old throat punch, but he puts himself in the position to stop the ball. This is the little Tortuga at the end. Yeah, that'll That'll take the wind out of you, but he does make the stop, and it also is the end of the over. So it's 48 without loss after 4.
Yeah, Portugal still steadying on. 48 after 4. Golia on 32 from 16. Great start from him.
Yeah, he's been good. You know, again, you've got to put guys up there that have some recent form, and I think that he's one guy did make some good runs in the ECS. 48 without loss after 4. So pretty consistent scoring around the 120 zone. And Portugal will feel if they can turn it on, they could probably defend that. Obviously, it's going to be tough, but you know, they're going to have to probably play above their level. You guys probably have to have a bit of an off game to see an upset. But of course, you might remember, I'm not sure you were part of the squad or the team when Portugal actually beat the Netherlands in ECC 21. But that was a dramatic game because Portugal, they had lost 6 in a row. They had to beat you guys and then win their other game to even make the finals. They did both. I think they said to me the night before, we know we're not going to make the finals, and they found a way to do it. And then in a rain-reduced game against Hungary in the 3 versus 4 eliminator, they hit 150 in 8 overs. Anyway, this is up in the air, and it's going to be a chance. A tough one, though. He's dropped it. Wow. That's Saqib Zulfikar, who is a very, very good fielder. But again, this one comes out of the sky. He makes a good effort, and he gets 2 hands to it, but he just can't hold on.
Yeah, really well bowled by Saqib. Unfortunately, couldn't cling on to the catch.
Yeah,
let's have a look here.
The top spinner again forces the miss hit. And yeah, all the sunglasses in the world weren't going to make that catch easier.
Just kept going away from him.
Oh, this is hit, and it's hit hard, and it's caught like a bullet. And what a catch that is. Sebastian Bratt, the captain. It was almost like a slips catch, but at 45 metres, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because it was actually smashed by Amardeep Singh, who becomes the first wicket to fall. 50 comes up, 50 partnership came up, but also the first wicket falls 50 for 1.
Great catch from Sebastian Braat. Saqib Zulfikar, when he comes on, he always brings something special to the field. And here he is again, picking up the wicket from the set batsman.
Yeah, it's a really good catch, and that's what good teams do. They find a way, don't they? Okay, it was a tough one that went down. Saqib Zulfikar kind of running over the shoulder, trying a basket catch. But this is a really good view of it. It is travelling. He's lower than the pitch there because we talked about the fact that the ground slopes away. So I actually think he catches this below sea level, if you like, or below pitch level.
Exactly.
But
look at that.
Yeah, look, he disappears.
Can't even see the ball.
Yeah, you can't even see him anymore. But that's a great bit of work from Seb. And he's a great guy to lead the team, isn't he, Sebastian Bratt?
He really is. He has been there from the start, from the first ECC tournament.
Yep, in 21.
Yeah, exactly. And he's still here leading the team. And yeah, he's a great leader, always on and off the pitch, and shows us the way every time.
Yeah, well spoken. I'm sure you're sincere. You're not just trying to get your way back into the 11. I'm sure you mean that. And the next one went to 8 for 1. What I will say is that you guys as a team, you do seem like you have a real bond. You know, obviously you're all playing for different clubs. I know sometimes you come together at a representative level and you know, there's some weird dynamics. But I love the way you guys are off the field with each other. Obviously, I think you're really enjoying touring together. And wait for this, because this is absolutely cracked by Golia. And if you can't pick it, just swing. I think that he just plays this on length, and it's almost a flat bat smack. And this absolutely flew off the bat. There's all hands there from Kuldeep, and he whacks a Maximo out of the ground. That might have been one of the shots of the day. And so I want to know, in between games, you guys are always playing this game.
Mafia.
Yeah.
Always.
And you're sitting there, and I've tried to follow it a couple of times. Obviously, you do it in Dutch, which makes it hard. There's no subtitles. I want you to just try and give a brief synopsis of what you're doing, because I do think it's good. In between games, you try to not think cricket. You're trying to get away. You kind of just...
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't... You know, you leave the coaches to watch and do all that kind of thing, and you just need to take a bit of mental break. Watch this ball getting smacked away. This will take some stopping. It won't be stopped. So again, that is the acceleration zone. That one's up the hill. And Golia has moved to 44 in quick time. What an innings.
Great shot again. Good base. Good shot.
So yeah, Zulfikar, he's gone for a few, but just some good shots. I don't think he's bowled particularly badly, but he had that other chance earlier in the over as well. Last ball of the 5th coming up. And then I want to get the skinny on this Mafia game because it looks like a lot of fun. There's always a lot of noise happening. Good adjustment. This is timed well, though. Even that went about 40 metres off the bat of goal. It moves to 45. End of the 5th over. Portugal, good start to their day. 62 for 1. After 5. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rafa Alphonse from the Netherlands. Nice to have you as my guest. Happy birthday yesterday.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys are always playing this game. And so just explain what it is, Mafia.
So we're always sitting in a circle, and it's we always do it as a team bonding game. It's amazing. So we always have like 3 mafias.
Okay.
And the red cards are the mafia. The black cards are like the citizens.
Okay.
If you get a mafia card, like no one knows what you have. If you get like a mafia card, the mafia knows who the mafia is.
Okay.
They work with each other and try to kill the citizens. But all the citizens, no one knows. The citizens don't know who the mafia is and who the citizens are. So the mafia, it's against.
So
mafia
it's a guessing game. It's a guessing game.
It's a guessing game.
And you've got, and I think it. Well, I think this is going to be a wicket. And Goliath gets the strike back, but he won't reach his 50. He gets nailed by that Yorker from Dutt. So Aryan Dutt steps up and his very first ball crashes into the stump. 62 for 2. What a bit of bowling that was.
Yeah, Aryan Dutt, he's happy. I'm happy for him. Great ball. Great Yorker in. And Duddy getting his first T10 6 actually. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah, is that right?
Today it was his first
I
T10
had no idea.
6
And it was the first
for
ball
the
he
Netherlands.
faced.
And the first ball he faced.
Absolutely hammered it.
Can you
didn't he?
believe that?
I mean, this time last week, I'm pretty sure he's playing cricket in South Africa.
Yeah.
And we were watching on the TV here. You know, it's a bit surreal that we were watching Aryan there.
And now he's here.
Yeah.
That's what the ECN can bring to you.
Yeah, and now he's here. So it was a bit of a surreal moment, but this isn't a spinner. You know, that's just jammed in. And Goliath probably could have had a look at that one. Hindsight's 20/20, I know. He shows the stumps, and Aryan knocks him over. 62 for 2. Conrad Greenshield's coming in at the number 4 spot. So 2 new batters at the crease now with Najam Shazad and Greenshields trying to keep things rolling. Greenshields had a bit of an off day with the bat yesterday. Looked a bit tired, to be honest. And made a 6-ball duck against the Netherlands. This time, he won't make a duck, as this is hit down the ground. And I might be wrong, but I don't think we've seen a duck today. And I thought we might have a special Easter-themed duck because it is Easter Sunday today. I know a lot of people are observing that. Yes, we've had the cartoon duck. I don't know if you've noticed, Rafa, following people off the field in this Portugal series.
A cartoon duck?
Yeah. Okay, maybe you can show the duck just to show Rafa Andrus. See, look, Andrus is amazing. Watch this. There you go.
Oh, look at it.
So I'm not trying to jinx it. Both these guys have scored, so this is why at least I haven't jinxed them.
And the duck will pop up when someone gets the duck.
Yeah. But yeah, this is the longest we've gone without a duck. I mean, Rico would be saving his noise. Because when Rico's not here, you know Rico does the duck noise when there's a duck. He does the quack, quack, quack.
Yeah.
I'm not that good at it, but then I get the duties. When he's not here, I have to try and do the quack, quack, quack noise.
I have a feeling you're jinxing me right now for my next game.
Yeah. Do you want to just look at the duck? Hope not. This is well bowled. Jams in another Yorker. Up in the block hole. He's worked away for 1. So he's doing well here. Aryan Dutt not giving him any space to breathe.
Yeah, great over from Dutt. Big wicket from Golia. And now just keeping the run rate down a bit. This over.
They've kind of been on that 120 pace all the way along. Now it's just taken a bit of a dip over the last 4 deliveries. This is what he can do as well. It's called a wide. And I know wides are harsh here in ECN, but I think that kind of has to be in a 10-over game. You want
Let's have a
bowlers
look.
to encourage it. It's a tough one.
Tough one.
Because you got to judge it where the ball passes the popping crease, which is often difficult to do from front on. But if it's not completely inside the line, it'll be called. This one is a bit closer. It's up and it's out of the ground. Maximo! Najam Shazad, well, he made some runs yesterday he was one of the shining lights with the bat for the Portuguese. Again, he plays this more or less like he's playing a medium pacer. He lifts that one up over the leg side. Nice batting and 6 runs.
And this guy was batting 10 yesterday? What were you saying?
He wasn't batting 10, but yeah, we saw him. I'm trying to think of the position he was in when he made the 50. He was in the middle order. Experienced player though. And he was captaining Portugal in ECC 21 when Portugal beat the Netherlands. End of the over. So yeah, that does get the breakthrough. Still goes for 11, so not a total write-off for Portugal. They are 73 for 2 after the 6th over. So yeah, Najam Shazad, like I said, he's a very experienced player. He's had a little bit of time away from the national setup, but he's back in and making his presence felt. 45 for goal. He got them off to a flyer. Amandeep Singh with 15. One thing though, I've noticed you guys hardly give away any extras. There's 3 wides in this innings through 6 overs, which is a pretty good effort.
Yeah, we always try to stay as disciplined as possible. That's one of the most important things in a team. On and off the field, stay disciplined. Doesn't matter if we're winning by 80 runs or 20 runs or 1 run. We always want to give our 100%. And that's also what you see in our bowling and in our extras.
Yeah, that's a really good point you make. Here's Sebastian Bratt, who's coming on, and this one's knocked down in the infield. It's giving Seb a bit of gentle ribbing because he tends to just bowl the 10th over and want to clean up with the wickets column. And so he's bringing himself on in the 7th here. Clayton makes a good stop there. Yeah, so Najam Shazad yesterday, 60 off 24, batting at 5. And that was in match 2. And Portugal put on 164 against Gibraltar. That was their only win yesterday, Portugal. And they did lose to Gibraltar in game 5. This is that slower bouncer. It's not cleanly handled by Verhagen behind the stumps. And they get through for 1. I know that Surab Zalpuri is in the chat right now. Kampong teammate of yours, right? He's saying...
Ex-teammate.
Well, okay. I wasn't going to go there just yet. But he said your co-commentator, Rathap himself, has a secret leg spinning skill set. Is this true? Are you a bit of a closet leg spinner?
I've been trying to tell Piers and he's not believing me.
He told me Assad is a bit of a leg spinner as well. Assad's off cup. In the air, but luck's a fortune. This will fly. And I think it's going to be 4. Yeah, they'll probably just have a quick look at this, but it seemed to fly on the first bounce over the rope. So a bit late on that, but again, he's trying to play an attacking shot, and it works out okay. There you see the one bounce over the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, I mean, leg spins, I think it's the hardest thing to do because it's such an unnatural thing.
Yeah, I started off as a leggy actually in the Dutch under-13s. And I remember the keeper there got injured, and I was a football keeper at the time, a goalkeeper.
Ah, yeah.
And I just put the gloves on, and that went really well.
That was the rest of history. It's actually pretty similar to how I started. I was a bowler up until I was 18, but I was always, how do you want to say it, not hoping the keeper would get injured, but if it ever happened, couldn't wait. But I knew I couldn't bowl and keep. It's not really sustainable. But then when I started playing senior cricket, that's what I did as my skill. But the thing is, I didn't automatically become a better batter. You know how like keepers normally considered these days top 6 batter or at least top 7. My batting was okay. I was a number 9. I stayed a number 9, so I was a bit of an oddity that way. But yeah, I do miss keeping. That's why I appreciate keepers, and obviously you're a very talented keeper. You got a couple of other really good keepers in your team. That's obvious as well. Obviously Scott Edwards is a guy we saw come through on ECN. In 2019, obviously now captaining the national team, which I think is always tough if you're keeping and captaining. I know it can be done, but for me, it's hard because maybe I'm a bit of a keeping nerd, but I always felt I wanted 100% of my attention on the job I was doing because it was such an important job. But yeah, have you ever captained and kept at the same time?
I have once in the Kampong under-19 national tournament.
Yeah.
And I hated it.
Yeah. It can be done. Well, that is an absolute blast from Greenshields, who turns on it, gets the pace on delivery from Sebastian Bratt. Some skipper-on-skipper action. This one disappears for 6. What a shot that is from Conrad.
Yeah. Well picked off there on the legs. And let's see what Braat has in store next ball.
These two are actually really good friends, Conrad and Sebastian Braat. They've been club teammates before, right? So this is an interesting battle So, yeah, wonder if Brunt goes to the slower ball here. But I think that's what Conrad would be expecting, and Seb would know that's what he's expecting.
Exactly.
So will he do...
We have a little mafia going on
It's
here.
a bit like Mafia,
We
yeah.
have a little bit of mafia going on
Is
here.
it going to
Let's
be
see.
like a triple bluff or a quadruple bluff deep in the crease? I guess you just have to react to what you see. It is the slower ball. He doesn't quite get it out of the middle, but he will drag it away for 1.5. They decide in the end that they're not going to take on the 2. End of the over, 7 overs down, and the score is 88 for 2. Just a reminder that we have cricket from Cyprus from tomorrow. There'll be 5 matches there. Rico Full will be there, and Nishay Butt will be there with him for pretty much the first half and probably the first 3 quarters of the tournament before I come back for the finals there in Cyprus. And then we'll be in Milan for a couple of weeks, been in Austria for a couple of weeks. Again, these ECIs, most of the ECS tournaments will have ECIs tacked on the end. I think it's a great way to cap off our adventures. And, well, Ratha, if you ever retire from cricket, I know you're too young to do that, get on the tour. It's a great time.
Yeah, why not?
What job would you like to do if you were part of the blue crew here, the ECN crew? Anyone stick out? Do you even understand what anyone does, or you just...
I just see
people milling around, right?
That's all I see, actually.
I'll tell you what, this can be a job interview if you want. This is an absolute blast. And Tyrone is going back, and he almost pulls off a screamer. And that one's up here. That has to be one of the biggest hits we've seen as Conrad goes large. That is a Maxi Waximo. How about that shot from Green Shields? And that's Floyd as well. He's taken down, and look, he's loved it. And...
Look at him.
Got the poker face on, but he has loved that. Well, I'm going to stop our conversation for a second because that was absolutely huge. That was coming up to the patio area. Tossed it up again. He goes offside, but it could be 6 and out. It is. So he takes the bait, doesn't he? Goes shopping, and it's Ellen Bass that takes the catch. He looks relieved. And I think so's Floyd, because he got hit for one of the biggest 6s we've seen here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. But then he gets his man the next ball. 15 for Green Shields, but gone. It's 94 for 3.
Yeah, there we see that change up again from Floyd. That loopy outside off variation. Great catch by Elebas there.
Yeah, so it's a clever bit of bowling from Floyd. And I didn't mind the shot either. I think he goes offside. He kind of goes with the angle. I think the shot was on. He just didn't quite get it out of the middle, so he'll be disappointed to go in that fashion. Yeah, Nick's saying Josh Butler seems to manage okay. Here's what I would say. I'm not saying he's talking about keepers and captaining. I just noticed, as a keeper, that almost always the keeping suffers even a little bit. You know, even MS Dhoni, who is probably the most famous example, doing it for a long time, I just saw him sometimes making what I would call concentration errors, which I don't think he would have made if he didn't have the burden of the captaincy. So I'm not saying that they shouldn't do it. I'm just saying it's very difficult. Tim Payne's probably the other example recently, I think, did a very good job, and his keeping didn't suffer too much. But put it this way, it certainly doesn't improve your keeping, having the burden of making those decisions, because you've only got a finite amount of brain power, I think. But yeah, Nick, appreciate that example. Anyway, left-hander comes out, and he's going to get lucky. This is Parveen Singh, who's playing his first weekend of international cricket. It's a great opportunity, obviously, for you to play some international cricket. Obviously, you have ambitions of playing for the full Dutch team, I'm sure, as pretty much most of your team would. I think also for a player like Parveen Singh, it's a great way for him to get involved. Anyway, this is up and it's out of here. Shazad goes long now. 100's up for Portugal. They're building a decent total here. 101 up in 7.4 overs.
Yeah, 14 balls to go and 100 up. They will look to make the most out of it. Good shot.
Yeah, Shazad's a bit of a beast.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously this format puts you under pressure, right? And that's what it's designed for. It's designed to make you a bit uncomfortable, actually, but it makes for really interesting cricket. Wants to go again. That's a good comeback ball from Floyd. That one stays inside the tram line when it passes the crease. Yeah, how do you enjoy the T10 format?
It's actually changed a lot in my playing style 3 years ago.
Yes. Oh, he almost gets back here. I don't know. This is going to be a super interesting replay. I felt there's no way he could get back, but the keeper had a lot to do here. Does he get back? And watch the bounce of the bat. Oh. I think he's back, yeah. So the thing is that quite often, because we got the frame by frame, the bat will bounce, but I think that it bounces after the bails go down. Because we just look at the exact moment that the bails come off, which I think is probably either there or the next frame. And I think for both of those frames, even that, it looks like it's thinking about bouncing, but I don't think you can give that out on that evidence. Because you have to be pretty sure that it's lifted enough. So, I mean, the other thing is live. If you didn't have the frame by frame, you'd say it's definitely not out because he definitely gets the bat down. But yeah, I think it's a good decision in the end, even though I'm always on the keeper's side. But it's 101 for 3 after 8 as Arian Dutt comes back. You must be loving, tell you what I would be loving as a keeper in this format and playing on ECN, the third umpire for line decisions. Because one of the banes of my life was knowing I'd stumped a guy and getting a not out decision. I will say I used to get a bit grumpy, especially if very occasionally when I wasn't playing top level cricket towards the end, you just have a batter of the other team as a square leg umpire and they give you nothing. In fact, I'm not proud of this, but there was one time I definitely had a guy crossed his feet over leg side stumping, which as a keeper, you're happy about it. I was so grumpy that I then kept deliberately knocking the bails off every ball for the rest of the day just to make the guy come and fix them up. Words were said.
I'm guilty.
It wasn't my finest moment. And, yeah, it was probably Mr. Pestimo more than Mr. Maximo that day. But, I mean, stumping's your currency. Keepers love stumping, so I don't think people realise how much we love it, actually.
I need to admit I'm guilty of that as well.
Yeah?
In the Dutch competition.
Get grumpy sometimes?
Yeah, get grumpy, knock the bails off just to get the guy back.
This is up, but not quite out of the middle. It'll go, though. Maximo Shazad. He takes on the fielder and wins. And Dutt, again, I think they're playing Arian reasonably well here because they know there's not going to be too many that are tossed up. So he just plays a bit like a medium pacer, whips it away, gets over Saqib.
Yeah, they're just keeping a great base and just hitting him off as like a medium pace bowler.
Takes a bit of pace off this, but he goes the same direction. Maximo! Cameo from Shazad. Well, there Bucks he's got the duties. He's going to have to go find that one. That's an Easter egg hunt that he wasn't planning on. Has to find it in the bush. But back-to-back Maximo's good batting from Najam Shazad. Here's the other thing. And there you go. He's found it. Oh, maybe he didn't find it. I'd be scared because, okay, if we lose the ball, that's one thing. But what if we lose Bucks in the bushes and someone's going to have to go fish him out? Anyway, he's going to get a bit of help there. That's probably smart. Don't scratch yourself up, Bucks. Anyway, the other thing I really liked about keeping, I know it's a weird thing, but as a kid, I loved knocking the bails off.
Yeah.
Like hit it. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Literally.
There's all these different ways you can do it, right? And I used to fantasize about 2 batters at one end, and I have so much time to do it. Right, this one is up in the air, but it's not going to go as far enough, though. Maximo, 3 on the spin from Shazad. And Portugal up and away. They have form. They have beaten the Netherlands before in this format. At the moment, looks like you're staring down a decent-sized chase, Ratha.
Yeah, I mean, Shazad really is.
I'm just looking at the comments, and Nick is talking about when players have to umpire their own teams. And he said, my old skipper used to say, no LBWs. They didn't give us any when
Classic.
he made him umpire.
Classic.
Well, this is going to be a sneak down the leg side, and I think this is going to be 5 wides. No, it's off the pad, but still it's a boundary. So 3 sixes, and then this one, check it out. Yeah, just slid off the pad, didn't it? And that's why Verhagen already would have been a tough take, but he had no chance. And another boundary up to 125 with 7 balls remaining. Yeah, so yeah, Kroom also has got a few comments on players umpiring. Yeah, I'll actually teach you one of my favourite stump knocking off routines. Okay, as we get to the end of the over, it's 9 overs down, 126 for 3. So all right, here is I'm going to teach you this, Ratha, as I'm here our new dream box on the patio. So you can knock the bails off. You know, we've got these stumps that are on the base, and I used to do what I called, it was like the guitar. So I would knock the bails off, and as I did it, I would kind of put the stumps on an angle, and I'd strum it. All right. So I'm giving that. If you get a situation where you got a bunch of time, play the air guitar. Okay. That's my challenge to you. That's me passing on the important bits of wicket keeping with Rafa Alphonse, who I'm sure we'll see behind the stumps a little bit later in the day. Let's get back to the action because Portugal putting on a bit of a show here. 126 for 3 after 9. And
there's a skipper.
Yeah, Sebastian Braat getting the 10th, which he likes to bowl. This is a slower ball. Doesn't want the run because he wants to strike Shazad. The other one, I'll give you, this is a bit more of a difficult one, is what I call the mic drop, where, again, you need to have a lot of time. They have to be out by a lot, but you just drop the ball on top of the bails. So you don't actually take it off. You just like a mic drop.
Yeah, I know a thing of two about having a lot of time and knocking the bails off.
Yeah, and it's funny you brought that up when I was searching for the clip earlier. You probably noticed me trying to find it on my phone. I couldn't find it. But you missed the stumps when, I think was it last ball of the innings, or it was definitely late in the piece. And they tried to run it by, and you had the guy run out by about 10 metres.
The batsman saw me running to the stumps. He walked away.
Yeah, he walked away. He wasn't even trying to run anymore, and you missed the stumps. And then you were running so fast, it took you about 6 metres to
run back.
Yeah, to hit the brakes. I think I saw smoke come off your shoes because you were hitting the brakes so hard. And eventually, you completed the run out. Anyway, Braat's bowling a good last over here. Shazad wants a piece of him. There's that slow ball. This will be a wide, though. Sebastian won't like it, though. I love how grumpy Sebastian gets about wide calls. But to me, yeah, he doesn't move early, and it's a big wide. Seb needs to put his glasses on.
Yeah, it shows a lot of discipline, the discipline side of our captain. He just doesn't like extras.
He is amongst the grumpiest, passive-aggressive, wide questioners in the game. And I say that with love.
Exactly. Every run is a run.
The line belongs to the batter in ECN cricket. Slight difference. This one is paced on. It's hit high in the air. Tough chance, but well taken. Skip Zulfiqar ends the show of Shazad, but he did contribute 38 in pretty quick time. Portugal up and motoring, but they lose the jump in the last over. It's 127 for 4.
Yeah, Braat doing what he always does. Coming into the last over, picking up the important wickets. And that's 3 balls without Shazad on the crease. Could be important in the end.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, the thing is, that's a wide earlier in the over, but it's what I call, it's an acceptable wide because you've got a plan, you're trying to kind of flirt with the wide line. That's much different to, say, losing a ball down the leg side or, just an ill-directed delivery. That's just a slight error in execution, and I think a lot of bowlers, they would much prefer to bowl a wide out there than kind of get too straight, get whacked away for 4 or 6. Junaid Khan gets a bat here at 6. Again, he's an impact player. He's probably a slow ball first up from Braat, if I know him. Kinda. Anyway, it's hit, and it's hit pretty well. It's going to run away to the boundary inside half of the bat. Again, Sebastian will not be too happy with that as Portugal pass 130.
Handy runs coming for Portugal again. Yeah, they're passing 130 with 2 balls to go. I think they would be pretty happy. They would have taken this any day, all day.
Yeah, well, this is a real test for their bowling now because they've got what I would call probably an above par score, maybe a par score for this contest to test your batting.
Yeah,
of 130 odd. 2 to come still. He swings hard at this, but a little bit late on it. I'll just get the 1, so Parveen, the left-hander, will get to face the last ball. Yeah, I think your batters would appreciate the test here. I think that, again, it's a chase that you'd back yourselves to execute, but also, even with your long batting lineup, if no one really fires, if people get tied down, then that rate could increase. It's going to start around that 13.5 and over required.
Yep. It's going to be our first time chasing over 100 in Portugal.
He chops on last ball, so 132 as Braat always gives you a couple of wickets, and today's no exception. He finishes with 2 for 21, so not bad figures at all for the Dutch skipper, but Parveen just Kind of got cramped for room here on the cut, didn't he? Down onto the stump. So, yeah, 133. In a word, are you guys going to chase this or not?
Obviously.
Very good word. Ratha, you've been a wonderful commentator, and I know we'll see you on the park a little bit now, but yeah, very, very happy to have you here. And thanks very much to everyone in the chat, including Sorup, who was piping in, and Corey, of course. We had Corey in the chat as well. But right now, let's go back and look at some of the highlights. Much better performance from Portugal, reeling after that loss in match 5 last night. Golia, he was on fire early, wasn't he? And, okay, missed the first couple of balls, but he did miss too many after that. 45 off 21, got them moving, along with Amandeep Singh. So really, all top 4 getting to at least 15. Just a bit more of a consistent performance from the Portuguese.
Yeah, I think the Dutch bowlers will be looking at their bowling later on the stream. Some good shots here from Portuguese batsmen. And one thing that got into my head right now is they didn't even let Sean Gomes have a bet.
Yeah, exactly. So he was probably going to come in, I think, at 5. Yeah, but they didn't really need him. And then when they went towards the end, they kind of went for more, I suppose, boundary-focused hitter kind of players. Otherwise, I think we would have seen him in the 5 spot. But you're right, that's a really good observation that he doesn't bat out of the 6 people we saw come to the crease. That was a brilliant catch, wasn't it, by Sebastian Braat. And look, the thing that was so impressive for me is, I won't say it was the best bowling performance, but I wouldn't say it was a real off-bowling performance either from your guys. I think, they kind of executed their skills reasonably well. It wasn't like there was a bunch of bad balls here. Just some really good batting, I think. And, a couple of guys that got in, they stayed in for an extended period. That was Golia, who went after the first ball from Aryan Dutt. He was gone for 45 off 21. But even when they lost that wicket, they didn't really lose too much pace. They kind of hovered at this 12 to 13 and over throughout this 10 overs. And this was a real show that Najam Shahzad put on. He went 6-6-6 and he kicked a 4. Then late in the piece, we saw Green Shields coming to the party as well. Hit a huge 6 off Clayton Floyd. This is it here. And Tyrone almost catches that. It's out of the camera because it went so far. In fact, we should just say that he caught it. But Floyd got him next ball. So even then, you think that might slow things down. But then Shahzad, he just kept the party going with a bunch of 6s. Portugal 132, and this game, it's at least a coin flip, isn't it? But again, I think it's a really good test, and I can't wait to see how your guys respond under a bit of pressure.
No, I think you're totally right. All credit must go to the Portuguese batsmen as well. Everyone showed intent from the first ball they came on, and that's what T10 all about. You asked me the question, what's the most important thing? I think it's intent.
Yeah, and I think it was shown there from the Portuguese. Well, Bucks, we almost lost him in the bushes, but we got him back, so that was good. And it reminds me of remember Capella, and we had the painter. You remember the painter who was involved in a bit of off-the-field action? A few of our viewers might remember that. This was a good catch from Saqib late in the piece. As a couple of wickets fell, but they still were able to get that boundary straight after the wicket, so probably didn't hurt them too much. 132, and yeah, just looking at this innings, I mean, the last over was the best over for the Netherlands. Only 6 came off that over, but every single other over was double digits. The lowest over was 11, and that isn't what you typically see with your guys, just able to get a lot of these overs that only go for 3 or 4, dotting up batters consistently. In fact, I don't think we ever had more than 2 consecutive dot balls in the innings, which just shows you they found a way to keep scoring, and that kind of led to the big shot as well, and every single over had a boundary. So look, pretty consistent batting performance from Portugal, much improved. Golia 45 off 21. He set the tone, didn't he? I liked Amandeep Singh at the top of the order as well. Shahzad, he was outstanding, 38 off 18, and Green Shields, probably the biggest hit we've seen so far. 15 off 7 for him. Junaid Khan piped in with a boundary late in the piece. 12 extras, including 8 wides, probably a few extra compared to what we normally see from the Netherlands, but not really a disastrous bowling effort. But you can see there, no one really got taken to the cleaners, but everyone in double-digit economy. 2 for 21 for Braat, also wickets for Clayton Floyd, Saqib Zulfiqar and Aryan Dutt. But anyway, Ratha, should be a good second half of the game.
Yeah, I think so. Once again, credit must go to the Portuguese batting. But I'm pretty sure the Dutch are there in the dugout having a plan ready to chase this down.
Well, I'm calling it golden ball. It's about time we had one. We don't want to hit the 100 tomorrow. So let's see what happens. It's that kind of a score, I think. Really sound to hear Mr. Maximo with Ratha Alphonse. Hope you're enjoying your day. We'll see you after the break for the second half. 133 the Netherlands will need to keep their unbeaten record alive here in this FanCode ECI Portugal. European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to the SCG, the real one. We're at the Santarém Cricket Ground here in Portugal. It's our last day of ECN coverage here, and we've had a great 2 weeks. Weather has been wonderful, currently 24 degrees. We're sitting on the brand new deck today as I've just kind of moved my office up, be around the people. Right now, we've got a good contest on our hands with Portugal taking on the Netherlands. These two met yesterday twice. In match 1, Portugal just posted 85. Netherlands passed it in the 6th over. They also met in match 4. Netherlands kind of battered Portugal out of the contest, 152 to 106. But it might be third time lucky for the Portuguese, who've made a good fist of the first innings, winning the toss and batting here in match number 7. They put 132 for 5 on the board. So 133 will be the target for the Netherlands. And one man that isn't in the 11 this game for the Netherlands, he is my co-commentator, Rafa Alphonse. And of course, you made some very good runs yesterday with 66 not out. I think they could use some good contributions here because this is a tricky target for the Dutch.
It is 133 on the board for Portugal. And that's the first time the Netherlands will be chasing a target over 100. But I'm pretty sure they will be confident chasing it down, having scored 150 twice already in the tournament.
That's true. That is true. I mean, I suppose it's a bit different batting first and not, I suppose, not needing 150. You know, you kind of have the freedom to express yourselves. Netherlands in the series, they've chased down 86 in pretty much 6 overs. Batting first, they've scored 155, 152, 142 in this morning's game as well against Gibraltar. So, I mean, they certainly have been getting these kind of scores, but yeah, the difference here, they need to. Tim Edmund to face the first ball from Junaid Khan. And he's beaten upstairs. Junaid's a pretty handy bowler. He's one of those guys you'd always want on your team. I think he gives 100%. Maybe the bouncer for the over. And he's out there with Asad Zulfikar. But yeah, should be a really interesting 10 overs.
Yeah, Tim Edmund and Asad Zulfikar opening up for the Netherlands. Interesting to see how Tim is going to play with that little nickel he has on his shoulder.
Yeah, but he's a tough cookie, Tim. Drives down the ground. We'll get the first run of the innings. Yeah, Tim Edmund is a player we haven't seen before on ECN. But tell me a bit about him.
Well, I've played a lot with his brother, Niels Edmund, but Tim Edmund, he plays for Excelsior as well. Strong guy, tall lad. Always likes to go hard on the ball, whether it's T10 or test.
Yeah, you can tell he's a hitter.
He is a hitter. He is a hitter.
He's a natural-born hitter.
And when he hits it, he hits it.
That's Zulfikar getting another chance at the top of the order. Missed out earlier. And he slices this away, and he's going to get a boundary. That's smart batting. Wasn't the worst ball from Junaid Khan, but Asad manufactures this one behind point. I like the way kind of lets it come to him a little bit further, and that's why it goes behind point. And once it beats the infield, it races away to the rope. Yeah,
that's a great cricket shot from Asad Zulfikar. Shows you don't always have to go big. Gets on top of the ball and just eases it to the point area there. Great start from Asad.
Yeah, all downhill to the rope here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. Yeah, James saying, if I've abandoned the cube, does it mean the Spiders won? Yeah, they won. I'm going to go check it out later. They will have taken over. There are so many spiders in that cube. Pitched up, takes on the drive, and yeah, really good bit of fielding. I think he does enough here. And that's Suman Gamire. I'll just check this, but to me it looks like he takes off from the field of play and hits it in the air. So have a look at his last step here. Oh, yeah, he's comfortably okay. In fact, he's still got another step inside. So it does very well.
Yeah, great shot from Asad again. Good cricket shot. But good fielding as well there.
Fielding's going to be important, no doubt about it. Well, this is cracked and it's off the fingertips. It's going to fly away for 4. This was a spicy chance. He gets 2 hands to it. But, I mean, he almost tips that for 6 from the infield, which is pretty remarkable. But that was just hit so hard by Asad Zulfikar. The fielder didn't have too much of a prayer.
Great flick there from Asad. Great cricket shot. And we'll see if that's costly mistake there from Portuguese fielder.
Yeah, I mean, it's harsh to call it a chance, but I think it has to be. Said Meisim in that position. That is a fingernail buster. Zulfik off to the races, 10 off 3, just the start they wanted. Now, 20% more careful, blocks, runs, keeps the strike, and decent first over for the Netherlands. Probably a bit of a draw, I think. It's 12 without loss after 1. Just a reminder that we had due a golden ball. 93 matches since we've had a golden ball. Probably golden balls happen on average around once every 75 games, so we're overs this time. And I think this is the kind of game that could produce it. I'm just saying. It's I wouldn't say an impossible target, but it certainly is a target you're going to have to bat well. Conrad Greenshields is going to bowl here. Now, he's had this rotator cuff injury, hasn't bowled at all in the series, and he's been bowling a little bit for his club. Don't think he's meant to be, but he's going to be bowling over number 2. Let's see if he can get this ball moving. It looks like a guy that hasn't bowled in a while. This is short and it gets uppercut out of the ground. Maximo, 6 runs. It was a Gundy ball, really. It was dug in halfway down, but still pretty good shot to get the elevation and the power to clear the rope.
Yeah, lovely shot from Assad. Looks where the fielder is. Doesn't care, still gets it over him. Strong shot from Assad.
Sometimes
I think this is his match to go.
those balls are funny because you feel like you should be smashing them, and sometimes it can force you into an error. I think that ball was way shorter than it was meant to be. It's just a better length from Conrad as he gets that natural out shape and gets through to the keeper. He's just saying, look, maybe he can get off the pitch a bit quicker. I like doing the umpiring. The umpires have done a really good job, I think. I mean, there's a lot going on in these T10 matches. And I'm not joking when I say I think that the ECN umpires, to me, I think they're among some of the best decision makers in the world now, just because the amount of games they're doing, the amount of decisions they have to make. I think they're really decision fit. Greenshields comes in again. This is straighter, and it's hoiked away. Really smart batting as Assad's on a heater in the power play, moves past 20. Yeah, so what's your experience with the umpires? Obviously, hopefully it's a good one.
Yeah, no, my relationship and the experience with the umpires are great, actually. They're doing their job. They're every time standing here. Some umpires in all countries.
Greenshields, again, push this one a bit too wide, and it's called. Yeah, I mean, it's relationship management as well, and I think that probably the overwhelming majority of our umpires have actually played a lot. I think that can make a bit of a difference as well, because I think they can relate to players being disappointed, being emotional, and they're not really on a kind of power trip, I suppose. That's probably the poor choice of words, but you know what I'm saying. This is in the air, and it's gone. So Zulfikar got them off to such a great start, but that's Sean Gomes, and he looks very, very sore. Maybe that's the reason we didn't see him batting at all, but he does take the catch. Zulfikar just mishits this slightly, so Greenshields with the wicket, and it's the swing, to be honest, that takes it down towards the bottom of the bat. And so Assad batted really well, but he's going to have to go. He's the first wicket to fall, and the score is 23 for 1. But 21 of those runs have come off the bat of Assad Zulfikar.
Yeah, also showing the way early on, going for that shot over point again. And here we are looking at the replay again. Assad looking for that shot, outswing, and a great catch from Sean Gomes.
Good catch. I mean, again, he's probably lower than the pitch, isn't he, when he catches that? And so, yeah, nice one. It might have been just that he hits the ground with his knee, and it is pretty hard out there. There's a few moon rocks around, and so he does what he has to do. Boris Gawley comes to the crease. Again, he's a player I always like watching. He likes getting funky. They are going to put the real fine leg on the boundary, so they're kind of protecting the ramp, because we know he does like to go backwards. Also, he's powerful in front of the wicket, though, Boris. Gets an outswinger first up. He moves the feet. And we'll get a single. Yeah, so they had that fine leg. You can kind of see him there. He's probably going to come up into the circle potentially for Tim Ettman, but yeah, I kind of like that. Although it's still, I mean, Boris plays that shot really well, and I know you like to ramp on occasion as well, but it still is a risky shot. I mean, especially if you're going to get up outside the off stump, you're kind of giving up your stumps a bit. As this is a bit of a top edge, hang in the air. This is Faf Stoneman, and he will drop it. Well, he doesn't drop too many. You could always feel that ball was getting a bit big on him as he had to contend with the sky. He got 2 hands to it in the end. A slight misjudgment. Remember that, because Edmund is dropped on 1.
That could be a big moment in the game. We're going to see how Tim Edmund is going on in his game later on today, but that could be a big moment.
I mean, that is right into the sun because it's high. It's the middle of the day here. And, yeah, those ones that are so high become even more difficult no matter where you are on the field. 26 for 1 after 2. Green Shields, well, creates a couple of opportunities. One of them's taken. They're going to go back to Junaid now in the 3rd over. So, yeah, he's a very good fielder as well. Faf Stoneman, you know, teammates getting around him there because they know that wasn't an easy catch. And they all look very easy on TV, don't they, those high catches? But if you think it's easy, come and have some balls hit at you here at the Sunthorpe Cricket Ground, and I think you'll probably find it's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, so you were talking about the ramp and Boris Rollet. I know he loves to play that, but he's also very strong straight.
Yeah.
Here comes Junaid.
This is hit through the leg side, and this will be 4, so a little bit short, and, well, that's good fielding. It might be, he sprung into action there, but Nippo, I think, that does the fielding. So, a handy boundary for the Netherlands. So, Junaid is testing out Gawley. Gawley is up to the task, but, again, he's a man they're going to want to get rid of sooner rather than later.
Slower one from Junaid there. Just ducked out by Doris to the cover fielder. Yeah, I think that's exactly my point I made there. Boris can play the ramp really well, but that's a great pull shot in front of the field.
He's a complete player. I mean, that's why I think the decision for him is how funky to be and how often and to pick his moments to play that shot. I don't think it should be a stock shot because he's just way too good in front of the wicket.
There we have it again. Great shot from Boris. 6 runs straight down the ground. And yeah, if he gets going, Vinny, it's going to be a really nice chase to watch with Tim Edmund there. I'm really enjoying this from Boris here.
Well, that was like you step out, you grab your 5-wood out of your bag, you head down to the driving range, and you just hit it straight down the middle. That was such a good shot from Boris. And yeah, I suppose he's hard to defend against, especially in the power play. I mean, I like him batting 3 because we do see him, you know, in the power play occasionally. And yeah, he can hit shots all around the ground. Junaid, though, he'll be hoping to fight back.
Boris goes again, and they will clear the field for 4 runs. And well, I'm telling you, if he keeps on batting like this, just heading straight, he doesn't need that ramp shot today.
That's right. And the thing is, because we're in the power play, they're mid-on, they're mid-off, they're up in the circle, they're protecting boundaries elsewhere. I think they might make a change now. Later on, that's just 1. It's not going to be 4. So the thing is, they have lost that wicket, but you have a look at the run rate. It's right up where it needs to be. They're above that red line at the moment.
Let's see what Junaid's plan is going to be. And he goes square, and that's an unbelievable cricket shot from Boris Rollet.
Yeah, well, what he did, he forced the field change, mid-on, mid-off, went back, and that meant that it was time to funkify. So, yeah, he's comfortable. He gets the length to play with. It's the fall down swat, really. And that flew for 6. Maximo time. And Boris has made a really strong start. Magical start for him. 21 off just 6 balls faced.
Lovely start from Boris here. Well, Tim Edmund, he's just watched 2 batsmen just partying on the other side, waiting for himself to join the party.
Edmund's his contribution has been just a sky one so far. That's where a third of his runs have come from, but he's still got time.
Just straight down the ground here, picked up.
Yeah, so Gawley probably is a man you want to see at the other end at the moment because you just want him to cool down a bit, but he won't be at the other end because he'll retain the strike. 47 for 1 and a very good power play for the Netherlands.
Yeah, lovely start from the Netherlands. Obviously, they lost the wicket of Azad Zulfikar, who had a great start. But he'll take the 15 runs per over and a bit. Yeah, it's important for the Netherlands to keep on going, and let's see what Portugal is going to bring in. I think we're going to see some spin, am I right?
Yeah, I would have thought we would probably see Amandeep, and yeah, I'm right. Amandeep had a really good day yesterday. You saw glimpses of him batting in the first innings because he was sent up to open the innings. Had a really good ECS, and yeah, he's played his way into this national team, and I think he's one guy that really stood up yesterday, whereas I think a few people had a disappointing day for Portugal. But it is going to be Amandeep to bowl. And again, just changes the rhythm, doesn't it? And I know that you guys use spin a lot, and you've got a lot of options. It's something I think that's come back into vogue. Here is Amandeep.
And Boris just plays that down to the long on area, brings Tim Edmond to strike.
It's so funny, you know, when T20 really became popularised in the mid-2000s, that everyone was saying, oh, this will be the end of the spinner. You know, they're just going to get hit for 6 all the time. You know, it's just not set up for them. But it's kind of been the opposite.
Tim pushes it to the sweeper area, and I think, yeah, spin is just like wicketkeepers. They're really underrated. Just takes the tempo out of the game. Just brings a different kind of atmosphere to the game when a spinner comes on. You know, like you face pace, and all of a sudden this guy just comes in, just loops it down to you. It's a different...
Yeah, it's a change of mindset, really, isn't it? And you see it forces the misjudgment from Gawley on that occasion. Well-located ball from Amandeep. But yeah, I just think that it's exaggerated here with the smaller boundaries and the artificial surface, but spinners are so effective. And I think good players seem to make more judgment errors to spinners than pace.
Boris comes down to the ground, and
Well, it's not the first time that we've seen it. It's not the last time we'll see it. And this field is so quick. It just blasts through to Jam Shazad, who's a really good fielder. I mean, that's why he's in that position. But that hurts in this kind of this 50-50 game to give up 4 like that. It's a bit of a coach killer.
yeah, it really hurts, especially when you have some runs on the board and you want to keep the momentum high with the team, and something like that happens. It's never nice, but
we're going to see it, though. I mean, on this field,
especially here,
some are just going to blast through the outfielders.
as Boris goes big, and big he does, on the 10th of the Netherlands. That's a great shot from...
What a catch. that's Saqib Zulfikar. I'm pretty sure you meant to go one hand off the roof, so in my cricket that wouldn't be out. But yeah, this
well,
one.
let's have a look here.
This tests the roof, doesn't it? Bang. And then look, he goes 2 hands off the roof. He likes it. And what a shot. Now they'll dab. They'll get one here. End of the over, 60 for 1. But, I mean, yeah, Amandeep, not the worst over, goes for 13. So that's pretty much the asking rate in this innings. But they're ahead of it slightly at the moment. Netherlands 60 for 1 after 4. Yeah, imagine if you can field that. I mean, I'm not really blaming Najam Shazad because it's not easy to field out there. But if he fields that, then you get Gawley to the other end. Instead, you know, it just keeps him on strike. And he goes large. Have a look at the run rates. You can see it's a testing red line here. 13.2 and over the rate for Portugal. But at the moment, Netherlands ahead of it. Let's see if it stays that way.
Momentum just in the favor of the Netherlands right now. But a wicket or two can change the game, and it will change the game. But we'll see how Portugal gets on.
Yeah, Syed Meissen is going to bowl, and I think he's a very good bowler to be able to bring on. And he can bowl kind of either end of the innings. He's a real specialist, actually. And he's normally super accurate. Anyway, here we go with over number 5. And so Gawley's kind of dominating the strike as well at the moment, isn't he? Hepman's only faced 4 balls in the 4 overs he's been out there.
Boris looking for that funky shot, but...
Yeah, it was a fake funk, wasn't it? He shapes to do it and then says it's so wide, I'm going to say no thank you.
I think that's still a wide. Good call from the umpire there.
Yeah, it's a hard one because they will move the line kind of proportionally to how much pre-movement there was, but I don't think he actually moved before the ball was bowled, so that's kind of what they look at. I mean, you've got to realise the umpire, they're meant to look at both feet of the bowler and then look up, and so I think it's a lot more difficult than for us to watch it on TV.
And what people think at home.
Yeah.
Well, side comes in. And as he's getting that through the cover area. And that's well fielded there.
Ekimire's a really good fielder, good defender. And he doesn't miss too many at all. That was the old grunt slow ball. If you're ever playing poker against Syed Meissen, then that's a big tell.
If you ever face Sikander Zulfikar, that's one thing you will notice a lot. The slower ball
grunt slow ball. It's like the oldest chicken in the book. It's like the kind of bush league tactics that your uncle would try in your Christmas driveway game. The big grunt slow ball. Dead giveaway.
And that's well bowled by my son. Tim Edmond still trying to find his first boundary of the game. But he's still there, and I think that's the most important thing right now for the Netherlands. As long as he's there, they know the carnage he could put on.
You see, not a lot of footwork there, but I mean, the thing is, I think there's less of an emphasis on foot movement these days and a lot more on balance. I think, you know, you want to try and keep that head still and obviously judge where you're putting that bat.
And there it is. That's what he was looking for. Tim Edmond, he gets off with a 6 there. That's a great shot. That's in his arc. That's his area. And the team knows it, and they're supporting him.
You see, that's what I was talking about again. There's not a lot of foot movement, a little bit of a shimmy outside the off stump, fractionally, but then he's quite still, and it's just a free and easy swing of the bat. Remember, Edmond was dropped on one. It was a difficult chance. It was super high into the sun, but it's, he looks like he's getting to work now as he hits double figures.
It's well bowled by Maisam. Good comeback there. I think it's really important for Tim to, like you said, hit the ball. His strong point is hitting the ball, not a lot of feet movement, especially here. And just time the ball and it will go. He's a strong guy.
Looks really suited to the format as well. You know, I think he's a natural. Just hasn't had a lot of the strikes so far in this innings. Getting some now.
That's put down, but what a chance that is. And
that's a wrist buster right there. I don't know if this is hit hand or what it's hit, but this is...
And the magic spray has to come on.
Absolutely crunched. This is pretty much right off the middle, and it's hit, yeah, more or less the wrist, you know, where the hand joins onto the arm. And that's also his bowling hand. That was absolutely crunched. I mean, that's a slow-mo. I mean, Shu was trying to get out the way as well, but he's... Yeah, this is full speed. And it was... that doesn't really do it justice.
I'll tell you one thing, Vinny. In Holland, when Tim Edmond is batting, doing throwdowns, that's what we're scared of. And this is exactly the nightmare we don't want to happen in the nets.
Yeah, exactly. And look, credit to Maisam. But the thing is, it's one thing to be able to continue, but he's got to continue bowling. That's the thing. And will he be able to? Just have a look at this. Smacks it back, and then it crashes into his shoulder. He probably is not thinking about the shoulder too much. Well, you got a lot of little bones in your wrist, and they hope that maybe it hasn't hit the end of his finger somehow as well. But it looked to be a little bit lower down. As a keeper, you'd know it, and I know all about getting balls on the wrong bit of the hand. But yeah, just a bit of a nasty one. And so,
yeah,
well, hopefully he's okay. So, well, we might take a break to welcome you into the commentary cube. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with my special guest commentator, Ratha Alphonse here. Good to have you with us, and you're doing a great job. So you're doing a bit of journalism, is that right? What are you studying at the moment?
Yeah, I study journalism in Utrecht, so that's the city where my old Koop Kampong is from. Yeah, I'm just trying to find my way still into the study, exactly what I want to do. But I think something like this would be funny, great thing to do.
Yeah.
Well, funny it's not, but it's I will
funny
enjoy
things
it.
happen.
I will enjoy it.
Funny things happen. That wasn't very funny what happened to Syed Mason right there, but stay with us because there's so much great cricket coming up on the European Cricket Network. Not sure with the season as it is in the Netherlands this year that we'll be able to get there for an ECS, but we certainly would like to in the future. There's already talk of maybe 2024 we could come back, and you know, obviously with such an amount of talent there, and I think the players love playing in European Cricket Series as well. We have been there on I think 3 occasions we've had ECS cricket in the Netherlands. Anyway,
all credit to my son here.
He's coming back. And, well, he might come back with a bang, although doesn't carry to the outfielder. And that will be the end of the 5th over. And Netherlands on track at the moment, 69 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, we have a great game here, Vinny. This is a great game of cricket. If we just have 5, we're halfway there. Almost halfway on the runs as well. This could go any way. And I'm not ruling out your golden ball there.
Yeah, no, it just felt to me, to me it feels like a par score for Netherlands to chase. So if I had to work out, what is the score where probably it's 50-50, I reckon, 130s, I think. And so Amandeep, he's going to come back and bowl his second over. So he's going to bowl out straight away with his off spin. Here he is bowling to Edmund. Edmund starting to heat up.
I think this is going to be a really important over here. And that's exactly why, because Tim Edmund just has smoked that for 6 over cow corner. And Vinny, this could be a big one.
That's beast mode stuff, isn't it? That's just playing a ball on length and goes down on the one knee and escorts that one. Again, that was miles. That wasn't even on the 10. That was over the 10.
I'm telling you, Vinny, this could be a really important over for the Dutch.
They've just crept ahead of the rate, in fact. So now they've got it down to 12 and over required. So exactly 2 a ball. And I think that's the kind of pace the Netherlands are pretty happy. They can feel like they can cruise at 12 and over with the amount of batting that they've got, even with no Rafa Alphonse in the batting lineup. Anyway, Amandeep with the comeback ball.
Oh, Lord. Have mercy.
That's another one, back to back.
Tim Edmund has just smoked that over the fences, and that's a biggie.
Well, the cow, we're going to have to be knocking on the cow's door. That's gone to cow corner, and we'll have to be asking for that one back. As Edmund, he goes full on beast mode now, doesn't he? He goes 6 and 6. And I think I heard some nervous moves as that one left to the property.
Yeah, Amandeep really has to bring up a plan or talk to his captain.
It's hard being a spinner, because when you're
That's right.
fast bowler, you're like, okay, I'm going to try and knock your head off, or I'm going to try and bowl faster. You don't really have those tools as a spinner as much.
Let's see what Tim Edmund has in mind here. Well, he only has one thing in mind, and that's slogging the ball, but just for a single.
Yeah, going with the spin, though, I like that. And look, at least they get him to the other end. Edmund was a man that gave a life early in the innings. Didn't have a lot of the strike. Only faced 4 balls in the first 4 overs. But now he's at the other end. Gawley, again, he's not going slowly either.
Yeah, brings back Boris a strike. Oh, it's a white ball called there.
Yeah,
From
just
the
grabs a bit
umpire.
of the line, I think. And so,
Let's see.
yeah, to me, it looks like a good call. It does come back, but I'm not sure it comes back inside that line. I think it was on the line.
And that's played down the ground by Boris. For a single, brings back Tim Edmund and strike for 2 more balls of the over. 84 for 1 after 5.4. 49 from 26. Vinny.
I just think they haven't been able to make the crucial breakthroughs, Portugal. They kind of feel like they're being worn down here.
And there it is. Big wicket. Big wicket.
Oh, look, credit to Amandeep here, because he's had to come back. He's been smashed by Edmund twice out of the ground. But I think he just senses that he's coming, and he pulls back the length a little bit. And again, you'll appreciate this bit of keeping. And he's gone by some distance.
Really good
It's,
stumping.
Golia.
Really good stumping there.
Golia with the gloves. It's really important with those that you don't snatch. That's one of those ones. I often talk when I'm talking to keepers or about keeping. There's 2 types of stumping. The one you have to rush and the one you don't. And that was one because he was so far out. If I'm keeping there, I'm just concentrating on taking the ball. I'm not too worried about sweeping and hitting the bails off. That will come naturally. There are certain ones where they just sneak out that you kind of cheat a bit in your technique and you're trying to a bit MS Dhoni like, kind of already heading back to the stumps. But that was just cool under pressure from Golia. And well, we talked about the fact that Portugal hadn't been able to get the breakthroughs. Well, they get a crucial one there. 84 for 2. Aryan Dutt comes to the crease at number 4.
Well, that was really calm keeping there from Golia. Yeah, I think you're 100% right there. Some stumpings, for instance, down the leg side, you want to be quick. You want to get that quick stumping in, and for this instance, it was just...
It was a regulation one, but especially with the bounce in this pitch, I don't think it's quite as easy as it looks. Anyway, Aryan Dutt, we hit his first 6 in ECN cricket. Let's see if he's got more in him.
Not there. Even the cameraman is confused there, but it's in the keeper's hands.
Kirill's has been on the diesel, I think, because he thought that one was disappearing, but it only disappeared into the gloves of Golia, and it's the end of the overs. 84 for 2. And so Gawley will face up in the 7th. Here's the great camera work from Kirill's, and yeah, he thought that ball had been hit, but on review, it wasn't hit at all. Big twist. And anyway, it's not Kirill's first day on the job. You know, he's a fixture here in Portugal. Kirill's. He's a good guy as well. And he's into his supplements. He gave me some of his power pills this morning.
There we go.
And they were extra powerful. They were gold.
Well,
It's extract of bull or something in there. Anyway, here's Conrad Greenshield. So, obviously, captain putting himself forward to bowl a second over. Corley just looking there. Looks like he snuck outside the off stump just a little bit. Yep. As this is in the air. It's a slight false shot. And going back. And they're not able to pull it back. That's a frustrating one, I think. Because again, you know, he does have the play on that. I mean, not to take the catch, but I think he gets a play to pull it back, but it does cost 4 runs for Portugal.
Yeah, luck going in the favor of the Netherlands here. Yeah, Greenshield's putting himself back onto the attack. Got the early wicket, obviously, of Asad Zulfikar, if I'm right. And let's see what he's going to bring here. Well bowled there from Greenshields. Yeah, Gorley, 40 from 15. He's been outstanding today. And
Yeah, frustrating.
they really want that wicket.
Yeah, they do. And they'll feel if they get Corley, they've got 2 new batters at the crease. And look, sure, everyone you run into is going to be destructive or potentially destructive. You're not going to, I think at this stage, get below the specialist batters because there are so many of them. But what you can do is try and keep them quiet while they're there. And I think you're just more likely to have success against people that are new to the crease, not really settled.
And that's going to fly away for a big 6 again. Yeah, that's just easy pickings for him. You can't bowl there to Boris Gele. He's just got to put that out.
Yeah, well, we thought the Shub might have finally fielded one cleanly, but that's Bucks. It's not Shub, but he does well to knock it down. Buck's doing a good job. Yeah, it was just a low full toss. It wasn't the worst ball, but he made it look easy. But now this one is hanging, and does anyone want it? Not really. And now Gamire's going to fumble it over the rope, and you just wouldn't expect that. Gawley goes to 50 in just 18 balls. There was miscommunication in the end. Nobody wanted it. And Gamire thinks, okay, no worries, we're not going to catch it, but at least I'll field it. And he plays a bit of one-man tunnel ball. It's a lonely game. And things just turning against the Portuguese. And yeah, a pretty polished half-century from Boris.
Yeah, I think the team just realized he's on a 50. Well played by Boris Gele for his 50 from 18 runs. And he goes again, 6 runs. 6 runs from Boris Gele. Yeah, he's just taking it to his own right now. Greenshields again on his legs. That's easy pickings for Boris Gele. Not a full toss this time, but still on his legs. And we all know Boris is really strong on his legs. And it's just slipping away a bit now.
Yeah, slip sliding away now. Look, that run rate required is down around the 9 and over. But yeah, he's having a bit of a rough time at this over, Greenshields. Yeah, it's so hard. I mean, I think Portugal have put more of a game together, but they just have struggled to remove batters that have gotten set. Okay, they caught a bit of a break with Edmund charging and getting stumped, but Gawley's still there, and he's not looking like he's slowing down anytime soon. To have any chance, they got to get him quick. Ideally, this ball. This is the last ball from Greenshields.
Boris goes big. That's 6 more for Boris Gele. Guys, I don't think I need to say anything about that shot. That's just great betting.
He loves it, doesn't he? He gets out there and he throws himself off his feet. It's a 360 degree of motion. And again, nothing too wrong with this ball, but you have to have such good hand-eye coordination to nail that because you've got to get the timing just right. He does. And Netherlands cruising now. 110 for 2 after 7. This becomes a big game then because if the other games go to form, this will be the game that decides second place between Portugal and Gibraltar. So both teams will be desperate for a win. Gibraltar winning the toss and electing to bat. As you can see, the teams there both sharing a 1-3 record. I think after this, Portugal likely to be 1-4. And that game is coming up starting in around about 25 minutes. Not too much time to sit on our hands here. It's a pretty packed schedule, as you've probably realised, Ratha. We've been going 5 games a day. Today it's a bit of an easy day because it's only 4, but yeah, the cricket just keeps on coming on ECN. Yeah,
if there's one thing I noticed from the ECN, there are just schedules just flying around. It's just keep coming over and over and over again. Duddy on strike. He's been promoted to number 4 here, facing his second ball from my son. Goes straight, and that will just be safe there for a single. Brings
Yeah.
back Portugal on strike. 62 from 20. What an inning.
So, I mean, this is clinical stuff really from the Netherlands. Getting the ability to clear the boundaries and doing it with ease really. 22 off 17. They might do it quicker than that the way things are going. Still, it's been a better effort from Portugal. I think they certainly, with the bat, they stood up. I like their intent here in the field, but they just haven't rolled their way. Now, again, we've got a chance to run out. This would have been gone, I think.
That would have been really close. Good fielding there. Great pickup on this field especially. Let's have a look again here.
I mean, it's worth it to get Gawley out. I mean, he goes and he knows straight away that he's in jeopardy.
Yeah, that would have been gone.
It would have been gone. So you got to take it on. Even if you were to give away an overthrow, they didn't actually take an overthrow in the end. So back to Dutty. Slade Myson back in the second over. Nice to see him back at the crease, but he's not going to last too long because this is in the slot and it disappears. Abracadabra. Maximo. Well, Dutt is a beast now. One brings two. His second Maximo here of day two.
I think Duddy is getting overconfident now. He's just smashing it away again for 6 now. That's his second 6.
I mean, a lot
for
of
the
people
Netherlands.
saying that he's a genuine number 11, Arian Dutt. I won't say who was telling me that, but that was a decent looking shot, wasn't it?
Duddy tries to go again. We'll just pick up a single there.
Grunt slow ball again. You can hear that all the way from where we are. So yeah, I mean, it's well played by the Netherlands. I think one thing that we've been talking a little bit is that, I was talking to Pierce about this earlier, is that I think other countries see Netherlands playing and there's a sense of aspiration about it, of where they want to get to. And I think they've been so cool in this chase. They've just seemed to pick their moments, when to be aggressive. Otherwise, they pretty much played what's been bowled to them. Now, this is a step-away slice from Gawley. He looks like he's in a hurry for an early lunch. And, again, gives up his stumps. It's good hands there, actually. That's why he actually gets as much bat as he does on it, and it elevates that, I suppose, edge-ish shot, but it's educated. He moves to 67. It's probably been one of the innings of the tournament so far.
Yeah, we talked about it. Netherlands need to get a batsman at least there till the end, and that's going to be Boris Golay, as it looks like. But yeah, my son. I'm just really happy he's able to bowl
Yeah,
again.
me too. Yeah, it looks like a real nasty one. But he's tough as old boots. Slade Myson. Last ball of his spell coming up. Doesn't have a wicket to show for it.
Good cricket shot from Boris to the offside, and that will be 4 more. Yeah,
Look at this. I mean, that ball is still going. It's probably still rolling now. It's Green Shields here. He's got that suspect shoulder, so I think it's a good decision not to dive because this game's running away. Well, literally, that ball was running away. 6 required off the last 2 overs now. 127 for 2. Clinical stuff from the Netherlands. And yeah, you talked about trying to maintain your standards regardless of the scoreboard or the match situation. And I think, even though Portugal will be hating this, I mean, they'll probably learn a lot from the way that Netherlands are going about this chase. And Gibraltar watching on as well. But yeah, they kind of got ahead of that line in the power play, and they've never been below the asking rate since.
yeah, lovely stuff from the Netherlands. Lovely stuff from Boris Golay. I think he will be really happy with his performance today. Let's see if Duddy can get one more in.
Just quickly, do you like that run rate graph? That's a new one we've got this year.
Yeah, so
It's
so
nice.
you got Portugal, you got like the average, and you got ours.
You can see if you're ahead or
Yeah.
behind. Because when people say who's winning, no, you can just show them.
Yeah, looks great. Keep that in. Lovely shot from Dud. And that will be it.
Yeah.
Duddy finishes it off with a 6. And the Netherlands win by 8 wickets. They beat Portugal, who put in a good fight, Vinny, to be honest.
Yeah.
Good score on the board, 132. But the Dutch being really clinical there.
Yep. Game, set, Maximo. Dutt's a beast. Get him up the order. He's just hit that over cover point. Easy as you like. And, well, you've got to say Gawley, he was the star. 71 off 23 in the end. And he really took the game away from Netherlands. Hit 6 sixes and 7 fours, striking it over 3 a ball. And look, despite some of the nice batting we saw in the first innings, no one was able to reach 50. Look, it's a tough one to dissect because Portugal, they'll be disappointed they don't get the result. But I think they do play better. I do think you look at their batting, Aside from the last over, every over was 11 plus, so it was consistent. I just think, okay, you can look back at the innings and we'll see the highlights in a moment. Some missed opportunities probably go back and cost them. But, I mean, I think for me, the effort was there, the intent was there, a bit more energy in the field. But in the end, they just didn't quite have the answers. This strong batting top order from the Dutch getting the job done, and they do it with 11 balls to spare.
Yeah, the Dutch getting off a really good start by Assad Zulfikars. Strong cricketing shots. Yeah, I think Portugal can be really happy with their performances, even though they didn't win. But I think they will take a lot of confidence into their next game for the second spot. Yeah, here's the wicket of Assad Zulfikar, just trying to go again over that point cover area.
Even Assad, he got them off to a good start, didn't he? He had 21 in quick time. This is a big one, wasn't it? Tim Edman was dropped early.
Yeah, I think that I called it back then. Will this be a big moment in the game? And Tim Edman, he just, with Boris Goulet, just showed off his qualities. Big hitting, Boris going again. Yeah, I think that power play, I think it was 47-48 from 3.
Yeah, they got 47 the power play, so that kind of put them ahead. It was 21 runs in the third, so that one went magical. And then, you know, like I said, they never looked back, and they just had the ability to hit boundaries in clumps, didn't they? We saw a little bit of that from Shazad, but I just think that a lot of these top order guys, they have tools available, and Gawley's a really good example of that. He can get funky, but I think he just used it sparingly there. He used it as a bit of a surprise tactic, not a core tactic. This was a nasty moment, wasn't it? Because Tim absolutely smashed that ball back at side Meissen, and once they duct taped his wrist back on, he was able to continue, and it was nice to see him bowling a second over as well. But then the fireworks started, 26 came off Greenshield's over, and just couldn't find the breakthrough. Frustration, we were losing cricket balls all over the place. That was the wicket of Edman, who charges down, but it didn't hurt them too much because Aryan Dutt came and he looked pretty confident. He hit 2 sixes in the 5 balls he faced, and ultimately they got ahead and they never looked back. The Netherlands remain unbeaten here in this European Cricket International.
Yeah, the highlights from now on, it will just be Boris Goulet and Aryan Dutt hitting the ball over the fielders, through the fielders. Everything here, a little miscommunication, and 4 runs that will bring.
I mean, that was in the over that ended up going for 26, and that was just a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? And then it was compounded as the balls just kept disappearing. It was 6-4, 6-6 to finish that over, and that just left them 23 in the last 2 overs, and they were never going to miss out with those set batters there. So, yeah, pretty complete performance. I mean, again, with the bowling, I don't think the Dutch bowling was that bad. I just think the Portugal batted well, and they were pretty consistent. With the batting, you couldn't really criticise the effort from the guys. And one thing I love about your team, and I think you should consider maybe just drawing the batting lineup out of a hat, because I think even if you did that, then you'd still be really, really strong. It's just a matter of who you prefer up in those top batting spots. Portugal, Gibraltar coming up next. This is starting in around about 20 minutes. Gibraltar winning the toss and electing to bat. So, yeah, Ian Lattin, he is listed as captain there in match 8, but Avinash Pai back in the lineup. Portugal, again, they played better, and well, these two teams, they have split their matches against each other, 1 win each. And so this is the match, I think, that will decide that second place and who finishes last. So big match for both those teams coming up in around about 15 minutes or so to take you into match 8. This is the scorecard, 71 from Boris Gawley. It was so good, wasn't he? 6 Maximos, 7 4s in that innings. I like the fact that Zulfikar got them off to a good start, 21 off 8 before he was caught by Sean Gomes. And then Tim Edman, 24 off 13. Didn't have too much of the strike, but again, we saw glimpses of his power. Dutt finished it off, and yeah, Portugal, it's hard to be too critical of their bowling performance, I was going to say. Just the 3 wides in there. I just think they were probably a bit outclassed, and you can see that the economy rate's not a pretty sight. Greenshields and Amandeep Singh with the wickets. But all in all, I think that Portugal can be a lot prouder of the efforts they showed on the field today. And look, congratulations, because that does, of course, sew up the fact that Netherlands will be champions of this European Cricket International, but still a bit of a job to do later on. We'll see you guys in match number 9, where you'll be taking on Gibraltar, and hopefully we see you on the park, Ratha.
Thank you, Finny, for having me. And yeah, let's stay unbeaten.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Big thank you to Ratha Alphonse, who is a wonderful guest commentator. We'll be back in 15 minutes with more cricket right here on the European Cricket Network. You are watching the FanCode ECI Portugal. The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Round. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I've got another guest commentator coming your way as well. We've got Anthony Chambers, who is, of course, a Portuguese national. We saw him a fair bit in the European Cricket Series. Right now, though, let's go and have a look at what happened in the coin toss for this match, because it is match number 8 coming up. And this is one that essentially I think will decide second place. It's Portugal versus Gibraltar. Tyrone Peters, a little bit earlier, had the two captains.
Gibraltar to call.
Head.
It is a call. It is a hit.
You would like to.
So the news from the toss is Gibraltar, led by Ian Lattin in this game. They have decided that they will have a bat first, and you see their lineup. That, I think, is what we'll go with. Louis Bruce at the top and Avinash Pai. Although I've got to say, you know, someone like a Fitzgerald, I might see him maybe thrown up because he batted really well in the previous game. Also, you know, Louis Bruce came in the middle order. So I just think you've got to put your chips up on the table and gamble a little bit and try and show a bit more intent. Yeah, so Vinny Sandu here, and joining me is Anthony Chambers. And yeah, Anthony, welcome to the commentary box. And yeah, Portugal, big game, bit of a revenge game because Gibraltar beat Portugal by 9 runs last night.
Thanks for... Yeah, Vinny, they did. Thanks for having me. Big game, must-win game for Portugal. It'll be interesting to see how they come out the blocks.
Yeah, I think so. And we're looking at this. Expected scores 99 to 96, so it could be a bit of a thriller here. But I just think Portugal played a lot better. I wouldn't say they were perfect. They certainly batted well. I suppose they'll have to chase, though. And it was in the chase that things kind of fell apart last night. They weren't able to chase down, you know, a score of 90, and they would fancy that they normally do that. So that probably will be in the back of their mind. But yeah, I think two teams with a lot to play for, because for me, yeah, the winner, they will get second place. I think it's pretty clear that the Dutch have been the best side at this ECI. But yeah, that battle for second is very much alive. So getting ready to start this one. And well, of course, you might have a few questions for Anthony, who's with me. And I want to say hello to everyone that is in the chat. Looks like Gary is in the chat. Gary Wheeler. Hello to James Stewart as well, watching from Estonia. And the robot is in as well. He thinks Louis Bruce is going to go big in the next match. And the robot also saying the robot loves Portugal, but getting charged up and ready for Cyprus tomorrow. And Gary saying that his wife is missing Rico. He's a bit of a heartthrob, especially when he's got the beard on. But Rico has touched down in Cyprus. And don't worry, you'll get your Rico fix from tomorrow when the ECS gets underway. Firstly, you know, talking about ECS cricket, congratulations playing for the Lisbon Super Giants. You had a really good series, Anthony, in the domestic T10 here.
Yeah, thanks, Vinny. Yeah, it went really well. Just a new team for me, and sort of managed to get things going early. It'll be interesting to see, first off here, Junaid starting with the bowling.
Yeah, and Junaid, he's the sort of guy I talk about all the time, and whether it's going well for him or not, he always tends to give 100%. You know, he's a kind of guy you'd rather have on your team than to be playing against, that's for sure. So, Avinash Pai and Ian Lattin, the openers. First ball squeezed away. And leg by it to get us started. Gibraltar. What kind of a score do you think they're looking to put on the board?
Yeah, I think they're going to hopefully look to get that 3-figure mark if they can. So we'll see how they start off.
Yeah, I mean, start's important. I think they've got that batting lineup that can do some damage, but they've got to get moving quicker, I think. And interesting for me, no Kenroy Nesta in the lineup. I mean, he's one guy that does have that intent, so yeah, I'm not sure if he has a slight injury or perhaps that's just, you know, a tactical omission. But yeah, what we saw last time, we saw Gibraltar score over half their runs in just 2 overs. Earlier on, they made 85. And James Fitzgerald, 27 off 8. So you don't leave him on the bench too long. This is just played back. So I mean, both these two, they're very capable of scoring quickly, but I just think it's a slight mindset thing. I think they probably need to take a few more risks earlier. And that's kind of the balance and the juggling act you have to play. I know that you've been opening the batting a lot. No one likes getting out, but I mean, you do have to take a few more risks earlier than you want to in this game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you not got long with the ball, so...
Cracks this one. Finds the fielder. So that dot ball pressure building because Junaid, just a leg by allowed of this over.
Yeah, it's a good start from Junaid.
Of course, Junaid playing for Werash. I think there's 6 Werash club members in this lineup. Losing the final Marlow, who are also pretty heavily represented in this Portugal squad.
Oh, shot.
Yeah, really good shot this one. He literally throws himself at the ball here. Latin off to the races. Well, he got dotted up 3 times. He didn't want to make it 4. And that's a great shot because it's so far away from his body. That's very good hand-eye coordination. That raced over the infield and out of here. So, Maximo time. 6 to get him off the mark. Junaid is probably wondering how that happened because I think he got it pretty much where he wanted it. Avinash Pai at the other end. Yeah, so Gibraltar last night, it was a kind of dramatic finish to the day. It was right in the twilight, but Gibraltar put 90 on the board, restricted Portugal to 81. Don't know if we can get a shot of Richie Cunningham down there taking a few photos. This one gets away from Junaid. But yeah, well, Diana Orish is not here today, but we do have kind of stand-in, and that's Richie. So Richie is about the same height, and yeah, doing a great job taking a few pics around the ground. And this will be the end of the first over. Pretty good one from Junaid. Gets taken down from Maximo. Apart from that, not much else. It is 8 without loss after 1. Anthony, guess what? You love hundreds, being a batter. We've brought up our 100 this weekend because this is our 100th event on the European Cricket Network. So congratulations.
Yeah,
You're a part of it.
Yeah, thank you. My God. Lucky me.
Yeah, and we're only just getting started. I mean, I feel like pretty soon the time will evaporate and they'll probably add another 0 to that. And I'll still be sitting here in the chair, but that's all right.
Yeah.
And I think it's such an exciting time. For me, it's probably the biggest game changer in cricket, along with limited overs cricket coming in, World Series cricket coming in and changing the game, and then obviously 2020 and the rise of the IPL, these kind of franchise competitions. For me, this is as seismic an event because it's bringing cricket to a wider audience. More cricketers are getting exposed, and it's doing something for cricket in traditionally non-cricket playing countries. So I'm really excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Green Shields back bowling despite that suspect shoulder. And gets this up in the block hole. The team just plays it out. So tell us a bit about your background because you're Portuguese born and bred, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, born and raised in Porto. Spent most of my cricketing career down in Porto, and then I spent a little time in the UK playing over there as well.
Yeah, and so what got you into cricket in the first place? Is it like a family connection?
Family connection, yeah, my brothers.
Green Shields gets cracked. It's well done by Gamire. Owes Conrad one after fumbling one over the rope earlier off the captain. Some talk that he might not hold his spot in the team after that, but he obviously has. But yeah, so you're playing cricket in Porto. So Porto, if you don't realise, it's probably, what's that, 3 to 4 hour drive from here?
Yeah, about 2.5 hours.
Yeah, okay.
3 hours.
Depends how fast you're driving.
Yeah.
This one's a little French cup. Gets a long way across in the inside half of the bat. So, Green Shields. He's looking more like himself actually with the ball. We saw him taking it easy. Didn't bowl at all in the ECL, where the Portuguese representative club there at the Champions League of Cricket. Bowled occasionally in the recent ECS, but yeah, he's looked after that shoulder. Big summer ahead. This is an outswinger, and it's banged down the ground and out of the ground. Maximo! Pretty good shot in the power play. I mean, they need to have this intent. I'm liking this from Ian, who just kind of stands still And yeah, he's a man, Ian Latine, that had a really good ECI T10 in the night series. And yeah, very handsome looking shot down the ground.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Beautiful.
So playing all your cricket in Porto. So normally playing for Porto, right?
Playing for Porto, yep.
Unfortunately, weren't part of the ECS this year. Obviously, the travel and things that made it a little bit difficult, I think, for Porto to field a team there. But it was great to see you turning out for LSG. So I've got a question then, as we get to the end of the second over. Score is 18 without loss. What's it like playing cricket on TV under pressure? I mean, and playing quite a large volume of games, right? Because, yeah, it's a bit of a mental game as well, isn't it? To keep your standards up and keep focused.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a crazy thought to start with. First sort of tournament I had, I can't remember, I think it was 2 years ago with the ECN.
Yeah.
Yeah, nerves were racking, I think. I was a little nervous, but you do get used to it after a little while. Takes some time.
One of my favourite moments of yours on ECN isn't, in fact, for your batting. It's for something else. And I'll tell you what it is in a second. As this almost gets chopped on, gets chopped over the stumps. Junaid is back for a second over. Do you know the moment I'm thinking of?
You tell me.
It is you taking a catch off the last ball to beat Spain.
Yeah, that was a magical moment. Not going to lie, my heart was in my throat there, but I'm glad we sort of got the job over the line.
Yeah, and it made Corey super grumpy. Anyway, this is up and it's under, and it's going to run all the way over the line. Well, that's a remarkable shot really from Latine, who goes back and just punches this into the sky. It bounced off the moon. When it came back down, it was 6. Maximo time. And Gibraltar, yeah, trying to make something out of this power play. And Junaid, again, he'll be scratching his beautiful head of hair, wondering how that happened. So, Junaid Khan, again, trying to make the breakthrough. That's the thing with Gibraltar. Don't want to let their good players settle. The team's dominated the strike so far. Now just pushes, runs. Oh, I think this, wow, is this hit? This could be out, you know. Because he jumps in the air, and if he jumps from outside the crease, he's done himself a disservice here, Avinash Pike. He's gone. He's going to be gone. Look at this. He's worried about the ball, but he's come, and he's never actually grounded the bat. And if he just slid, he would have had a hope. As it is, he'll be gone. So what a very good piece of fielding that is. They've been good with the direct hits, Portugal. So it's a run out that creates the first wicket. Pie run out for 2, and it's 24 for 1. It's an incredible bit of fielding, really, isn't it? Yeah,
great bit of fielding from Miguel there. Yeah, I think he'll be super happy with that. Portugal here just got to be tight with the runs. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed with their sort of catches at the moment, but
yeah, it's not easy catching ground. I mean, that actually goes for 4 overthrows, I think. If that hadn't been out, it was actually going to be 5. But yeah, I've got to say, Miguel Machado, we saw him pull off a great direct hit when he was keeping, actually, on finals day, and almost a second. But one stump to aim at, and he just hits the target. Yeah, but Pie, you got to... The thing is, okay, jumping, you're not actually making it less likely you're even going to get hit by the ball. You know, like it's an instinct to kind of, yeah, it's supposed to jump, but he had no idea where that ball was going to come in. As it was, it hit the stumps. Freyone, the new batter, down the leg side, called wide. And yeah, so yeah, big moment in the game. And Portugal, yeah, you can criticise the fielding, but I think it's hard. I mean, you've fielded out there as well. You know it's not as easy as it looks. But I think you've just got to pick yourself up. If there are errors, just kind of shake it off. Don't let it affect your further efforts. This one's hit. And, wow, again, this would have been close, you know. Rolling the dice a bit there. Julian Freyone is off the mark. But, yeah, again, Gamire was the fielder that time. He whistled it in. Would have been tight. Still, they got Latine still there. Yeah, I think maybe could have just been out. Shot. He goes up and over the offside, and that's a remarkable shot again. Off the back foot, Maximo over point. Latine is up and pumping. What a cricket shot this is.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. Lovely cut.
Just use the pace there. That one sprung off. That was like a golf ball coming off the bat. That was one of my experiments I'd like to see us. You get to play 3 overs with a golf ball. It's like the super power play. Could be a little bit dangerous though. And maybe we let the batters bat with the tennis racket for those 3 overs. But maybe these are all innovations we might see one day. I think the field's a bit bigger maybe. Goes again. He's going to get the same result. Another boundary. This time it's 4. Just been given a bit of width. And he doesn't really have the field to deal with this, Junaid. And, yeah, Latine, I'm liking the balance in his game at the moment. He's going after plenty. Not everything, but he's put together a good power play. Gibraltar, 36 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with that power play.
Yeah, I think it's more or less what I would consider a par power play. But I think it's above par for Gibraltar, considering that they have occasionally struggled with the bat, probably more than occasionally in this series. But, yeah, I think they need someone like a Latine, not just to bat 4 overs here, to kind of bat down the stretch to over 8 or 9. And then that should also free up Fraione and whoever else they send in. You know, I'd like to see Fitzgerald a bit higher. I'd like to see Louis Bruce as well, because they're coming off runs. You know, they put together a good partnership towards the end of the innings in the earlier game against the Netherlands. So Faf Stoneman is going to bowl over number 4. And most of the time, he'll be fairly full and straight. He's full. This is an outswing. Called a wide. Just gets that natural outswing movement a little bit. That one did a bit too much. Checking out the replay. Yeah, it's a tight call. Might have just grazed the line. Anyway, Faf, I love his efforts. Of course, you're going to play a fair bit of cricket with Faf. He's always giving 100%. It's well bowled. Backed into the leg side. So, the big season coming up in Portugal, of course, the domestic season. Are you looking forward to that with Porto?
Yeah, it should be good. I'm looking forward to it. Going to be a long, long season, I think. We'll probably run all the way till sort of September, October time.
That's the thing here. You can play cricket pretty much around the clock, couldn't you? Around the whole calendar.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you get the luxury. I know some countries are a bit limited. I know, fair bit to do in Estonia there. And I think they said they tried to start in April once, but there was too much snow on the field. So it's a bit of an issue. And they'll probably get going in May and just have maybe a 4-month window where obviously the weather isn't always great. Sweden, we have a bit of cricket in Sweden and of course the surrounding countries like Denmark, like Norway, Finland as well. We're pretty limited, but having said that, what I do like about those countries is in the summer you have these ridiculously long days, and so it can be 10:30 at night, the sun's still up. It's kind of weird actually. Right now Stoneman doing pretty well. He feeds Latin in that area, and this time he can't quite get it up, but he does get it away for 1. So Fraione's an interesting one. I mean, he's technically a pretty good player. I think he has to throw a bit of caution to the wind, though, in this innings, because he doesn't want to be chewing up balls. They're not really under pressure as far as wickets lost, with just the 1 wicket loss so far. So I'd like to see him backing himself a little bit. And he tries, and he misses. I don't mind that intent, though. Here's some church bells in the background, and it is Easter Sunday. So did you hunt for any Easter eggs this morning? Or what's going on in the Chambers household?
Yeah, usually get a couple of Easter eggs for Easter Sunday.
Yeah?
Open them up and hopefully some chocolate there.
Can I tell you something? We haven't had a duck yet today, which is quite incredible in 2 games. And we have our Easter little duck mascot ready to go. And we haven't been able to show it yet. And I don't want to jinx anyone. These 2 can't get ducks because they've already made runs. Just bring it back here. It's been a good over from Faf Stoneman. It's exactly what he would have wanted because he hasn't gone to the boundaries. Only 4 conceded off his 5 balls. Now, he was out and out a batsman, to be honest, and he's just worked on his bowling quite hard, I think, in the last 12 months or so. Also seemed to have fair bit of keeping in the past. This is sliced away. Oh, it's a good effort, but it's going to power through Gomsh. Well, he certainly muttering something. I don't know how you meant to stop this. And look at that. It just shoots along the ground. I actually think it goes underground a bit and then pops out of a wormhole. And when it did, it was the other side of the rope. So, bending the laws of space and physics here at the SCG. It's the end of the over. It's 44-1. Well, how would you have stopped that, Anthony?
I don't know. Somehow try and get your body behind it, I think.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Oh, man. That's rough, but I love it. As we get to the end of 4, 11 and over. So, yeah, they do get something out of Stoneman's over in the end. 8 come off it, but it still was a pretty good over from Faf. And I wonder when they'll turn to spin here. I thought maybe we would have seen Amandeep with an over. They are going to stick with a bit of pace. And Syed Meisem's going to bowl. He's coming off a nasty blow to the wrist last game. We had a ball smashed back at him, but he's recovered. Bowled his second over then. Now he's bowling his first here in the 5th. You can see, yeah, Freddie. He's trying to be industrious. He's trying to kind of work that for one. But again, that's a ball. If you have fast enough hands, you can kind of whip that away. I know it's easier said than done, but I think they're going to need all the runs they can get against the Portugal side, which is desperate for a successful chase.
Yeah, the boys are going to be hungry here to get this W.
Hello to John Gray, who's joining us. Down the leg side, quarter wide. And so, yeah, John said it's great to see Ian Latine getting some runs on the board after a slow start to the tournament. I mean, you're seeing his class here with some of these elevated shots over the offside. And I think, yeah, for him, he's the kind of guy who'll just kind of play the ball on the side that it's bowled. And he's got the shots to be able to do that. Freyone trying to make something happen here, but yeah, just having a bit of trouble getting going. So Meisem, he's a pretty handy bowler as well, isn't he? He's a guy we have seen bowling a lot of death overs, but he's very versatile. He can bowl up front. He can obviously bowl in the middle here. You always know you're going to get a dependable couple of overs. And this time, Frady tries to pull, but he gets it wrong. It's hanging in the air and it's caught. That's a nice bit of fielding. That is Amandeep Singh, who's into the action. Not at the bowling crease, but he gathers that top-etched pull shot from Freyone, who goes 3 off 7 here in match number 8. And a pretty good catch. I mean, this looks easy, but as you know, Anthony, there's no easy catches out there. That was well held.
Yeah, no easy catches. It can be a little bit difficult to see the ball in the air. The background here is it's tricky to pick the ball up sometimes.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because there's so much sky. Because it is elevated, and even this ground is elevated, right? Because it's kind of in a hill, well, it's on a hill, and then a little mini hill that the ground's located on. So you just got a lot of sky, and it's a clear sky, but it's hazy. That's how to describe it. So because it's hazy, it's more white than blue, but it's not really cloud. It's just a kind of, it's like a smoky haze, really, and that's why it's easy to lose the ball in it. That was great bit of work. So Stagno comes out at number 4, and Meisem is the successful bowler. So sticking with pace, and it's working. He's good at going out, just getting a bit of a running repair. And I think he's good to go. So Stagno, he likes to swing the willow, doesn't he? Coming in with around about half the innings left. Beautiful day in the background. Looks like they're taking apart the Bry zone, as we were calling it. All right, Stagno wastes no time, but he skies it. Should be an easy catch. Greenshields takes it, and he watches it all the way into the midst. So Meisem's on a hat trick, and this innings hitting a bit of a speed bump in the 5th over. It's 45 for 3.
Yeah, it's a beautiful catch from Conrad, nicely weighted.
Just, yeah, I mean, again, I like the intent, but it's a difficult one. He doesn't really know what he's doing in the end. He's kind of half pulling, half driving. And yeah, in the end, just pretty much hits it straight up in the air. But I mean, if you're going to go down swinging. So Kairon isn't an attacking player. But you see there, in the end, it's almost like a straight up drive, isn't it? And just have a look at the technique there. And he was determined that went in the middle of the hands. Well held by Conrad Greenshields. So 45 for 3. This will be James Fitzgerald coming out there. I like this move to bring him in with a bit longer to go. But the first thing he's going to have to deal with is the hat-trick ball from Saeed Maisam. And we did have a hat-trick, and it was Team Tigers Portugal player Shafiul Islam that came up with hat-trick number 7 of the year. That was in match 38. You know what's crazy is the top of that list, there's Umar Tariq. That's not a misprint. He took 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings in the international in Malta. Here we go, hat-trick ball. Edged and away from the field. That's going to be 4. Oh, I like this. Fitzgerald, he's going to be industrious out there. And I just think there's nothing against any of the other batters, but I think you should go with some guys that have runs on the board today because he's looking confident. And so he will take Maisam for a boundary first time. Saeed Maisam's gone for 4. So last ball of the over. Still been a good one. It's Gibraltar, like I said, hit a bit of a roadblock, but these two are very capable of navigating through it. Worked away. Fitzgerald will get 1. And that's the end of the 5th over. Brings up the 50 as well for Gibraltar. It is 50 for 3 after 5. Want to welcome you into our, well, it's not really the cube today because the Spiders have taken over the cube. They are now the rightful owners, but we're up here on the deck. So we've got some spectators in the background. We've got some clever ones. We've got some good-looking ones. We've got some others. But anyway, we're really enjoying this. Our last day in Portugal. It's always great to be here, Anthony. And welcome to the commentary box or the commentary area. And hopefully you're enjoying it so far.
Yeah, thanks, Vinny. Yeah, this is a great view, I have to say.
Yeah.
Right on top of the hill.
And so, yeah, Rico is off today because we'll be in Cyprus tomorrow. I'll be taking a little bit of time away. So, well, hopefully you missed me a little bit, but you'll be in good hands with Rico and Nish, who will be taking you through the Cyprus series. I'll be back in 2 weekends' time to take you through the quarterfinals and the finals day in Cyprus. 12 teams ready to go. 68 matches over the next 14 days. Stoneman comes back. Again, he's putting it where he wants at the moment. He's bowled really well. That's another ball that can only work for a single. So I think this is going to be a good battle because Latin is up and going, isn't he? Stoneman is also having a fair bit of success. He doesn't have a wicket, but he's done really well. And you can argue the pressure built up and it did result in wickets. Oh, he's knocked him over. It wasn't short enough to pull, and Latin tried anyway. The top of off is knocked off the ground, and that's a big wicket. It's a big wicket for Portugal. Latin batted so well for 35, but Faf has castled him, and the score is 51 for 4.
Yeah, beautiful ball. Just swinging it a tad away. Top of off.
Yeah, I mean,
big wicket.
Latin, it was a rare error in judgment, wasn't it? Because, yeah, he was hoping that he could kind of swat that, even though he knew it wasn't that short. But it's always hard to pull balls that are bail height or lower, you know, and that one obviously crashes into the top of off. So probably a bad shot selection. It's even a ball that potentially, you know, Latin is strong enough to maybe get on the front foot and drive that back over the bowler's head. But it was kind of in the middle zone. It's a clever length. Top of the stumps. No, Corey always a fan of that length. And that's good reward for Stoneman. He deserves that wicket.
Yeah, that's a really good wicket. I think that's a key wicket as well.
So it's going to be Louis Bruce that comes to the crease. And look, these two had such a good little partnership at the end of the Netherlands game where they were chasing 143. Okay, they weren't going to make it, but there were 2 really big overs, 18 off the 8th and 26 off the 10th. And it was these 2 that were central to it. So the only shame about that was you felt the innings was ending too quickly because Gibraltar hadn't really fired a shot in anger through the middle overs, and these 2 came and were really, really good. And just, I think it's a good time for them to come together. But, I mean, Louis Bruce almost goes first ball. Stoneman, he's been outstanding. You want to break this partnership before it starts. And he might. Oh, it's hanging in the air. And he's gone. So it's a little bit of a work shot, wasn't it, from Bruce, who tried to just manoeuvre it. Wasn't a huge amount of intent, but he closed the face, and it's a bit of a leading edge. Carries all the way to Shazad. So Stoneman, he didn't have the wickets to show, but now he does, and he has 2 big ones. And the score is 85 for 5.
Yeah, beautiful catch there from Najam.
Yeah, and look, these aren't easy catches, you see. It's always annoying, I think, if you get out and there's no real intent. I mean, that's a ball, I think he's just trying to whip it away to the leg side. He's probably only really trying to get a 1 there, but he gets the contact point wrong. He closes the face just a little bit. And, yeah, nice catch by Shazad. So 51 for 5. And I suppose these wickets are so useful in scoring, in keeping the scoring rate down as well. They've lost 4 wickets now in the last 8 balls. So the collapse is on. Yeah, they lost 4 for 6. And the thing is, you've got Mysom to come back and bowl the 7th as well. All right, so here is Phil Rakes coming in at 7. And he decides he wants to let the first one go past. That's the thing here. It's tough. Maybe you can look at 1. Obviously, yeah, in a bit of a downward spiral at the moment, so you need to try and reverse that momentum somehow. But it's hard to do it without a fight. You've got to still play some attacking shots, so Rakes is going to be forced into it probably a bit quicker than he feels comfortable doing. Nice ball, the 6th. Oh, ends away, and well, now they should get 1. They still should get 1. Look at this, that ball's gone nowhere. Well, this is a bit of a war of wills here. This ends up going to the outfield, and now they're saying, how about now? I mean, they were just stranded, weren't they?
Yeah, confusion at the crease there.
And they didn't want to then start a run in case the other person wasn't going. So that's a long dot to finish the 6th over. And the score is, well, I think it might have been scored a 1. There's actually a 0 last ball. So that might be 51 for 5. So now we head into over number 7. And yeah, interesting they're going for Amandeep here. I would have been so tempted to bowl Mysom again. But I suppose I can understand what they're thinking, because Amandeep's been a very good bowler during this series. But anyway, let's see what happens over number 7. Amandeep we're seeing for the first time. And he's going to start with a wicket. And so it's Kuldeep Golia that will take it. Fitzgerald had 0 patience for Amandeep, didn't he? And yeah, nice take, because that's a low down kind of stumping. Had to stay low. And Golia, he doesn't rush it. He does well. So look, everything working at the moment. I think maybe the reason they didn't want to bowl Mysom this over is because that would mean Amandeep, if he's the 5th bowler, would bowl 8 and 10, and they didn't necessarily want a spinner in the last over. So look, Amandeep, he's certainly someone you can turn to. And he starts with a wicket straight away. Fitzgerald probably crosses the line from aggression to insanity there, first ball against the new bowler. He's a 6-wicket fall, 51 for 6. And the wheels coming off really in the middle overs for the Jibs.
Yeah, I think you can see the pressure's really building here for them. A couple of quick wickets.
Yeah, John, just talking about our commentary area today, the commentary parasol. Yeah, it looks a bit like that with the beautiful umbrellas here. I wanted to spend a whole day up here on the deck because I'm a little bit jealous. Normally I'm not, because don't get me wrong, I love the cube. At the Cardamom Oval, we've got the Dream Box. You know, it's great there as well. But I just think this is a nice way to spend my last day in Portugal. And well done to the crew. They're amazing, our crew, aren't they? They just made it happen. Put all the wires where they needed to be. So, new batter is Andrew Reyes. He likes to pack a punch as well, but they're running out of wickets. Seems unbelievable because they were cruising at 1 for halfway through the 5th over. Now less than 2 overs later, they're 6 down, and the other thing is you've got 2 batters at the crease that have not scored yet. Not scored anything significant anyway. To Amandeep. Gets a crack at Rakes. And yeah, this is the thing about T10, Anthony. It can change really quickly, can't it?
Yeah, a couple of balls. You never know.
So you just got to kind of hang in there. Even here, I mean, if these guys can go, I mean, Rakes is a genuine batter. We've seen him opening the batting before, so an opportunity for him. Gets a bit of a Gundy ball, to be honest. It was a half tracker, but he can only punch it out to the sweeper for a single, so he's off the mark. And a nice throw in from the boundary. So the ideal for Gibraltar here is to turn it around, and you know, if you can go, say 10 and over from here, you can get up to high 80s, and then bowl and field like you did yesterday. And they defended that 90 yesterday. Worked around the corner. Reyes gets another run. And spin is so important as well, to have that variety. That you try your hand a bit of spin from time to time as well. But it just forces the batters to change their natural timing mechanisms. One comes back a long way. A bit of twister from Rakes, making sure that he keeps that foot down. It was the bounce and turn there that did him. Well, quick change of mind. And I think he knocked the stumps over Hammond when he was heading back. But that will be the end of the 7th over. Score is 54 for 6. He's lost his bearings here, didn't he? Even if that had hit, he would have had to knock the stumps over as it was. I think Reyes was home. So 54 for 6 after 7. And Anthony, we're on the tour. Pretty much, I think this year it's 47 weeks of cricket that we have planned, maybe some extras as well. And we'll be in Cyprus from tomorrow. Costa Rica will be there. I'll join him towards the end of that series. We'll be in Milan for a couple of weeks, Austria for a couple of weeks. All our Gib fans, they'll be pretty happy to see the Gibraltar flag up there. And, it's all around the coverage now. The ECI and Gibraltar T20 Internationals, that's the squad you might be a part of, right? Because Portugal are taking part in that series. Gamiro comes on. And this first one sneaks away from everybody. It's going to go to the boundary. So it's going to be 5 wides, and that just relieves the pressure. There's Golia. Bit of turn. Got the ball past him there. And Gibraltar certainly needed that. Maybe that can be just the momentum builder for them. So Reyes will certainly appreciate those runs, even though they don't go to his name. Now, this bounces on him. He should be gone. He is gone. So, again, that extra bounce that Gamiro gets. Got it slightly wrong the first ball, but this time he's more on target. Reyes just trying to turn around the corner, but he was surprised. Top edge and a fairly simple catch. So, the wickets continue to tumble. It's 59 for 7. So, again, spin doing the job. And so just looking at the bowling options, they've used 6 bowlers, so potentially you don't have to go back to Green Shields. Not because he's not good enough, just if you're trying to save his shoulder. You got 2 overs after this, and you've got Amardeep Singh potentially if you want to continue with the spin in the 9th. Then you've got Syed Meissen to come back and bowl the 10th, which he'd be pretty comfortable doing. He's got 2 for 6 in his first over. But that's if we even get to a 10th over, Anthony, because right now they're 7 down.
Yeah, wickets seem to be tumbling here at the moment. Just going to have to reset and...
Never easy coming in this situation. And as a genuine number 9, it's one that I found myself in more often than I wished. But it's Horrocks. It comes out. Again, still has to be attacking. He does. Nice looking drive. It won't be an easy stop. It's going to get over the line. Oh, Sean Gomes. He's probably saying, I'm Portuguese, but get me out of here. Because he's been having a few issues down there. Again, he tries to get down, tries to read the last bounce. He gets one hand to it. And then, for good measure, he trips over the rope. That'll be 4. And again, badly needed runs for Gibraltar. So we showed some of the venues will be. I know that James said he's looking forward to Milan. Of course, there'll be some great teams there. This one is cut away, and the result's going to be another boundary. So, finds the gap, and Horrocks, he's gotten moving. So, this is where it hurts you because Horrocks should have been on strike there if Gomes is able to stop that. But in the end, back-to-back boundaries, and Gibraltar kicking late.
Yeah, this is just what they would have wanted.
So here's my question for you. What venue would you like to visit on the tour? If you're on the tour with us, is there anywhere you'd like to go?
Yeah, it's a good question, Vinny. Obviously, I've been to Cartama, Spain. That's a beautiful little venue there, but
Maybe somewhere we haven't been, yeah. This is also drilled. Sean's got this one covered, gets a friendlier bounce this time, just a single. Yeah, anywhere it takes your fancy.
maybe Croatia. Croatia's a nice little place to go.
Yeah, that's a good one. Croatia's a good one. And I missed going to Zagreb last year. I went to Split the year before. I love my time in Croatia. Hit pretty well from Rakes, who finds himself in a kind of sheet anchor role, trying to hold things together. And he's lost a few partners already. I'll give you another one that we will be visiting, I think, after Austria. Bulgaria. Super interesting place. Just different. Just, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think I won the Bulgarian trip this year, which upsets me. It's the end of the 8th over here, and the score is 69-7. So we'll probably have a look at the run rate worm, and you can see how the worm turns in the middle of this innings after a pretty good start. Had 36 for 1 in the power play. They haven't actually scored that many since in 5 overs. So you can see the wickets tumbling, and probably no surprise that the run rate's taking a bit of a tumble as well. Yeah, Jib have just been good in fits and starts with the bat. So like I said, over half the runs just came in 2 overs in the first game against the Netherlands. Yes, they go back to spin, they go back to Amandeep. So they've got their bowling organised here. Amandeep took 1 for 3 in his first over. And they'll probably go back to side Meissen, I'd imagine, in the 10th. Oh, again, this is a big swing and a miss. Bounces off Collier's gloves and ends up taking it. Second attempt. So, I say it all happens in the 9th. Something needs to happen. And charges, gets something on it. And they'll just get one. You can see that Amandeep Singh getting a lot of encouragement there. I think he sees him charging, so he slows it down. He says, okay, if you're going to charge, I'm going to pull it back a bit. I'm just going to throw off those timing features. Again, good bowling and just a single. So it's a bit of tiki-taka style at the moment. They need more of the boom-boom.
Yeah, Portugal will be happy with this if they can just restrict the boundaries.
It's been a good comeback, hasn't it? I mean, so 50 in the first half right now. Only had 22 in the second half. Still an over and a half to go, but it's hard to see a big run coming. And you could still potentially, get to that 90 that they did defend yesterday, so that'll give them some confidence. But yeah, it's looking a long way off at the moment. Again, well bowled, really holds it back, and you can see Horrocks just couldn't quite muster an attacking shot. So this is where I'd like to see Rakes maybe trying something a bit more aggressive and taking a chance. They still do have 3 wickets to play with. Cut away. This could be trouble. It is. It's 4. So, yeah, Rakes. Good batting. He's got some width. It's probably a rare bad ball from Amandeep. Not the worst, but he just allowed the batter to wait on it and to pat it away from Gomes out there. So it's the end of the 9th over at 78-7. So, yeah, Jib, with a good last over, they could still perhaps reach the 90s, which is a score that they defended yesterday. But, I mean, Portugal, they would admit they had a bit of an off innings as well with the bat. So I think that the Portuguese are certainly confident with things as they lie right now.
Yeah, I think they'll be quietly confident if they can just pull off a good over here, restrict some boundaries.
They do go back to Meissen. Meissen was on a hat-trick at one point when he took back-to-back wickets in the 5th. I was a bit surprised we didn't see him straight away, but actually it's worked out pretty well with Amandeep being brought on the 7th, and he bowled 2 good overs. So here we go with over number 10. Again, see Horrocks, he's playing the shot he wished he'd played there. And so, yeah, 10th over. I think you need to be trying to do more with this. He ends up patting it back, and then he's saying, yeah, you know what? Probably should have Should have gone for a cross-bat shot, and he's right. But what he does do, he stays on strike and gets another chance. Just 5 more chances to score. This time he does, but he pokes it and he should be gone. He is gone. So Horrocks again, just trying to guide that past the fielder, maybe around him or over him, and ends up hitting it straight to him. So a fairly routine catch, and that brings the 8th wicket. Horrocks gone for 11, 78 for 8. That's pretty well taken as well. So yeah, Horrocks did at least get 2 boundaries in his 11, so that helps somewhat. But it's seeming like that 90 is a long way off at the moment. New bowler is Sami Boda. New batter is Sami Boda, I should say. And so yeah, he's not a bad option to come in here at number 10. Can hit the ball well. Could be Mpuri still to bat as well. So I mean, they're batting right down. Nice catch taken by Parveen Singh. Well judged. And so, yeah, I think even with 8 down, you still swing away here. Mysam 3 for 6. He's been brilliant. He might be going off a cheeky little 5 for here as well. Bowling at the 10 and 11 potentially. You can see that's not a bad cricket shot from Sammy first up. He gets a single. Right now, Rakes has got to step up to the plate now. 8 off 10. And I think you've got 3 balls to go. You're trying to hit a 6. I think he's just been able to manage the 1 boundary in his 10 balls. He wants 1 or 2 more. Again, slower bounce. A clever bit of bowling from Mysam. And I think about 2. They decide against it in the end. So just able to get the single.
Yeah, it's a good bit of bowling from Mysam.
I mean, you would have thought at the halfway point, and we're 50 for 54-3 at the halfway point. It started to go wrong in the 5th, but you're still thinking there, you know, with the batting to come, Gibraltar would be pushing 100 plus, but you're only 30 runs since the halfway point. This is hit pretty well, and it's going to be 4. Well, there you go, the attacking intent in Boda. He's a guy, I mean, I know they got a lot of options, but he seems too good to be batting number 10. I mean, it's a genuine straight drive blast. It's a bit too spicy for Gamira. He partially knocks it down, finds its way over the rope. So 84, Maximo does get him to that 90.
Yeah,
kind of hope they do it. Even though I know as a Portuguese fan you wouldn't want to see it, but I think it would be interesting to see them defend exactly the same score. Last ball coming up. Oh, well, he gets squared up, and this is going to run away. And they're not even going to try it for a second in the end. So Gibraltar will get to 85. Really good comeback. So they hit 50 in the first half, but they only hit 35 in the second half. Mysam was outstanding there, 3 for 13, his final figures. He was the one that started the rot, didn't he, with an over in the 5th, which only went for 6 runs, and he took 2 wickets. So back-to-back wickets, and then I know that he came back in the end and only conceded 7 in the last. So, well, let's roll the highlights. Gibraltar winning the toss and batting in the battle for the rest, the battle for second place. And Latin played some really nice strokes on the way to his 35, but just didn't get a lot of help in the innings. Although, you know, we had a few fits and starts. I'm going to say some of these shots were quite incredible over the offside. That one went miles over the boundary. It was a run out that started things off. This was a great bit of work from Machado.
Yeah, beautiful run out here.
So that brought Freyone to the crease. But yeah, once again, he couldn't really put too much together. Ended up making 3 off 7. Meanwhile, Latin just kept doing what he was doing. I really liked the way he played some of these shots, drilling them through the offside. And Freyone, well, certainly no lack of intent in his stroke, but he couldn't quite get it right. Amandeep Singh took the catch to remove him. Stagno came out and he holed out straight away as well. So this is where things started to turn around for Portugal. They had this kind of period where they were able to pick up 5 wickets in 11 balls in overs 5, 6 and 7. Stoneman has kept things quiet, and then nothing quiet about this as he rattled the stumps of Latin. And with Latin gone, then they felt that they were fighting an uphill battle. Louis Bruce was brilliant the last time Gibraltar were on the park, but he holed out cheaply, just getting that Rob closing the face a little bit. And the wickets continued to tumble. Fitzgerald went, so they were the two that did the damage this morning. And in the end, even though they got a few bonus runs there, Gamire didn't have the radar right, but then he did come back with a wicket next ball. Look, a few boundaries late in the piece. They scrambled to 85. Doesn't look like enough, but as we saw last night, Anthony, anything is possible. And these two teams, I'm sure they've already got history. Portugal would like to make sure they chase these to grab second place. But then Gibraltar, they'll feel, if they can replicate what they did last night, maybe some of those slow bowling options, they have every chance of defending this. That was a nice catch late in the piece. And Parveen did the rest. Sammy Boda came out. He looks too good to bat double digits, doesn't he? He whacked that down the ground for 4. And in the end, they walk off with 85 runs. So for me, it's advantage Portugal at the halfway. But like we said, if you want to look back to match 5, Portugal only managed 81 in their 10 overs. And if they do the same again, that won't be enough. 35 to Ian Latine. He top scores. The only other player to reach double figures was Horrocks late in the piece. He scored 11. 9 not out for Rakes was the next best. 10 wide, probably par for the course. 5 of those were in one delivery though from Suman Gamire as they chugged along to 85. But after a good power play, 36 came in the power play. It was all kind of downhill from there. Stoneman came on in the 4th and kind of shut the gate. Only 8 coming off that, 4 were a missed field late in the over. As far as the bowling went, plenty of good performers there. I think Nysom steals the figures, 3 for 13. For me, Stoneman though, you can make a case that he might have been the best of the bowlers, 2 for 9, because he built up that pressure. Eventually, things caved in. Wickets for Amandeep and Gamire, the off spinners, getting 1 each. We'll take a break, and I want to say a big thank you to you, Anthony. How did you enjoy your stint in the commentary box?
Yeah, first time, beautiful. A little nerve-wracking, but yeah, good fun.
It's a beautiful view. I know you're going to go back to the fun table over there.
Yeah.
And I know your girlfriend didn't probably come down to have you spend the day with me. So one of us can go. It can be me or you. We'll have to work out who it's going to be. But I will be back, I'm pretty sure, after the break. It'll be 86 for Portugal to secure second place. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Anthony Chambers. See you after the break on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the FanCode, ECI Portugal. European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. In the background, you can see Paolo Bucciamazza's house. Not there. There you can just see a helmet because it will be Portugal who are coming back now. Very sad to say that the Bri Zone is no more. They've packed up. I did have to pay my bill before they went, and it was significant. I want to say a big thank you to Miguel, as well as Manuel, and everybody else that was doing the work there. Valerie as well, from Miguel's Borovos zone. Anyway, we're getting ready for the second half of this game. It's Tyrone Peters going out there in the middle. And so, almost ready for action. And it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Because Gibraltar kind of threw away a good start, didn't they? They were 36-1 after the power play. But yeah, Stoneman came on in the fourth, kept things quiet, and then the house of cards kind of fell apart in the fifth, sixth, and seventh. They lost 5 wickets in a period of just 11 balls. And yeah, they never really recovered. In the end, they made it to 85. Yeah, at one point, they were 45 for 1. And then blink, and next minute they were 51 for 6. So not ideal, but something to bowl at. And what I will say is yesterday, Portugal weren't able to make this many against Gibraltar in match 5. Essentially, this is a battle for second place with the Dutch team already having sewn up the trophy. Yeah, I do think it's a competitive innings coming up. They've stuck with the same openers as this morning with Kuldeep Goliath and Amdeep Singh out there for Portugal. Mipuri, as usual, he is going to start, but this isn't the start he wanted. Cuatro carreras, 4 runs, a little bit short, a little bit wide. And stand and deliver job. Kuldeep Goliath, he has been a standout for Portugal this weekend. And he starts proceedings with a boundary. Mipuri just stretching himself out there. Also, so I like Amandeep at the top. He's a guy with current form. Played well in the ECS, and I think it makes sense to have him up there. Makes the lineup a bit longer as well, I think. Now it's an up and under job, and this one is flying. That's out of here. Maximo! 4 and 6 to pick up 6, and Goliath picking up the pace, not wasting any time, and he crunches that one out of the ground. We need 86, there's 10 of them. Starts are so important. There's Alex Macy with my favourite hat of the weekend. In the background, Mipuri has to find the answers. I think already he's probably worked out cannot give that kind of width to Kuldeep Goliath. I think they're just trying to sort something out here. Looks like might have an injury. Yeah. So it looks like Freyoni is coming off. Kenroy Nesta is going to come on to the field. They're not in the 11 this game, Kenroy. Hopefully it's not too serious. Maybe got a sore neck from watching that ball fly over his head. And anyway, Puri has had a bit more time to think. Next ball's wide. So yeah, kind of persisting with that wide tactic. I suppose what he's thinking, I do have an outfielder out there to the left of screen, so it's not an easy shot to clear him. Having said that, Coley did that easily. Now he goes straighter. It's not out. It's going to go down the leg side, but certainly tied him up for room. Get a good look at all 3 stumps, which tells you all you need to know. Goliath. Great player to watch in full flight. This one's tossed up and drops a bit, but it's still going to go to the boundary. As Latine came around, and yeah, this is so fast. It's like playing on the salt flats, isn't it? It just speeds up, if anything. And although Latine tried to do everything in his power to stop it, he wasn't able to get there in time. 4 runs, and Goya off to the races, 14 off 4 faced. Shorter now because they have the man out there. This should only be 1. Proper Tortuga job out there, but it is stopped. Well done by Horrocks. I'm a fan of Horrocks, actually. He's always giving 100%. He's all heart, and I think he might have actually used his heart to stop this one. Bang into the ventricle. Last ball coming up. Just worked away, so yeah, it's a brilliant start for the Portuguese, isn't it? Even the way they ran two on that slight fumble from Horrocks, which can't really blame him for that, but all 6 balls faced by Golia. He's raced to 17 in no time. The score is 18 without loss, 94 matches without a golden ball. We'll get to 95 here, and even 96 if the last game's not a golden ball, which means that tomorrow afternoon, if we don't have any golden balls, then we'll hit the milestone in match 5. Start of match 5 in Cyprus. So something for Rico and Nish to celebrate, but you never know. We had a glut of golden balls in the Malta ECS with 5 of them in one series. It was crazy stuff. So Golia, I like he's dominating the strike as well because he's on. It's not that Amandeep is secondary, but I think this is why you put Kuldeep facing up to the first ball. Sometimes I see teams not facing their main man up to the first ball, and I think you should because this is more likely he'll get more of the strike. Horrocks comes on to bowl over number 2. Kuldeep cannot catch up with this one. It's a rare dot. Yeah, so it doesn't guarantee you more strike, but I think statistically you're just more likely to face more if you are facing up. And so Golia can't really deal with the first one from Horrocks. Bustling in. Interesting to see if they employ more spin and how soon. Oh, this is smashed away to the leg side, and that one has disappeared. And it's going to be 4 runs. Again, there's no outfielder there. And it's another impromptu Easter egg hunt for Bucks. He's going to have to go searching for that one. And yeah, that one ran away real quickly. Golia up into the 20s. He has 21 of the 22 runs so far. Amandeep hasn't faced yet. There's been a wide in there as well. And then the other thing is, who do they go to in the third? Because I don't think they can go back to Mirapuri, considering how that's gone. But normally they would. This is a low full toss, and it's dug out, and it's dug in. Maximo! Kuldeep Golia having a real heater there. Well, get out the piano accordion because the one-man band is in session. And at the moment, he's smashed 27 of 28 runs. And it's not an easy ball to get your hands through. Shin high full toss, but he times it perfectly. And Horrocks is back to the drawing board. Mid-on goes back now. So they've got kind of whitish long on, and they've got deep cover point as the 2 outfielders. Now it's more party time. He gives us a little bit short. It's pounded. And that one's gone to Cow Corner. A one-way ticket out of the SCG. Maximo. Kuldeep has started cool, hasn't he? Horrocks tries a different length, but he's waiting for it. He's just got so much time to play the right shot at the moment. Just couldn't catch up with the first ball from Horrocks. Since then, it's been carnage. 4-6-6. And this is the Portuguese batting effort they could have used last night. And Golia wasn't in the side in match 5. Now we got some more trouble. He whips this one away into the gap. Again, no outfielder. And it's going to be 4 more. So Golia, 37 off 11. He's off to the races. Horrocks again trying the Yorker. Just overcooks it slightly. And that was all about the wristage to just turn that ball into the gap. So this has gone magical. Trouble at the old mill for the Portuguese opponents. Now, first and last were no good. In between, it was very productive. As Horrocks bookends that over with dots, but the middle was magical. 20 off the second. It's 38 without loss after 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me back in the box for another short visit. It could be short at the moment. It's Pierce Fletcher, the Dutch coach. And yeah, Pierce, this is a bit more of the Portugal I thought we were going to see last night against Gibraltar. And right now, you can see that. Well, firstly, congratulations to you guys. You've sewn up the series, but yeah, the battle for second place is what we're watching right now.
Yeah, spot on. It was an unbelievable start, first 2 overs. perfect position that you want to be in. Yeah, the Portuguese just haven't fired, and I think it's a little bit of tiredness through the ECS. Sort of going on 2 weeks of tough cricket. I think some of these guys are a little bit tired, but they're going to have to go again tomorrow. They've got some T20s coming up against the Gibraltars as well, don't they?
Yeah, that's right. And they're coming up over the next couple of days. One thing I would say is obviously the 4-game program is a bit fatiguing coming straight off the ECS as well, but with only 2 matches a day, I think they just seem a bit more mentally there. Louis Bruce comes on in over number 3. I want to run something past you here. We were talking about this, and something we might bring in is actually a bonus point system, which I'll explain to you. Again, you want to keep it pretty
simple. We were having a
simple.
Conversation about this over a beer last night, I think.
I'll see that, so I don't remember. It must have been after a couple of beers. Okay, so I'll run it through for everyone.
Yeah, I like it.
But, yeah, it's something that we might be working on in the background. And I'm going to cross all the I's and dot the I's, cross the T's about it.
I was going to say,
yeah,
get those on the right way.
Dot the T's. We do things differently here. Yeah, so, for example, if you were to chase down a target in 7 overs or less, then you get a bonus point. Or if you can restrict your opponents to 70% or less of your score. So if you scored 100, then if you can restrict your opponents to 70 or less, then you'd get a bonus point. So what that would do potentially is its net run rate could still decide ladder position, but it would be less likely teams are tied because essentially instead of 2 points for a win, there would be 4 points up for grabs in a game. So you would win at 3-1 if you just had a normal win, or you'd win 4-0 if you were to win with a bonus point. So there's something that we're working on in the background.
Yeah, really like the idea of that. I think it just puts a little bit more context around the actual whole format of the game.
Yeah.
So I think that's quite a cool aspect. Moving forward, something that maybe we try and get involved for the ECC.
Yeah, so I mean, the thing is though, it needs to be bulletproof. So you need to work out, if there's rain, if there's Duckworth-Lewis, you'd have to work out how to award it and how to decide it. But I like it because also it means take the game against Gibraltar. Say you went out there and you smashed 150, and it's probably not on. But then you set a secondary target of about 105 for Gibraltar to get a point out of the game. So I just think it would make it a bit more exciting as well. And I think that, you set where you set it is the question. But I think at 7 overs or so is probably about right, because if you make it, say, 5 overs, it can completely derail a chase if you're then saying, okay, I'm trying to get 85 in 5 overs, and then I don't think we'd see teams going after it. But I think that kind of margin, I just think it works. We'll work out all the details, and we'll put it to the powers that be. But first, we'll have to get it past the bosses. So let us know what you think in the chat.
Yeah, the principle of the idea, Vinny, very sound.
Yes.
How do we make it work? That's the next step.
I think it shouldn't be too hard, but you'd have to say, okay, you've got situations such as when, games are interrupted. So say, 5 overs, there's a Duckworth-Lewis, maybe it's just done on 70% of that score, for example. It shouldn't be too tough, but we'll work it out.
Very good over by Louis Bruce, only the 5 runs off it.
Yeah, they needed it, didn't they? A bit of normality resuming as the goalie show. Just took a bit of a hiatus, but that is the end of over number 3, and end of a very good power play. And halfway there after 3, it's 43 without loss.
Yeah, 43 without loss. Solid start, and again, you can afford to have a quiet over after going so hard in the first 2. Going to bring back Mapuri again. Quite like the way he bowls the off-spinner. I don't think he's shown quite his full array of tricks. Seen a little bit of him during those night series down in Gibraltar, and he has quite a good change of pace. But haven't quite seen that so much in the 2 days we've been here.
It's been a bit of a rough one in this game. But yeah, I mean, for the most part, he's been a pretty effective spin option. Tosses this one up a little bit, but it beats everyone. And this is going to be 4 buys, I think. And so I think the keeper plays for a bit of spin here. But again, that's just a slight fundamental thing, because he's not really getting his eyes behind the ball, so he's kind of having to go to the side. He had time to get across a little bit there, and that one hurts. Everything running against Gibraltar at the moment.
Yeah, the feet are quite wide there, Vinny, and obviously you know more about wicket keeping than I do, but the actual fact of that his legs are so wide doesn't really allow him the opportunity to move again.
Yeah, that's probably nailed it there.
Bang.
Speaking of nailed, that is nailed. That's out of here. Maximo. Time to wake up the cows. And seems like the cows are coming home to roost at the moment, Pierce, because the Gibraltar side don't really have the answers. They can't break this partnership. And Portugal romping home. And there's Cow Corner. It's been busy.
Yeah, Armandeep saying down on one knee. Really love that shot. Use of the bounce, and so it allows the batter to get the leverage to get under the ball and put it away. Vipuri backs it up a little bit fuller, and Armandeep Singh goes, no thank you, I'll have a piece of that.
Yeah, he's loving that, isn't he? And he goes straight down the ground. And look, here's the thing, playing people that are in form. And I think you're seeing Portugal doing this. I mean, they've got kind of the pedigree of Sean Gomes, who you might be saying, yeah, you know, he's got to be up there. And normally you'd say, yeah, but I mean, how can you refuse guys that have been playing on this ground in these conditions? And I think you have to be kind of flexible enough in this format of the game to go with guys that are feeling confident. And Amdeep's certainly one of those. I'd like to see him at the top. And now he's absolutely smoked that as well. And, well, they do all they can to keep it in, but they can't keep it in. That's out of here as well. Maximo time, 65 without loss. I would say if we did have that bonus point system in place, that Portugal are going to romp it home because they are only 20 away from a victory now.
Yeah, love their intent so far in this innings. They've really come out, you know, they showed it against the Dutch earlier on that they were going to go hard, and again, they've backed that up again against the Gibraltars here.
Now, this is going nowhere, but it still might go to the boundary. And that just shows what a bit of intent does. It's amazing how often, you know, when you're looking to score, things can roll your way. Not always. This is one that kind of gets big on him. It's up towards the top of the bat. But again, on Planet Santarém, they run away for 4. And that takes them up to 69 now.
Yeah, it definitely is a completely different field to play on. I've never seen something just pick up pace off the outfield.
I love watching it.
But I mean, it's spectacular. It's such a challenge for the players, and I'm impressed with how well they're dealing with it. Yeah,
last ball coming up of the 4th. Mipuri is in the naughty 40s. And, well, will he have anything to show for it? Maybe. Oh, Louis Bruce, really good effort. Tries to get there on the 4. I think he probably gets a piece of it, but it still blasts through him. 4 runs to finish the 4th. The score is 73 without loss.
Beautiful shot again. He just opens himself up, lets those hands through the ball. Yeah, Bruce maybe could have got there, but again, it's such a hard-seeing ground with no clouds. There's nothing to work off.
He ends up below the pitch level when he dives there, so it's a bit of an awkward one. Look, yeah, it's a tough one. I think he knows. Normally you say, okay, do I catch it or do I come back and try and field it on the bounce? But that makes it so hard. Have a look at those run rate graphs. Pretty dramatic stuff. But I think your best chance of stopping it is actually reaching it on the full. Even if you don't catch it, at least you kind of keep the ball in front of you. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite manage that. So we're running out of time now. Just 13 runs required. Well, the robot has woken up, said the bonus point system sounds good indeed. Well, leave it with me, robot. I'll see what I can come up with. Speaking of the field, this is one thing just as a neutral cricket observer, and watching a lot of cricket, a lot of different levels of cricket. I just have my thoughts about what makes a good fielder, okay? And Sammy Boda comes in, and there's a little bit of a French cut that's going to get away from the fielder in the end. There's a forlorn dive from Reyes, makes the earth move, but the score's moving faster, and there's 4 more.
Certainly we're off for a proper early finish here.
I think so.
Maybe a little Cerveza.
I'm loving,
an option.
I'm loving the, a bit too soon for me, but I've got to say that it's a good effort from Reyes there. Got down and dirty, but couldn't make the stop. So
I think this just shows the pedigree that Portugal have, right?
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's a confidence game, isn't it? And right now, they've got it down to single digits required, and that'll help as well, a little bit short. Golia, he's been a bit quiet, only because he hasn't had too much to strike lately. Amandeep stole the show, but he's back, and he's hunting a half-century here. That takes him to 46 off just 18 balls. Yeah,
it's been a really explosive innings. Really like the way he's just sort of sat, and he's not really looked to come at the ball. He's let the ball come to him and just looked to power it from the crease. The leverage that he has is very, very impressive.
So what I was going to say, and I might have to say it quickly because this might be over soon, is that I think I'd love to see the best fielders in the world dealing with the most difficult fields. Like if you play golf or something, you know, the best golfers, they're playing on the most difficult courses, right? So I love that kind of element to that. I'd love to see Glenn Maxwell trying to deal with this and saying, how we go. Anyway, this one is up and away. Game, set, Maximo. As Portugal only take 4.5 overs to chase this, and it's going to cut our time short, Pierce. But, I mean, that was pretty comprehensive. They do get the revenge from yesterday. They do grab the second spot, and that looks like where they'll finish. In Gibraltar, well, again, patchy. You know, they had a good start to this game. They were winning after 3 overs, but from kind of 4th over onwards, Portugal got hold of this game and never let go. And, yeah, they just look a bit more alive today, the Portuguese. And they certainly will feel pretty happy to finish their series on a high, because that's the last that we'll see of them in this ECI. They'll finish in second, and they do this with 33 balls to spare. Looking at the highlights, well, good starts are important, aren't they? And Mipuri has been a pretty reliable spinner, but he got taken to the cleaners in the first over, and really, Portugal never looked back.
Yeah, the first 2 overs basically killed the game, 38 without loss after 2, and then whilst Louis Bruce spotted a lovely over in the third, yeah, like I say, it was all dead and gone. Horrocks came into the attack, but Golia just batted absolutely beautifully, standing still, and look at the leverage of his arms being able to swing through the ball. Absolutely wonderful to watch.
Yeah, you don't have to be too inventive on this field. I think you don't have to try to manufacture shots, because, yeah, you just keep it simple. And the full toss, even I like the way he placed that one away from the fielder, had a good sense of where they were. Puri, again, maybe that was the reverse doozer up, but it certainly doozled Stagno, the keeper, who couldn't get a glove on it. And then, really, mercifully, this one was cut short. It's just one of those games for Gibraltar who, like I say, they were patchy in this game. They've probably been patchy across the tournament. I think they've got one more game against you guys, which is coming up in around about 45 minutes. I'd like to see them just push all their chips in the middle of the table and say, look, this is who we're going to bat. We're going to sit 10 guys up there that are hitters. May work out, may not. But I think it was just a sense that they haven't been able to get any fluency throughout the 10 overs of their innings. That was a good effort from Reyes. And, yeah, certainly I'm not knocking the attitude of the Gibraltarians. I know it's a tough task playing this format against these players, but they just didn't have the answers. And Portugal, they win it with an unbroken 87-run opening partnership. Congratulations to Portugal. I know that in a lot of ways they'll feel disappointed about some of their performances, but also I think a lot of positives for them to take away from this series.
Yeah, spot on. And they'll take some confidence into these T20s tomorrow as well. You know, putting a really, really strong performance out and really got a strong marker down for their own team heading into those T20s in the next couple of days.
No doubt about it. So Golia does reach his 50 off the last ball, 52 off 19 balls. And Amandeep didn't have too much of the strike. When he had it, he was pretty good. 28 off 8 for him. And yeah, it was pretty comprehensive stuff. So of those 8 balls he faces, 5 went to the boundary or over. And so for Gibraltar, well, if you do have small children, please look away now, because there's some violence in the figures. But I will say that Louis Bruce, again, one for the kids. He's a bit of a hero for the young fans there in Gibraltar. He took none for 5 off his only over. He was able to stop the bleeding, but only momentarily. You can see Mapuri had a bit of an off game. Horrocks went magical in his over, and Sammy Boda, we didn't get to see too much of him at all. Well, big thanks, Fletch. If we don't get to speak again on air, I hope that...
mate, I'll pop around.
You'll pop
if you
around?
Want me, if you want some help.
100%, if you're available. Are you getting sick of writing in your notebook? Is that what it is?
No, I'll be doing both.
All right, well, I might get some more of Pierce then in the next game, which starts in around about 45 minutes. So we'll have a bit of an extended break, but don't go anywhere. Have a cup of tea, have a snack, then come back for the big finish. It is the final, because it is the final game in match 9. Netherlands taking on Gibraltar after the break. But he's down to here, Mr. Maximo, with Pierce Fletcher. We'll see you very shortly for more FanCode ECI Portugal. The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello, everybody. Very happy Sunday to you. Happy Easter as well, if you're observing that in your part of the world. Right now, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Pretty exciting as we get to the final match of this FanCode European Cricket International. It will be the Netherlands taking on Gibraltar in match 9. Already we know that the Netherlands have won the trophy. Gibraltar will be wanting to spring a surprise here, no doubt about that. The coin toss is important. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters was with the two captains. Let's see who won that coin toss.
Gibraltar the call.
Heads, please.
Heads the call. And it is a hit.
We would like to bat this.
They're going to bat.
Avinash Pai of Gibraltar has won the toss and he's elected to bat first. A look, good confident move. Let's see if they can get a decent score on the board. They have kind of struggled. They've been patchy with their batting, but some of their players, particularly Latine, was pretty good. Now, I've got some special guests behind me, and have a look at this. We have our youngest cricket fan here. This is Diana. Do you reckon you can stand up there, Carlo? Come on. Have a look at this. Everyone loves a baby. Come on. Come on. This is worth waiting for because so Diana, she's 4 weeks old, and of all of her life, I've been here for half of it. So this is my co-commentator, I think, for match 9. And what do you think, Diana? Yeah, she knows. She's a natural. She went for the mic straight away. Anyway, while I'm left holding the baby, let's talk about these two lineups. And of course, we've got Avinash Pai leading Gibraltar. I wonder if he'll bat at the top. They may take the opportunity to mix it up a little bit. But I'd say I wouldn't mind seeing them put all their chips on the table and perhaps opening with something like a Fitzgerald or something like that. But Fitzgerald is going to have the gloves in this one for Gibraltar. So yeah, Ian Latine, I think he was brilliant in the previous game. Nice to see Zach Simpson getting a run as well. He bowled one over in the series. Netherlands, though, they've put Floyd up the top, looks like, listed to open with Verhaken. And then you've got Saqib Zulfikar listed at 3. Sebastian Brunt, he's been brilliant. He's been taking wickets for fun during this series. Well, the supercomputer thinks Gibraltar can get to 98. And I'm sure they'd take that if it was offered. They're averaging 81 in the series so far. Netherlands averaging a massive 154 per 10 overs. So yeah, we don't always know, if the supercomputer is getting greased and looked after, because it's had some funny ones during this series. But I just think it's two teams with one more chance to show what they can do. Asad Zulfikar has the gloves for the Netherlands in this one as we prepare for the first ball. I want to say a big welcome back to everyone who's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. How cute was that little Diana? Actually, the smallest Diana that we've ever had. And that's saying something. Nick Devonshire asking, will we see the robot in Cyprus tomorrow? Well, the bad news is, for robot fans, it's kind of stuck at the Cartmore Oval. It's been disinfected, I think. So potentially you'll see some more robot action at the ECC. There might be a second robot on the way. Anyway, enough for robot chat for now. Here's Aryan Dutt to get us started. And Avinash Pai is out there with Louis Bruce. Yeah, so I like that this is the opening combination they're going with, I suppose, when you consider that these two are likely to open in some of the T20s, which are scheduled against Portugal tomorrow. But yeah, Rico's already in Cyprus. He was on the red eye last night. I think he should be nice and settled in his room by now. Aryan Dutt, recently back off the plane from South Africa. This is what he tries to do. He tries to slide across. He's an awkward kind of bowler to face because I think you're expecting spin, but it's something in between. He's a bit of a hybrid, I would say. Pushes a lot through. He did used to bowl seam up, and you can tell. He gets good bounce as well because he's a tall young man, Aryan. This time, he goes a bit more at the stumps. And it's just whipped away for one. So, yeah, I'd like to see Gibraltar maybe taking a few more chances. They've got nothing to lose here. And so it's just, again, defensive shot, isn't it? So it's not a bad ball or anything, but mid on, mid off up. I think maybe I'd like to see Pai perhaps trying to elevate and put the pressure back on the bowler. Easy from here, though, isn't it? Again, just looking to push and get a single. And so, over to Louis Bruce. Yes, I just wonder, maybe you could have just thrown a wild card up there, like a Fitzgerald. Fraione not in the lineup this time. Arian Dutt keeping things quiet. Whipped away. Once again, they've got some protection out there. End of a pretty good over from Arian Dutt. And Gibraltar only get 4. It's 4 without loss after 1. Just a reminder that it is our 100th event that you are watching. This is the end of it right now. So event 99 was the ECS here in Portugal. Event number 100 is what you're watching right now. And I may have a bit of a guest coming your way that's been pretty prevalent throughout our Portuguese adventure. Big thank you to everybody that supported us across our journey. It's really hard to believe that, well, this is only our 4th season, if you like, of what I would call full-time cricket. It started full-time pretty much halfway through 2020. Had a couple of events before then, but yeah, halfway through 2020. We started this kind of week to week, day to day, and really it's only gotten more and more exciting along the way, more and more professional. And again, thanks to everyone behind the scenes that helps ECN keep ticking. Here's Mays Van Vliet in over number 2. Bruce goes back and pushes for 1. And so, just think it's going to be an interesting decision about how much they attack this power play. Because again, don't want to harp on it, but there's no real sense of urgency here. They're kind of patting it around. I might see them kind of fighting fire with fire a little bit. Goes back and yeah, gets a bit of bat on it. Slings from the hip, Clayton Floyd. Mark Pye gets through for a single. He's run out in the last game, actually. And it was a bit of a disaster, to be honest, but he's at least trying to score off most deliveries, but yeah, just not really that boundary intent so far. Mace Van Vliet has impressed me. See him for the first time on ECN. And right on cue, he bowls a wide, a slightly slower ball, potentially. I almost a bit of the Easter theme in the intro when I was holding the baby. And yeah, the robot in the chat saying the robot is lingering around Kartima, lying face down on the workbench. Well, it's been a busy time. The robot can attest to that. This one's worked away off the pads. Maze. And just kind of sliding through to the pads, just kind of working my way. This is driven. Good looking shot. Slight fumble from Orlay. But does make the stop. That might hit the end of the fingers. Bit of a nasty one for Boris there. Batted really well earlier on in the day. So just a half a step outside his crease there. Avinash Pye. This time he gets a bit of length and he wants to get on with it, and he does. So finally we see some attacking intent, and that one has gone all the way. Maximo! More work for Shub there in the match officials area. That was just a fraction short. Because he is so tall, it bounces a fair bit. And Avinash is able to make the most of it. Nice batting. Gets that in front of square as well. It's a beautiful pick-up pull shot. They had a deep backward square. He couldn't do much about it. Shub racing to the rescue. Make sure we don't lose it. Last ball of the over coming up. Push and run, and Avinash Pye will retain the strike. It is 15 without loss after 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And this man I spent a bit of time with last weekend. He's back to keep me company again. Please welcome Portuguese skipper and Irish skipper, of course, Conrad Greenshields. Well, Conrad, there's the table. 2 wins out of your 6 matches. Obviously, a few ups, a few downs for you guys across the weekend. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, we knew it would be tough. We were looking forward to the challenge. It's hello to everyone, first of all. But yeah, I think it was, it's a great leveler to pit ourselves against the Dutch. They're a well-oiled machine, good players and good guys, and good learning curve.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously trying to blood a couple of new players as well. Yeah. The opportunity to see Simon Gamire is now qualified. Parveen Singh's another one comes to mind. Oh, this is down the leg side, and it's going to be Miles. Now, is that caught or was that on the bounce? That was a pretty good piece of fielding, but Skandazorfiga comes in, gets it wrong. It was Gundy, and nice little shuffle across, opened up that leg side, almost on the helmet. That was almost 11. But, yeah, brilliant shot. So finally the Jibs, they're attacking.
Yeah, Jibs, good side too. Something we said that they're very technical, so the T10 is a bit of a tough game for them. They did well with us yesterday, which was a bit of a tough pill to swallow. But yeah, I think Jibs need to back themselves, try and get to 100, 110, and then push the Dutch.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, they've taken a bit of time getting themselves in. That's always a bit of a gamble, because if it backfires and you get out, you feel like it's been a bit of a waste. Yeah. Firstly, I'll give you a question, and welcoming all the questions coming in the chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network. See, Iggy's in there at the moment. Hello, Iggy. Hope you're well. Kitty Hundley's in there as well. So random question time is in session. I'm here with Conrad Greenshields, the Portuguese skipper. How are you feeling? I mean, you must be pretty exhausted with the schedule, the club schedule, obviously making the final, and then with 4 matches yesterday, and obviously the 2 today. How's the body holding up? How's the brain holding up?
Yeah, it's been a push, but we try and push through. I mean, the ECL, we had a month's prep before the ECL, then the ECS. Yeah, and the ECIs, and then we've got the T20s tomorrow, so it's not over yet.
That's right.
But feeling okay, tired for sure. I'm getting older, so it's wearing me down, but always fighting.
Captaincy will age you as well.
Grey hairs.
That's why I avoided it like the plague. We were talking about that a bit earlier. Bruce works this way for one, so I'll forget digging it in. Yeah, but I mean, how did you feel? I know going down to Gibraltar last night after you put them away pretty comprehensively in the first game, that was probably a bit of a low point, I'm guessing, in match 5.
Yeah, I think we just messed with the batting order too much. We were a bit too complacent about it, maybe a little too arrogant, and they made us pay. So lesson learnt, and we made sure it didn't happen again.
This time, cracks it, Avinash, but can't beat the infield. And talk us through the T20s you've got coming up against Gibraltar. So I'm sure you're taking the opportunity, because Gibraltar are here, to play some more cricket against them. Yeah,
T20s is more of our focus. Obviously, we want to try and work our way up the ICC rankings. I mean, that's the goal for the national side. And yeah, looking forward to it. Like I said, I think the Gibraltars might be let's put away.
Yeah, it's going to be 4. It's not a good ball, is it, from Sikanda? It's been a little bit all over the shop, to be honest, in this innings. That's probably top of the pad height, and Avinash just gets a bit of bat on it, and his field flies away. And I'm going to miss this field. It's going to be weird to go. I wouldn't say we're going to a very normal field in Cyprus. We'll talk about that in a second. But it's 27 without loss after 3. Yeah, this is a bit of the Cyprus field about this, because Cyprus is half has some grass and half dirt. So literally there's a line in the middle.
Oh,
and
really?
if you look on Google Maps, it's quite amazing. But a 38-metre straight boundary, I think, from memory.
Oh, wow.
And then you've just got a big wall of olive trees. So
runs are big there.
Yeah, and those some big boys from Cyprus as well, right? We had a 167 golden ball game there once.
Wow.
We had one guy on the network in a T20 hit 250 not out off his own bat. His team scored, I think it was
250.
So yeah, the team scored 311 for 1.
That's brutal.
And the groundsman goes every hour or so. He goes with a big basket, like a picnic basket, and he fills it with balls and comes back. So
at least they're organised.
It's definitely worth watching. Anyway, this is going to be Saqib Zulfikar, the leg spinning coming on. Okay, playing the Dutch. I mean, I thought you were a lot more kind of with it today. I know you didn't get the win, but I think it was a better performance, particularly with the bat. How did you feel this morning? And I've got a question for you personally. How do you play a guy like Skeeb Zulfka, who is hard to pick? It's a bit wide, though. I don't think there's anything on this unless it maybe hit the bat. No, it's going to be called a wide. Yeah, I mean, he must be a real handful to face.
Yeah, Saqib is a really handy bowler. He's, he is difficult to handle. He's got some good variations. He gets good drift as soon as he starts ripping it. I think yesterday we noticed that he's probably the only bowler that's turned it a substantial amount. Oh, Clayton.
Yeah, well, Clayton, he's in your pocket, isn't he? Although, did he get you out as well? But
he got me out.
But he did hit him for a big 6. I'm loving the byplay between you and some of these Dutch guys. Of course, played a fair bit of club cricket there. But that one, again, once it gets past the infield, it races away, doesn't it?
Yeah, as soon as it goes past the inner ring and there's no cover there, it's done. So, tough field to field on. I think the Dutch have done superb. I think we were, one thing we were counting on is them maybe struggling a little bit with the field, but they're well drilled, well oiled, and they've handled the field superbly.
I got to say, I like the attitude. I mean, because there's 2 ways you can go about it. You could kind of whinge about it. You could say, "Oh, come on, how are we going to do this?" Or you can dig your heels in and say, "Hey, you know what? We're going to do everything in our power." It looks like the wrong end, and well, I think he might have gone down the wormhole there. Let's have a look what happens. The fielder went down, the ball went up. Shoob's got under the fence. I don't even know what's going on anymore, but I think it's going to be 4. Watch the fielder here. Yeah, well, it was like he was playing a one-man game of Twister, really. No opponents. Down he went, right-hand green, and Avinash Pai will take the runs. And just when we're talking about it, the field collects another victim.
Put the mockers on them. I like it. No, I think they've done superbly. They've been brilliant all weekend, and deserve their. Should we back them for a clean sweep?
You'd imagine so. But Gibraltar, I like this start now. The 10 and over pace. This is the gamble paying off, as opposed to be a little bit conservative in the first over and a half. Only 4 came off the first over from Arian Dutch, but now they're up in there motoring with a little bit of help on that last occasion. Fielder did a reverse handstand. And now Pai pushes, and so just like that, he's gone to 30 off 15. This kind of allows Louis Bruce, I think, a bit more freedom to play some shots. I mean, when he came in at the end, he really batted well against the Netherlands earlier on today, and so he scored 21 off 8. So I'd like to see let him have that kind of freedom and approach. And he tries. He goes straight down the ground. He bangs it straight as you like. Maximal and right on cue. Louis doubles his score with 1 swing of the bat.
Yeah, Louis is a great kid. I have a lot of time for him. He's a good talent for Jibs, and what an amazing kid off the field too. You know, he's super friendly. So I like having a chat with him.
Never goes to his head, the success that he's had. I think that says a lot about him.
Very humble.
Yeah, 44 without loss after 4. He's turning 18 in June. That's what we discovered last night.
Only 18?
He's currently 17. So
he's twice my height.
It's going to be a big year for Louis. Might need to get him a manager or something. Just keep him on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, I'll manage him.
Once he's 18, I'd just say, Louis, whenever you have your birthday party, maybe stay away from Santorini because you could get into a bit of trouble.
Some danger in that town.
Yeah, that's true. 44 without loss after 4. And now head into some Boris bowling.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
This could go one way.
Well, Niscali rocks out some fairly average-looking finger spin. Just gets worked away for 1. Of course, Boris, he's one of my favourite players because he's still the best player I've ever seen dismissed by a ball that bounced 3 times when he got bowled by a grubber in the ECC last year.
I don't think I've ever laughed harder.
That was a
good cricketer, old Boris.
Exactly.
Tore me apart today.
Yeah, and this is going to be 4 just to the right side of the fielder, and it's going to be another boundary. So, yeah, Bruce pushes, and I think he's realised you don't have to be slogging to pick up runs on this outfield. Plays that one nicely through the arc and gets 4.
Yeah, Bruce is someone that we've put a marker on for the T20s. He's very technical, times the ball nicely, has patience. So T20 is more his game, and one of the danger men. Good cricketer too.
Louis the Bruce as we like to call him sometimes. And hello to Stuart as well. Hello to Keanu. He said he'd love to see the Jib guys get the win. And John saying, yeah, Portugal did make a good fist of the match against Netherlands earlier, getting a decent total, but Netherlands knocked the runs off with time to spare. It was a funny one. I called it as kind of a par total.
Yeah.
That's 4. That is absolutely smashed by Pite down the ground. And the 50 partnerships come up, and now it's growing. So Boris kind of challenges the batter to come down, and he does. Very correct shot, very safe shot, an effective shot. 4 more.
Very nice shot.
So yeah, I thought it was the kind of total that 50% of the time they chase it, 50% they wouldn't. I know it's tough. You can't really criticise the fielding because it is so difficult. But I suppose, you know, dropping a catch early,
Catches
couple of
are
half
crucial.
chances, and once they had those guys in, they were really tough to remove. This McCauley was instrumental. This time he gets worked away off the stumps for 1. But I mean, I still think you don't necessarily just judge on outcome, but also on kind of the input. And I feel like everyone bought in today. I think everyone was a bit more rested with just the 2 games. And so, yeah, we'll talk about it a bit more in a second as we see the last ball of the first over. And the last ball of the 5th over, I should say. Last ball of the first half. It's 56 without loss after 5. So a pretty good start for Jibs. As it is, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, having a beautiful Sunday on the deck as well. I've got to say, this is a fantastic addition to the club room.
Good,
I'm here with Portuguese skipper Conrad Greenshields for this innings. And yeah, right now we're watching Gibraltar build a pretty healthy total. And look, it's Easter as well. So happy Easter to everybody out there. Maybe some of our American viewers still the morning there, perhaps, and so they might be doing a hunt right now. We've been hunting for cricket balls while everyone else has been hunting for Easter eggs, but maybe you can treat yourself to a couple when you get home.
Still a few out there.
What about our little character there? He's all right.
Yeah, he's cute.
We haven't had that many ducks today, but I'd like to see maybe an Easter-themed duck replacement.
What about a rabbit? Just call it a golden rabbit.
You'd be out for a golden rabbit, yeah? Okay, with you with that. What do you think about the ECIs, though? I mean, it's a great way to cap off 2 weeks. I think the viewers really like it. Gives you a chance as a national team to kind of be put under the microscope.
Yeah. No, I think it's a great initiative. And it really pushes us. And, you know, I just want to say thanks to the Dutch and Jibs for coming over. You know, it's to have the Dutch here especially, you know, I hold them close to my heart. It was home for 2 years, so almost 2 years. It's a good shot.
Yeah, nice shot. So now Roel Verhagen is getting a bowl. So yeah, we haven't seen bowling in the series so far. Just comes, rocks out some left armers.
Amazing gloveman.
Yeah, very good keeper.
Unbelievable.
They've got 3 really good keepers, Netherlands. That's the thing. And so yeah, splitting it up has probably been the tough thing.
Yeah.
And with 6 matches, you know, they've all had a go. We've got Asad Zulfikar behind the stumps in this one.
Probably the tallest keeper, no?
Yeah, he definitely is, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing.
No. Long levers took a great catch yesterday.
Yeah, I think that people say, oh, you know, to get to the ground as a tall keeper, is it harder? But if you're taller, you should have proportionally longer arms. so
and he's young, he's agile, so
Gilchrist
not a bad combination.
6'2". You know, I think it's a bit of an advantage. Just it gives you more reach.
Yeah. Shot.
Yeah, it's just short. It's Gundy, and it's going to disappear. Maximo! Louis the Bruce wakes up now, and fee fi fo fum. That's the sound of the Maximo. And just as easy as you like. It was there to hit, but he hit it really well.
Yeah, Dutch have to be a little bit careful here. You don't want this to get out of hand. We've seen, you know, we learned our lesson by being complacent and changing things up, and they ended up to pull the win out. So, yeah, the Dutch, I think Seb, smart skip, he's going to come back to his stalwarts and try and, you know, dry the runs up here.
And Sebastian Brandt as well has had a really good series with the ball. You know, he's been consistently picking up wickets. Yeah, so Michael in the chat saying, yeah, majority of European countries yet to be touched by ECN. That is true, Michael. But one thing I have to say about countries we can go to on ECN, after this ball from Verhagen, it's a much better one. This time it's respected and played away for 1 by Louis Bruce, is that, you know, we can only really go to countries that have this ICC recognition. And so even to do that, there's some work that has to be done.
Yeah.
So once countries are ICC recognised, then we can start to engage with them so that they can ideally be a part of the ECC, the ECL, which is growing all the time. We might be up to already up to 31 countries involved. Could be going high next year.
Shot.
Short and pulled away, and he might have picked him out, and he has.
Oh, no.
Well, unbelievable stuff. As Verhagen takes the wicket, Avinash Pai cannot believe it. He had so much space, and Verhagen now thinks he's the new Nortje. That means he digs in the short ball and he bounces out Avinash Pai for 36 at 67 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he played that really nicely. From here, it looked like a great shot, but he's literally drilled it straight to Boris and takes a safe catch. And is that his first international wicket?
I believe so. So you haven't seen him in the bowling lineup so far. And it's a bit of a rough one, I know, for Avinash, but I like it. I mean, he plays a good shot.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to play a good shot and see what the universe has lined
It's your
up for
day,
you.
it's going. If it's not, it's something you have to deal with.
Then Boris Gawley takes a very good catch down there at deep backward square. Check it out here. Get the speed gun on this. Might be 146, 147. That's what Verhagen will be telling you. But Boris makes a tough catch look pretty easy. And he says, yeah, see, I should have been here all along. Easy as you like. Avinash is saying I should have hit that one into the bushes. But anyway, here's someone else an opportunity. And here's Phil Rakes, who, it's nice to see him getting a chance at number 3. Does look like a pretty organised player, UK-based player.
Yep.
Again, first T10 tournament for him. So yeah, we didn't see him in the night series.
Yeah, I think something that is maybe underestimated is how tough T10 can be, especially for traditional cricketers, you know, coming from, you know, the Southern Hemisphere schools, and, you know, you're playing 50 over, you're playing 20 over.
Yeah.
You're trying to adapt your game to something that's, I call it an animal. T10 is an animal.
Yeah.
Because there's no way of controlling it. It's tough on the bowlers, tough on the fielders, tough on the batters when it doesn't come off. So
puts you under the microscope, doesn't it?
Does,
I mean,
yeah.
and sometimes you can wrestle the animal, and sometimes the animal will wrestle you. I think that you know,
and really hurt you too.
and you're going to have these moments where you're up, you're down. It's all about keeping your emotions in check, I think, as well. Tim Ettman getting a bowl here in over number 7.
Okay.
And so
They're still 11 over. It's not too bad. And Brucey lucky to get away with that.
well, I'm happy that ball got to the other end, actually, from Ettman.
Yeah.
I don't know how often he's rocking him out, but
Check his toes.
yeah. No, Tim certainly hits the ball really well, doesn't he? Here you go. That's a little outswinger, but yeah, right now, cashing in. And Louis Bruce just plays a really nice orthodox shot. This is what I'm talking about. He can score runs so quickly. I mean, any boundary, that's racing away for 4. I feel like you could have 150-metre boundaries here and there'd still be plenty of 4s hit because it's just so fast.
Well, I mean, the highest score here in a T20 is 371.
Really?
Yeah, so
That's huge.
That was pretty brutal to watch, actually.
371.
Shot again.
No chance. No chance for the fielder. And that's Maze Van Vliet out there questioning his life decisions to field in that zone. It's almost like it's shot out of a gun on the last bounce. He has big legs, doesn't he? He throws a hand at it, can't come up with the back-to-back boundaries for Bruce.
Yeah, beautiful shots. First one off the front foot, second one on the back foot, punches it through. Like I said, good talent, good young talent. We played against him 2 years ago, I think. Yeah, 2.5 years ago. And he was the shining star for the Jibs batters. And that's pumped again.
That's such a good shot, isn't it? He just swivels on it at the right moment. Shoop's fielding has been poor, and there's no other way to talk about it.
Yeah, Shuby's been struggling a little. We need to get him in the middle.
You know, it's not just the fielders on the field, and this is another one.
Completely missed it.
I mean, Bucks is definitely stopping that. Shub he's been leakier than an old bucket, hasn't he? But anyway, next one was just a single. Jib moved up to 80. And nicely gathered by Asad Zulfikar behind the stumps. Yeah, for me, there's not much not much between the 3 keepers they've got. You know, it's tough. And as someone that watches keepers really closely, I think that they're all really solid in the position. They're all capable.
Good position to be in with.
It's always
their
with
national
keepers.
setup.
It's always a feast or a famine with keepers.
Yeah, it's
you know,
true.
You got
Very
heaps
true.
or you got nobody.
Or you got none.
Yeah, so 7 overs down. Score is 80 now for 1. And looking at tomorrow, Cyprus will be in session Looking forward to the Battle of the Kings in match 4. CSK, of course, that is Cyprus Super Kings taking on the Napa Royal Kings. But we're going to start with the Nicosia Tigers versus the Limassol Calendars. Also, Everest. We'll see them in the first day of action. 12 teams will play over 14 days of ECS action there. Slightly earlier start time as well, 5:30 a.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe. It's 11 a.m. in India. Now, Rico was on the red eye with Diana and also with Nilkesh overnight. They got there. They said their hotel room wasn't ready till 1 o'clock, which was annoying. I think they landed about 7:30 our time this morning. It's a 2-hour time difference between Portugal and Cyprus. So they've already lost 2 hours of their day. But I reminded Rico that with that early start time, effectively, he would be getting out of bed at 4 a.m. Portugal time on Monday.
How do you react?
I can't tell you what he said on air, but I'm certainly looking forward to maybe having a sleep in or two, because I'll be off for a couple of weeks, but I'll be back for the end of that Cyprus series. And actually, the finals day in Cyprus is my birthday. I'll be 42.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's your birthday. It's pretty much straight after. I was going to say it's the same last year, but
yeah, it was the same last year. Yeah, that's why they pay you the big bucks to be making all the big decisions. What I will say though, is people often used to say I looked young for my age.
Yeah.
Since I've been doing this every day,
I think you look young.
They don't say it as much anymore.
You're still okay there. You got some nice colour now from the sun here in Portugal.
That's true. My face has got character, as they say. Bit more character now I've been to the Santarém cricket ground. Anyway, Louis Bruce is motoring towards a half century here. This isn't a great delivery. It's short. It's Gundy from Boris. Boris gets banged. That one's out of here. Maximo time. And Bruce pretty quickly moves to 49.
Yeah, like I said, the Dutch need to be careful here. You don't want this score to get too much out of hand. I mean, they'll back themselves to chase.
I think there's a little bit of we want to challenge.
We want some runs. Are people fighting for MV or catch out?
Well, Boris might have to chase
Ratha.
these himself.
Oh, what an effort.
That's an incredible effort. I mean, Ratha is a guy, he was commentating with me earlier today. Loved hearing his thoughts. He's a born and bred Dutch player.
Good kid
He's come through the system. Yeah. But I mean, Boris, this would have been highway robbery if he was able to pick up Bruce here. But instead, it's going to be a boundary, and well done to Louis Bruce. He brings up his half century in just 24 balls. And Louis played shots all around the wicket. He's hit 3 sixes and 6 fours in that 50.
Yeah, it's just proof in the pudding. You can hit boundaries with fours too, get there.
Yeah, he doesn't even get a run here. Almost goes wrong for him. Boris, can't believe that he hasn't got a wicket.
Come
I
on,
can.
Boris.
And it's the end of
Bit expensive.
The 8th over. And the score's 92 for 1. John Gray has a good question about who do I think are favourites for the Cypriot ECS. Yeah, good question. I mean, there's a fair few teams that we haven't seen before. I mean, I think the Mouflons are always strong over there, but I'd have my eye on the Black Caps as well.
The Black Caps?
Yeah, they got the Black Caps.
Okay, I
yeah,
like
it's great. Yeah, I mean, the team names are probably the highlight for me there sometimes. So quite a few new teams. I'll give you a team to follow if you're a neutral. Amdocs, who we haven't seen, I think, for 2 or 3 years on the network. They're quite an entertaining bunch. Yeah, that's a really good back cut, isn't it, for Rakes? And I think he likes the pace on the ball. I think he's also realising, he can play more regular, limited overs shots. Yeah, and that's just kind of like back cut. It'll often get you one on a bigger field, but this races away for 4. Good batting. Yeah, so Amdocs, I don't think they'd won a game for 7 years, and they broke that streak on the European Cricket Network.
Jeez, that's
back
tough.
in 2020.
7 years.
7
and
years.
Still
7-year itch.
Got to admire the commitment.
That's the magic of the ECN. Yeah, Amdocs. And so, Cyprus, always great to visit there. I was talking a bit earlier about what I'm looking forward to is this is pulled away. Again, it's not really hit well, and Saqib Zulfikar will do the rest. So Rakes goes 4 and out. Van Vliet digs it in. Yeah, it's a funny one, this one, because I suppose he doesn't really try and smash it. He just tries to time it, and in the end, he puts it down the throat of Saqib Zulfikar. He doesn't drop too many catches. So that's the second wicket to fall, and it's 96 for 2.
Yeah, also hitting into the wind, so, the wind's going straight across. So, yeah, I mean, at least the intent's there, and, bring in the next bat. And they've just got to keep going. I mean, they've got wickets in hand. There's 10 balls left.
Rakes just can't seem to hit that run ball barrier, though. Every innings, he's just a little bit short of it. 5 off 6 this time. Yeah, I mean, it's an adjustment. And I'm sure he'll be better for the run. I suppose the benefit of some of these other players, or most of these other players, is that they did play in either the European Cricket T10 at the start of the year, the night series, or for Lathbury Lightning in the ECL. Anyway, one thing I'm looking forward to is my visit to the nut shop in Cyprus. There's nuts everywhere at this place. There's all kinds of nuts. They got different flavours. They got nuts I'd never heard of.
Sizes.
And you just fill your boots. You just get this bag. And,
what kind of nuts?
I've only got 2 days to enjoy it. You name it. The chocolate-covered nuts.
Pecan nuts.
Yeah. Another one. It's 2 in a row. Lateen's going to go first ball. Van Vliet changing the narrative in the ninth. Gibraltar were cruising, and they lose a couple in 2 balls. One thing we haven't had this weekend is a hat trick. Mays is on one right now as, a golden duck for Ian Lateen. Not the finish to the series.
Bring out the rabbits.
And there we go. That's our Easter little version. So it's a golden rabbit for Lateen. And it's Mays that pulls the rabbit out of the hat. Hat trick ball incoming. And Lateen, I don't think he even waits for the umpire's decision. He's very sporting. Now here's one of our favourites, Kenroy Nesta, Keynes. And I know that Pierce was saying he played against Keynes in the ECL when Keynes was playing for the Calpe Giants last year.
Yeah.
Pierce was playing for VOC. He's a big boy, likes to swing the bat. Now, does he play the role of party pooper here, or does he swing for the fences?
Nah, you've got to go. Doesn't matter.
2 slips.
Have a ping. They've brought the field in. Back yourself. There we go.
Well, he does back himself, and he absolutely nails it. And there's
a weird field, that.
Well, instead of a long on, they had a second slip, and that's why there's no one there. And the irony is, if they had the long on there,
it was done.
It might have been caught, But anyway, plenty of open spaces around this ground. That brings up the 100 for Gibraltar as well. And so, John wants to see a bit more of horse corner.
Horse corner.
There's a few horses around here as well, I think we've seen.
Have we?
I see a few on the way to the ground.
Oh, yeah.
A few interesting creatures around here.
Foxes. We've got some red fox.
Really?
Here. Yeah, red fox here. Wild boar.
The wild boar can be a menace sometimes. Oh, it's a good bounce from Mays. Finds another gear, but he's running out of time. 100's up. So Netherlands have a triple-digit chase. Yeah, Kenroy's great because he only knows one way. He's dispensed with a helmet. Which, again, he's got a beautiful face. I hope it stays that way.
He hasn't played a lot. Is he injured? Is he nursing something?
I know that he wasn't 100% for some of the ECL, but I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen him in the lineup more, especially because this is his bag, isn't it?
Yeah.
This T10. And now he launches this high and into the sky. Maximo! It's Keynes time, baby. And I know some people say he's a Wish.com version of Andre Russell with a nickname and everything else, but for me, he's the real deal. And he finishes the ninth with a bang, 106 for 3.
Yep, great way to end that over. There was either 6 or out or 4. That's what we've been saying in the final 3. If you've got last ball, you've got full, permission to go hard at it. And 106 this is what their best performance against the Dutch.
Yeah, I mean, I can go through their batting actually. Which hasn't fired too often in this series, but if we go look at their time so far, they've scored they've batted the 10 overs every time for scores of 91, 59, 90, and 85, and then that
broken the 100 barrier for the first time.
Yeah, and that previous game, obviously hasn't really been enough most of the time. Anyway, this is a proper shot from Bruce. Well, I'm glad that car left when it did, because a couple of seconds later it could have been under attack. As Bruce goes large to start the 10th over.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Bruce. That's just a proper cricket shot, and it's flown. So that's 6 on most boundaries. It's got probably about 70 meters. So, watching the ball intently, he's keeping his eye on and just playing through the line and playing it on merit. So.
Yeah, so significantly higher than their previous high score of 91. So 91, 59. 90, 85, 85 before this. And so I think when they won, they didn't manage to register the 100.
Shot.
This is a beautiful looking shot again, and it's more leather chasing. Floyd this time will have to pick it off the fence. Another boundary for Louis Bruce. What an innings this is.
Beautiful shot. Again, it's just playing each ball on merit. He's not premeditating, and he's just waiting for it and timing it and picking the gaps and, yeah, making the Dutch fetch some leather a little.
Yeah, and, you know, it's been a consistent innings. I mean, every over's been double digits since the first over, and he went for 4. So they took a bit of time. They looked at Dutt. And, okay, yeah, we've seen some irregular bowlers, if you want to put it that way. But still, you can only play against the bowlers they bowl at you. Sakana Zulfikar in a bit of a pickle at the moment. It's a slower ball, clever one. This is one I would have considered, trying to push for 2 to get Bruce back on strike. But they might feel that Nesta, he's a 6-hitter, so he should get an opportunity.
Yeah, 10 off 3. You're backing Nesta to go hard here. You know, 3 big hits here. You're looking at 133, 137,
137 would be good from here.
Yeah.
Just remember that. Conrad says they're going to make 137. Which means they need 20 off the last 3 balls.
Maths was never my strong point.
So I don't wonder what attributes you do have. Anyway, goes back.
That.
And Kenroy goes large, but it's more high than it is long. Good luck.
Oh, good catch.
Oh, well, Saqib is just a gun.
Yeah.
No matter what he does. And the triplets will come together. That's a brilliant catch in these conditions. Yes, it's kind of into the wind, but the wind is making it swirl. And Saqib just makes it look easy, doesn't he? So Nesta tries to go large, but he finds the hands of the deep mid-wicket. It's 117 for 4.
Yeah, good comms between Saqib and Seb. Saqib taking the ownership here, and just, I mean, those are buckets.
Yeah. He's just so good at judging it.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you how much a difficult catch that is on this ground in these conditions. But yeah, Keynes did launch one, didn't he? So it's not a bad T10 innings at all from Kenroy. Hopefully we see him again on the network soon. 117 for 4. Fitzgerald, he's another guy. I mean, he made some big runs earlier against the Dutch coming in at the end. And the Dutch, they actually got 44 in 2 of their overs. And the other 8 overs only went for 41 against the Dutch earlier today. So they've been patchy, is the way I'd put it. Fitzgerald looks at a wide first up. Takes him up to 118.
Is Fitzgerald the keeper?
He's keeping this game.
This game, okay.
This game, just this game. And typically we've seen him bowling, actually. It's a play we saw for Lathbury Lightning in the ECL as well. He hasn't bowled too much in this series. So, obviously, the keeping does take a bit of toll on the body. I don't really have the wealth of spare keepers that Netherlands do. Yes, would have been gone by a mile, but they induced the throw. Takes him to 119. So it looks like a 120 plus chase for the Netherlands. Should be an entertaining one.
I think, you know, the Jibs will be super happy with their efforts. Like we said, it's over 100 for the first time in this tournament. And to go 120, you know, if they get a boundary here, 123, 125, they'll go out with a lot of enthusiasm and try and take it to them. It's well bowled. Got to run, Louis.
Yeah, Louis. Probably got the legs of someone that's batted the 10 overs in the sun. But he'll finish with a nice little red ink cup. 65 off 29. Yeah, it's good innings, isn't it, from a player that continues to grow and really he's the future of Gibraltarian cricket, isn't he? 120 for 4, even 120 for Gibraltar, setting 121 for the Dutch to keep their perfect record alive. Should be an interesting second half coming up, and let's see what order they go for. They have listed Floyd to open up with Verhagen as we roll the highlights music for the second last time here in Portugal. And Avinash Pai and Louis Bruce took their time in the first over, but from then it was game on, and the boundaries were flying all over the park.
Yeah, some really nice cricket shots, some, you know, maybe a little bit wayward bowling, especially from the part-timers. But the Jibs, you know, they controlled that innings really nicely. Louis just played a sparkling innings, really happy for him. And capitalising on some,
Yeah, it was the kind of licorice all sorts that we saw. I mean, yeah, the Dutch just trying to give a few other players a chance to bowl. And well, nice to see Diesel here. A few people saying that we should combine ourselves, and I could be Vin Diesel. But that's a nice little comment in the chat as well from John Gray. But yeah, how about that? I mean, Avinash Pai eventually just drilled one down to Gawley, and so that was that. And then, well, meanwhile, we saw Bruce take over pretty dramatically, and he was just peppering the outfielders, wasn't he? You don't really have that range to the side, do you, on the outfield here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. And even Shuby was struggling to keep things under control. But yeah, in the end, he does make his 50, finishes 65 not out. And even that one, it was almost an
Great
outstanding catch by Rafa Alphonse. But that brought up the 50 for Louis, but he wasn't done yet. And yeah, the youngster put it away in the last couple of overs. Rikes, he just found a way to get out after banging a 4. But yeah, that brought Kenroy out, and despite having to deal with a hat-trick ball first up because Lapp nicked off, he looked pretty good out there. He's hitting a 4 and a 6 in his 4 balls, which is pretty effective. And that's how you deal with a hat-trick ball. Hit it where there's nobody. But anyway, I mean, Gibraltar, they've got a real opportunity here, don't they? If they can bowl, maybe spin a web around the Dutch. Yep. Okay, you wouldn't think this is enough runs, but it certainly is defendable. I mean, anytime you get 120 on the board, if you can take those chances, if they can get their standards where they need to be, obviously restricting you guys to a fairly low score yesterday, they'll be hoping they can pull off the upset of the tournament.
Yeah, they'll be backing themselves. They have to. I think it's important for them to go out there with a positive mind frame and, 1 or 2 quick early wickets. You know, the Dutch, well, I mean, they can bat down to pretty much 10 and 11.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing like scoreboard pressure.
Exactly, and you need to just keep it quiet and get that run rate up. Potentially 14, 15, maybe you can force some mistakes. Louis Bruce, 65 off 29. It's a bit of a masterclass from Louis, wasn't it? He took on all comers. And he scored those runs off 29 balls, so facing pretty much 5 overs. Kenroy Nesta with 10, but Pai, he was the one that got things moving initially, 36 off 19 for him. As far as the bowling went, well, they try a few different options, don't they? 7 bowlers used in total. Mays Van Vliet took 2 wickets and 2 balls, 2 for 25, steals the figures. Apart from that, Sikander Zulfikar with 1, Rilva Hagen chipping in with a wicket as well. We didn't see Dutt again after that first over. They only went for 4. So mixing it up a little bit. But let's see if they've got what it takes to be spotless in this series, because the Dutch team will need 121 to keep it clean and go undefeated all the way to this ECI trophy. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Conrad Greenshields. We'll be back very soon with the second innings. You're watching match 9 of this FanCode ECI Portugal. The European Cricket Internationals are proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground for the final time in our 2-week Portuguese adventure. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. And it's with a heavy heart, in fact, that we'll finish our 2 weeks here. We will be back in the future, and I actually look forward to coming back and seeing what improvements are next. But right now, the ground was taken a fair beating over the last couple of weeks. You can kind of see that, but it's also been great, and the weather's been wonderful for us as well. Gibraltar winning the toss and batting and putting up a good score. They put 120 on the board in match 9. And so, could this be the upset of the tournament? They're going to have to bowl and field really well, though. I mean, the Netherlands, they'll back themselves. This kind of tour ball with the batting they've got. They've got a strong, long batting lineup, don't they? They've got plenty of options. I think that's the word that I would say. But it's going to be an interesting 10 overs, that's for sure. So James Fitzgerald has the gloves for Gibraltar. As I think Stagno just needed a rest. He'll get one. And there is Roel Verhagen. He's coming out to bat, and I think that he'll be keen to get amongst the runs again. You always want to be the one, I think, that that assists your team in a chase like this. So should be an interesting one, that's for sure. Love to get your feedback about these ECIs in the live chat. ECS or ECN European Cricket Network. So ECS will start again tomorrow. And so looks like Clayton Floyd, as listed, he'll be opening up. So, I mean, he's a guy, obviously, he's done some pretty good things in T10 cricket internationally. First ever T10 international century back in 2021. So, almost ready to start. Mirpuri had a bit of a rough one earlier, but he does get the new ball here. 121 to win. Clayton gets tied up by the first one. It's mistiming that shot. Was there to hit, wasn't it? Yeah, Kabir had a really good series. I mean, you're going to have ups, you're going to have downs. I mean, you just have to accept that, I think, as a bowler or a batter in this format. And so, off the mark now, second delivery. Mirpuri. I quite like it that it sounds weird, but he actually tries to spin the ball. You know, I think that's something that gets forgotten sometimes with off-speed bowlers. Around the wicket now to the left-hander, Clayton Floyd. Pardon me, Verhagen on strikes. Floyd gets out the way. Floyd is a left-handed bowler, not a right-handed batter. Verhagen, I suppose he's going to call himself an all-rounder now because he did take a wicket with some left-arm military medium in the first innings. Anyway, this is his real bag, isn't it? And particularly, you know, his keeping's another string to his bow that makes him a very valuable commodity. Typically, off-spinners would like to see left-hander there, though. Mirpuri just angling in, trying to straighten it down the line. Fitzgerald with the gloves. Again, a bit of a challenge for him, I'm sure. But in Gibraltar, they're enjoying their time here. They made the drive. I think it's around a 6-hour drive or so. 6 or 7 hour drive. But yeah, beautiful weather. The Iberian Peninsula for us over the last few weeks. This one is picked up and dispatched out of the ground. Maximo. And there we go. Now Shub's back. And this time he's not discarded the paper. I think that throwing the paper away was a bit of a distraction. We saw him trip over his paper and his pen. This time he goes paper in the hand, and he actually catches it in the same hand as the paper. Well, we've given Shub a bit of stick, but I'll give him that one. That was a really good piece of off-the-field fielding. This one doesn't take a touch, I don't think, from the bowler. And not sure if Verhagen was back or not. But I think this one will show. Didn't actually quite get down. Malik, good reactions from him as well to start moving out the way. I think Mapuri went to appeal and then apologised because he said, well, look, if I'm honest, I haven't touched that. Last ball, the over coming up. Yeah, Mapuri, it's well bowled, but it's also well hit. It's going, it's going, it's gone. He kind of challenged Floyd there to go after it and said, look, here it is. You want to go after it? There's a bit of Clayton Floyd about that ball, actually. And Floyd says, yes, please. And he strokes that one with the wind. That one just fades away from the fielder. And so they get what they need off the first over. It's 14 without loss after 95 matches without a golden ball. Do you know what that means? It means around about this time tomorrow in the last game, and it will be 100 matches. That's if we don't get one. So I know that's we always get a bit antsy when it gets to the triple figures. Last time though, bit of trivia, it went off at 101. That's when Hornchurch of England and Beveren of Belgium went at it. If you go to the golden ball streaks this year, went off on the 7th of February at 127, then 33, 25, 22, 24. That was the Malta Madness. And then 101 matches between the last golden ball in Malta and the ECL golden ball. Okay, here's Reyes, who's going to bowl. And he was a bit of a revelation yesterday against the Portuguese. He's just going to make you make the pace. Like that. And so, look at Roll going, hey, what's that? What is this? Pace in the power play? Where's the pace? That's what he's saying. It's a high eyebrows job from the batter as he watched that one go past and couldn't really come up with an answer. And the second one he does swing at, and he almost gone, and then Louis almost has his shin bones extracted from his legs, and it bursts past him for 4. And, well, Reyes is probably saying, hey, any chance you could turn that into a catch? And Louis says, catch? I'm just trying to keep my legs pinned to my body. Lucky's thin, Louis Bruce. And, well, this ain't Europa Point anymore. But, I mean, what it does, it forces a miss hit from Verhagen. That could have easily gone to hand. This one is hit a bit better. Maximo Roll takes him over the leg side. He's timed him up now. And he's gone from high eyebrows to high hits in the space of 3 balls. And really, fielder had no chance. Pretty good win for the left-hander as well, because it's favouring the left of screen. And Reyes, it wasn't the worst ball. It was kind of a challenge delivery, trying to induce a miss hit. But, yeah, the batter had the answers. Hello to Keith as well, watching from America. Hello, Keith. Hope you're well. This is hit pretty hard at Latine. Does well. So I got a question as well from Ash in the chat, asking, do these count as proper international matches? Well, they are international T10 matches, and yeah, our cricket is sanctioned by the ICC. The ICC criteria is used to determine eligibility. So yeah, I mean, it's a very new format, and at this stage, ECN is the only organisation organising T10 internationals. But I think Europe's a great place to do it. I think we already know that for all the T10 cricket we played. So yeah, these are official international matches, and yeah, at some point, I'm sure they'll be recognised as such with their own kind of statistical subsections. Certainly is the future, I think, of the game, especially trying to grow the game. Clayton waits for this one, then punches it through the offside. This is going to be 4 as well. So Reyes just giving a little bit of length there to Clayton and a little bit of width, and that was all he needed. And kind of sits up. And this field, oh, it is so fast. Grease lightning time. 29 without loss. And it was always going to be tough to hold the Dutch. I don't mind the idea of Reyes in the power play as well. Always got Verhagen out. And now it's in the air, and it's just away from the field, and this will be 4 as well. So that's Jack Horrocks there. Couldn't really get off his feet. Again, it was just curving away from him. So look, in that over, we saw 2 false shots. two balls that could potentially have gone to hand, but just doesn't roll that way for the Jibs. It's 33 without loss after 2. Now, for all you mathematicians out there, Gibraltar could potentially take second place if they win this game by about 280 runs. And that's going to be difficult, seeing as they only scored 120. But let's say if you had someone really badly behaved, if they gave away, say, 200 penalty runs to inflate their score, and then they bowled the Netherlands out for 30-odd, then potentially, mathematically, you could take second spot, but I think Jibs know they're going to be stuck in third. But having said that, I'm sure it's been a positive experience, obviously playing the Dutch. Putting 120 on the board against the Dutch in this innings, for example. The 9-run win over Portugal last night. Also the potential to play more international matches in the next couple of days at the Santarém Cricket Ground. I'm sure it's great for them and their player group. Sammy Boda bowled pretty well earlier on today. And it is 33 without loss after 2. And no further score from that delivery. And well, Lucky gets a little edge there because that was straightening down the line. Probably one for Hagen that should have put away. But Sammy, I think he bowled really well. 2 for 12. Didn't get a second over. Oh, this one. How does this miss the leg stump? Hagen's living a charmed life out there. Sammy swings this through the gate, and I don't know how it finds a space, but it does. Oh, if there was a fourth stump, that would have smashed it out of the ground. Oh, now he's going to play a little chop shot back to the keeper. So a bit of the deer in the headlights from Verhagen saying, hey, I'm an opener. I'm meant to face pace bowling. What's going on here? And Sammy, I like it. He's workmanlike. Gets a bit of shape down the line. Again, he's a youngster that puts a lot back into Gibraltarian cricket. Works a lot with the juniors. He's been working a lot with the women's team as well during the ECIW. This one drifts into the pads, and it'll be a tough stop for Horrocks. He does well. And they're just going to get one in the end. That's good fielding. Conrad Greenshields comes back and joins me for the final moments of this ECI. And that's good fielding by Horrocks. You don't see too many balls getting chased down here.
Yeah, very well fielded. Jib's doing a good job here.
Yeah. Pace off. I mean, it's kind of what they did to you last night. They kind of choked all the life out of the ball and said, right, you put the pace on it if you're going to do it. Having said that, Netherlands ahead of the red line at the moment. And comes up in a bit, I think. Bit of natural variation. I think might have hit the seam. So just a single. And yeah, it's hard. You're not really going to be able to get through this batting lineup, I think, because it's so long. So it then becomes how many runs can you stop? And can you create some scoreboard pressure, some run rate required pressure? Which, I mean, Boda's done really well this over.
Yeah, I think it's not all about the wickets. If you can dry up the runs with some dot balls, singles, and, make the batters take a little bit more risk, it's also a good thing.
This one is whacked through the leg side. So Verhagen eventually getting a ball that he could go after from Boda. And, I mean, it's a similar ball to the one that shaved his leg stump, isn't it? So, I mean, you shouldn't normally, don't see good batters missing balls that miss their leg stump that go between the body and stumps that often. But, yeah, he got a bit lucky there. And so takes us to the end of the third over. And it's 39 without loss. Michael has picked a few countries where we'd like to get to on ECN. Let me tell you, England and Wales. Well, England, we were meant to have an ECS. We had 3 scheduled, but because of the pandemic and because of some Brexit issues, that's been a bit too problematic. Estonia, okay, we have done a series in Estonia. We would like to do Estonia again. They've got a beautiful cricket ground there. So hello to all my Estonian friends. Of course, Estonia now part of the ECL and ECC multiverse. Finland, we have actually had a series there as well. Back in 2020, we showed some of their T20 competition, but we also had a European cricket series there in Helsinki over the weekend. So that's another one that we have been to. Keep going in a minute. Here's Horrocks. Oh, gets this wrong. This is way too full, and it's going to be plenty of runs. 7 up time. No ball, +6. Bit of a disaster to start that over from Horrocks.
Yeah, that's not a ball that you want to be giving to Clayton. He's going to eat that all day. 7 and free hit here for Clay. Where's this going?
He's telling everyone else that they were so lucky, but I think you're always pretty lucky when you grab a 7 up and have a free hit to boot, so you can just add another 6 to your total if you hit this one in the middle.
Reverse, yeah.
Think so?
Calling it.
He's thinking something, I can tell. That was the sound of his brain clicking, but he just gets across and he whips it, doesn't he? Maximo! It doesn't for your cousin. Go fetch it. That one is next door as Clayton goes large. Brings up the 50 as well for the Netherlands.
Yeah, Clayton is he's always been a classy batsman to watch. The boy hits the ball really, really hard, and yeah, Clayton's a key wicket.
New balls, please. Clayton Floyd, 34 off 10. And Horrocks, he's 13 off 1. And I won't make you do the maths on that, but I can tell you, and his economy rate currently is 78 and over, which is not a good place to be. But I suppose you can always bring it back. I told you, like Horrocks, I think he offers a lot to the team. He runs in bowls. Often wonder what he thinks when he sees little dibbly-dobblies rolling their arm over and being effective. As this one's swung and missed at by Clayton Floyd. Okay, I'm going to go through these countries. So France, we are planning to have an ECS in France. We were hoping it would be this year. It looks like it's more likely to be next year, but obviously the ECL trophy being in France at the moment. Guernsey and Jersey are mentioned. Again, we run into problems sometimes with countries where they may not have enough teams to sustain an ECS. Yeah. So I know that in Jersey there's kind of 4 or 5 clubs. I think Guernsey, similar number. Maybe we could combine them. That's something we talked about. Potentially something we could do in the future.
Catch that.
Yeah, well, it should be caught. Sammy's got to hustle in, and he gets it. So Floyd's going to have to go. Got some gifts from Horrocks. But Horrocks gets his revenge, doesn't he? He was in the House of Horrors at the start of the over. The 50s come up, but they lose Clayton Floyd. It just doesn't quite come up that pull shot. Probably wasn't short enough to pull comfortably, and that's why it goes in the air, hangs into the wind as well, and Sammy Boda takes the catch. Floyd gone for 34. It's 52 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled. I mean, it's straight into the body, so it's cramped him for room, and maybe not high enough for that shot. But, you know, Clayton going over 300 strike rate's not bad, and he's done his job and put the team in a good position.
Yeah, for sure. So you're kind of ahead of the rate. They're kind of probably an over ahead of where they need to be. What else were there? Ireland, Scotland, all the British Isles. Yeah, you know, one of the issues we have, Republic of Ireland, I suppose, is still, politically part of Europe, but you know, we run into some issues there, just with equipment, with people, with red tape, let's say. Luxembourg have a beautiful cricket round. I don't know if you've been there, but
no.
You know, they maybe potentially could get a night series. Just, again, the amount of clubs, not kind of quite what we need to sustain a European cricket series at this stage. What else? Serbia, well, again, Serbia, their club Belgrade play as part of the Croatian series, but there is talk that maybe they will move that because Slovenian clubs as well play in that Croatian ECS. It's like a super ECS. This is a pretty nice shot. Good luck, Louis. This time he's got it covered. This is Sakib Zulfikar that's come out in the number 3 spot. And yeah, Israel, again, we have looked into the possibility of that. Israel not really geographically in Europe, but they are part of Cricket Europe, if you like. And what did I miss there? Turkey. Yeah, well, Turkey's another one we could look into. I know we have. So it's a bit of a tough one for us because we do want to get to new places, but now, you know, logistically, we're looking to stay 2 weeks in places because in one, it's just a lot of effort and
the
logistics.
A lot of travel, a lot of costs.
No, exactly. It is tough because, I mean, ECN it's not really it's not a profit-driven or profit-making organisation at this stage anyway. Obviously, we want to keep the lights on and keep bringing you the cricket heading in the right direction. Oh, this would have been an incredible catch, and now he set a bit of a task for Latine. It was the hand of hope from Sammy Boda. This would have probably been the catch of the tournament if he'd held it, but it didn't stick.
Yeah, body's looking a little bit stiff there. It's been a long 2 days. It's hot. Does well to get there.
Yeah. He didn't really have time to plan a dive, did he, either?
No.
Just kind of stuck out in the mitt and hoped for the best. Would have been a jalebi catch, that's for sure.
Jalebi.
I've learnt most of my...
What does jalebi mean?
I'll tell you in a minute. But first, I'm going to look at this. And it's a jalebi shot. And Shub.
Shubi.
He's taken it. He's run into form. He's been here for I think 68 matches, and he's been awful.
Shupido.
And now look at him, and he'll be wanting to see this. You can guarantee he's going to clip that out on his phone straight away. Firstly, it's a big Maximo, and then Shub drops the paper this time, so you knew he was serious, and he takes the catch. And you know, as we get to the end of the over, the score 60 for 1 after 4. So I'm a big fan of the Savannah Bananas, which are a baseball team. They're kind of like, almost like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. And they play real games against this team called the Party Animals that don't wear sleeves.
Where is this?
This is in America.
Okay.
And they go around, and it's like they have all sorts of crazy stuff. Like their first baseman sometimes wears stilts in the game. He's on stilts. But they have a rule that if you catch a foul ball in the crowd, the batter's out.
Oh, really?
So,
I like that.
Yeah. So in this case,
give him out.
He'd be dirty,
100%.
but imagine if you were given out because somebody off the field has caught you out. So then the idea being that, you know, you're meant to be going for the bananas. That's the team. So you're meant to drop it if they're batting, and then the other team, you're meant to catch it. But it gets pretty interesting. Anyway, it's going to be 4 as Sammy Boda comes back. This is a bit short. It's in at the body. Has Huggins had the odd bit of luck, but also some pretty good shots in there. This one races away to the square leg fence. Yeah, so when someone takes a catch, especially if it's like a kid, they've all got their mitts, and they parade them out on the ground, and they all celebrate with the I guess the fielder that takes the catch from the crowd.
Great atmosphere. Surely.
Great. Look them up, Savannah Bananas.
I will.
They're probably even crazier than us, actually. Oh, this one is high. It's a bit of a miss hit. Well, good luck. Here it comes. Good catch. Really good catch, that one. That's Horrocks who comes around. And this is not as easy as it looks. It hangs in the atmosphere, comes out of the haze. And Verhagen, fresh out of luck now on 22. He's the second wicket to fall. 64 for 2. Good catch.
Yeah, does really well. Gets around. Tough there. The sun's in that direction, I reckon. And Sonny's on the hat, but still takes it.
Yeah. Very alpha. But Sonny's for show only. Verhagen holds out. But handy contribution from him. Here's the second wicket to fall. Boda has been in the wickets again. I mean, that's the ball that's probably hitting middle and leg. It's not a bad delivery. It's a bit of a challenge length. That's kind of what I call it sometimes. It's a length that, you know, if you hit it well, you hit it for 6. But if you miss-hit it, it's always a chance that it'll go to a fielder. Sebastian Bratt getting a bat. And we haven't seen too much of Seb with the bat in this series. But he has an opportunity here to finish things for the Netherlands.
Good player, Seb. Yeah, I think that kind of shows you how they've, you know, mixed and matched their batting order. Unselfish skip, you know, giving everyone a shot, but always a pleasure watching him.
Well, Ash in the chat saying the day that he sees Netherlands cricket play in test matches, the day he sees that, he'll donate $10,000 to a charity. Mark my words. I've always wanted to see them in test cricket. Well, keep your checkbook in your pocket, I think, Ash, because I don't really see that on the agenda for the Netherlands because I just don't think the structure's set up. It doesn't seem to be.
They don't play that format at all.
Yeah, so that's the thing. You're going to need a first-class structure.
Yeah.
But anyway, I like him putting his money where his mouth is, though.
Yeah.
What about if the Netherlands
would be nice though.
Defend the ECC trophy? Maybe you could donate $10,000 to say an organisation. Let's say European Cricket Network. Hit that dollar sign thing in the chat.
Frame it.
When Corey, I'm going to tell you this about Corey. Bit of Corey chat. This is hit pretty hard. And it's caught. Great hands. And Sebastian Bratt, he'll be kicking himself there. He just hit that too well. He's too powerful. And Louis Bruce, well, this is catch it or have a cricket ball-sized hole through your abdomen. And he did it well, didn't he? He got the hands on it, popped out for a bit, kept his eyes on it, took the catch. Sammy Boda's on a hat-trick. Another 2 for him. And it's 64 for 3.
Vinny, Seb drilled that. That was a rocket. And straight at Louis. I mean, even a meter left or right, that's beating Louis.
Catch.
Great catch.
You'd know from fielding that position that you're kind of lower than where the ball's hit from, right? So it's an awkward one. So it hangs in the air longer than you think because the ground's lower than the center of the field. So that was a brilliant catch. It was almost like the world's longest slips type catch because it was flat.
A rocket.
It was an absolute rocket. He smacks it. And Seb's such a clean hitter of the ball. And Louis Bruce, he's having a really good game, isn't he? You could argue, you know, could be in the player of the match conversation, despite the fact that I'm not sure they've got enough runs to defend. And that was a brilliant piece of cricket.
Oh, I think he's my player of the match, whether they win or lose. He's been fantastic.
Hat-trick ball coming up. Sammy Boda. This be one to tell the grandkids. And he's choked. That's a proper choke-up job. The amount of times I see wides on a hat-trick ball. Oh, I bet he'd love a mulligan on that one.
Just overthinking things,
yeah.
you reckon?
Got to get it straight. Alphonse, though, the new batter. And so, yeah, Alphonse has been really good. This is in the zone, though. It's a kind of defensive line, which I don't mind, and that time it does sneak in. But I suppose on a hat-trick ball, that's the one ball I think you're allowed to roll the dice and,
you've got to
go
at it.
Throw the plans out the window.
Yeah,
Hat-tricks are for life.
Full straight and
yeah. Anyway, he's been good. He has 4 wickets today.
Shot.
A really good shot, and that's going to go straight over Cover's head and straight over everybody else's head as well. Maximo. Got to say, Rafa Alphonse had a good chat to him earlier in the day here in the commentary position, but he's a guy, I love the way he bats, and he seems to have found a gear, and I suppose on ECN fields, he's able to clear the boundaries, and he's probably turning into a different sort of a player than he would be otherwise. Love the way he holds his shape, though.
Yeah, he's really impressed me. Yeah, T10, I mean, it can be seen as a positive, you know, bring it into your game. It shows you can take a few more risks. It's well bowled. Shows you can take a few more risks and, you know, challenge yourself a little bit more, and you can carry that over into the different formats. You know, you can back yourself. I mean, that shot he's hit there, that's clearing most boundaries anyway.
So hit into the ground. That's why it's not out. And it takes the end of the 5th over, 71 for 3. Look, coming up, we have so many more venues that we'll have to get to this year. One thing I was saying is, because so many venues want European Cricket Series cricket, you know, we're starting to have to plan 2-3 years ahead. So we have all these things in the calendar, I think, going forward to 2026 now, which seems a long way away, but 2023 seems a long way away, just 3 years ago, I guess. So Cyprus starts tomorrow. Rico Four will be there. And Nish Butt will also be there helping him out. Good to have Nish back, because Nish has been working very hard. He's doing his Masters at the moment, but he was commentating for us back in 2020 in Cyprus, and a little bit in 2021 as well. Anyway, this is up and it's out of here. Ian Latine comes on, and it's a little bit of leg spinner on leg spinner action for all you spinophiles out there. And, well, Saqib wins the blow with 6 of the best.
Bit strange coming around the wicket with the leg spinner, you know, it takes that LB fear factor out.
He's taking,
you know that if it's on your legs, you can just have a full swing at it.
He's trying to take the angle to the extreme, right? And get so much across that if you're fighting it, you might make a mistake. But Shoob's going to take it again. Oh, you got to be kidding.
That's ridiculous.
You got to be kidding me. And that's made his trip. I mean, all the hours, all the misfields, all the bloopers, and now Shoob's taken 2 hangers. So,
look at that.
Oh, well, let's go back to the live action. And, well, it's in his direction as well. He's getting more action than the fielders on the field at the moment. 4 more. And right now, Netherlands getting this right under control. He's been incredible. Shuba-duba. And, well, there's Shub. If he takes another one, I think we're going to have to put him on the hat-trick Hall of Fame.
Surely.
Yeah. Look at them. Let's have a camera on him at all times now, please.
Great guy, Shub.
He is. He's a great guy.
He's phenomenal.
Yeah, catching, it's either super easy or impossible. I mean, you just go through these runs if you haven't been holding them. You're just thinking of all the bad things that could happen when you're taking them. Oh, there you go. He's gone. And well, Saqib wins the battle, but Ian Latine wins the war. And this is what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, okay, I'm going to make you hit across me, hit across the angle, hit across the spin. And that might work a couple of times, but this one might have been a bit slower from Ian. But he gets the big wicket of Saqib. So it's the end of Saqib's series. It's 87 for 4.
Yeah, maybe could have been looking to go over cover here, but that's well bowled. Again, it's outside leg. You know, you can come across and cover your stumps a little more and then just have a full swing and protect those stumps.
You got 2 options with this extreme angle across. You can kind of go over cover, which I think is a bit of a safer shot as far as hitting the ball, but maybe it's harder to generate power that way. Or you can fight the angle, which means if you get it in the sweet spot, you're kind of hitting into the angle, which means it goes further. It's kind of
Further,
swinging
yeah.
on, spinning onto
Feels
the...
good when you
Yeah,
connect
it's
it.
spinning onto the middle of your back.
Yeah.
So he went for broke, and he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, basically. 23 off 6, though. Not a bad T10 knock, as he's replaced by his triplet brother. Now, Zulfikar coming out at 6.
Oh.
And he decides, I want it spinning
I'll
on the
show
middle
you
of
how
my
to
bat.
do
And, well, they were womb mates once upon a time. Right now, one replaces the other. And Maximo Time gets the Dutch 6 closer to the total.
Womb mates.
Well, womb mates. It was crowded in there as well. I mean, I've got twin little brothers. So I'm not a twin, but I have little brothers that are twins. I feel for my mother, actually. Now, again, he fights
Louis.
it, and Louis is going to take the catch. So 6 and out for Assad. Latine, couple for the highlights reel as he goes full Shane Warne round the wicket mode. No footmarks to bowl into, but still, he just gets a bit of a false shot. It was the outside half of the bat. Louis Bruce, bit of a simpler catch for him this time. So Netherlands, yeah, well, they're not there yet, and 5 down, 93 for 5 after 6. And that over, bit of everything. It goes for plenty. It's a magical over, but 2 for 22. And I remember I used to bowl all day for 2 for 22. And here in 1 over, that's Latton's figures.
Yeah, well bowled. I mean, the Dutchies are doing the right thing. They've got to have a go at it. It's the chances of going LB is next to nothing. But with that turning away and hitting the outside edges of the bat, Louis again taking a good catch. Man of the match, surely, no matter what.
I think so.
Come
on. I'm definitely
fan.
pro Louis Bruce for man of the match.
Big fan.
Agreed. Well, let's see. Sometimes we disagree on these things. But yeah, I think with his catching, we haven't seen him bowl yet. We may see him bowl, I suppose. And so he batted so well. Here's Mirpuri, who's coming back. We haven't seen him since the start of the innings, where I don't think it all went to plan. He went for 14. This is in the air, and it's smashed over extra cover. Rafa, I mean, we haven't seen too much of him because they've been sharing around the batting so much, but he's been as good as anyone with the bat this weekend for the Netherlands. He smashes that one for 6. Not just the runs he scored, but the way he scored them. He's looked really organised. Yeah. He's been timing the ball, seeing the ball like a football, and that one disappeared pretty quickly.
Yeah, beautiful shot, like you said, seeing it like a football, and I reckon he's going to go at it again here. Oh, Gundy.
Yeah, it has so short, he could have done anything. I think I actually saw him lick his lips twice before that reached him. He gets across, and he just helps it on the way. And this will be 4 runs. Good batting from Ratha.
Yeah, a lot of time to think about that one. I think that's nearly clipped the bowler's toes. And, yeah, Rafa, he's going to take Netherlands home here, I reckon.
I think so. And gaining, just 18 required now. Oh, see, this is such, you know.
Sold everyone.
Yeah, as a keeper, you've got to.
Horrible.
It's a proper Sophie's Choice situation here, because you can go where you think he might hit it and try and grab a catch. But then if he misses it, there's nobody home. So, yeah, that's why you can see Fitzgerald gambles, and then it's going to be 4 byes. It's one of the most confusing things you can do to a keeper, as long as it's wide of the stumps, because if it's on the stumps, you're probably going to be out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but ouch. That's a tough one. Yeah, he tries it again. This time he goes the fall down scoop, and now has to get himself up. So what I would have been doing there if I was Fitzgerald, apart from panicking, I'd actually be trying to run backwards as well, because you can gain a bit more time to maybe...
If he's missed it.
If he's missed it, to adjust. So yeah, I would have been going backwards, because the stumping's not really on anymore once you see that. Well, this goes very wrong, and that's going to be carved away for 4. No ball, +4. The end's coming pretty quickly now, as that was waist tight. Paolo Butchamartz, I got to say, he's umpired very well. I know how much he loves his umpiring. It's that one's straight away to the boundary.
Paolo's been amazing the past 2 weeks. It's been tough for him. Really enjoys umpiring, so...
Yeah, and you know what? I'll say this in the trophy ceremony, which is following, but I just can't say enough good things about Paolo. The whole crew here at the Santarém Cricket Ground have been magnificent.
Shot.
This is hit in the air, and this one is out of here. Gets them within 2 of the target, and so Mirpuri again, he challenges the batter, and he says, yeah, I'm up to the challenge. Believe this or not, Arian Dutt had never hit a 6 on ECN until today.
No ways.
And he's been making up for it, put it that way. Mipuri doesn't really have the answers. And so, just a reminder, we'll be back tomorrow with more cricket on ECN, starting 5:30 a.m. GMT, 7:30 in Central Europe, 11 a.m. in India. Let's go back to the action, just 2 to win now. And this should do it. It's smacked away, and that will be a boundary, and that'll finish things off. And so, Netherlands, they're going to do this with exactly 3 overs to spare. Well, this is when we're talking about the bonus point system, if you could chase it within 7 overs. If that system was in place, then they've done it spot on the button. But look, congratulations to the Netherlands. I mean, they were pushed. I think they were pushed by you guys earlier. Obviously, the first half of this game didn't have it all their own way, but they are worthy champions of this European Cricket International. And I think, you know, those two out there, as well as everyone, they contributed. And that's one of the things about this Netherlands side. I really like the way they found their balance between, you know, being successful but still giving lots of opportunities for guys, and most of the guys took those opportunities. Super hard to find an MVP in the side because I just think they all stepped up and they shared it around. That's a good side. Also, I think you guys, Portugal and as well as the Gibraltar side, get a lot out of playing a team like the Netherlands because they're kind of the benchmark, aren't they, for continental sides, and get an idea of where you want to be heading and the kind of standards you want for your own team.
Yeah, of course. Their systems are in place. You can see it. It's been an all-round performance. You know, that whole team is gelled and they've all contributed. And, you know, like you said, it is a benchmark, and we'll keep working. The Gibs boys will keep working, and the rest of Europe will keep working. They're the benchmark, and we're coming for them. Yeah,
just a reminder as well that the trophy ceremony will follow at the end of day highlights, so stay tuned for that. We'll also find out who the MVP is this weekend in this ECI Portugal. Let's have a look at the highlights. And look, Gibraltar certainly had a few moments where they went their way, but just the weight of runs, the pressure of the boundary hitters. That's true, and that's when you knew things were starting to go his way, when he caught it in the ball that was still holding, caught it in the hand that was still holding the paper. And then there were some more highlights to come. But yeah, Verhagen had a bit of luck while he was out there, but also played some really nice shots on the way to his score of 22. But Floyd, he was stealing the show early. 34 of just 12 balls set the pace. I mean, once they got ahead of the rate, they were never looking back. And you can see why they're the champions of Europe in this format. They've got their own identity, this Netherlands T10 side. And, well, they certainly showed what they could do this weekend. That was the old 7 up and then turned into 13 up, didn't it? As Floyd just swept that one out of the ground. But look, I think it's been an awesome weekend. I love the addition of the ECIs to the calendar. A lot of work goes behind the scenes to get teams here. And obviously, you know, the Gibraltarians driving 6 or 7 hours to be here shows you how much it means to them. Sammy Boda almost took a miracle catch there. And you asked me what a jalebi is? Jalebi is a type of sticky sweet. Okay. So that's why a jalebi catch is like when you've been eating it with your hands. And that was Shub. Well, that was a couple of jalebi catches for Shubadubada. And, well, he was happy as you like. He's not a great poker player. It was written all over his face how happy he was. And yeah, again, big thank you to the Blue Crew and everyone else for their efforts over the last couple of weeks in Portugal. That was a good catch, wasn't it, by Horrocks? It's not easy fielding out there. And so Gibraltar, I mean, they take a lot out of this. They'll finish in 3rd place with just the 1 win. But, I mean, look at players like Louis Bruce. I mean, he was my man in the match. I'm not sure who they've gone for in the end. But I think it was a really good effort from him. And Latine, well, he had a weird over, didn't he? Went for 22, but also picked up a couple of wickets.
Yeah, strange angle, but they had to try something. I think it's also the first time I've seen him bowl, if I'm correct, maybe. But should be taking a blinder again, so saving his best for finals.
Yeah, I think so. That was Latine, though, and he went the full Shane Warne style, didn't he, here? As he just got a little bit of an inside edge from Saqib. We couldn't believe it. He went to his opposite number. Latine, he does deliver a powerful high 5 with those triceps.
Big boy.
Yeah, but he then also got whacked for another one. And then Assad was out. And yeah, I think Louis Bruce, when you think about his contribution, he is named the player of the match, and I think that's well done. That's a really nice feather in his cap, I think, to get a player of the match award against the strong Netherlands side. Rather Alphonse, though, I mean, I think he's been brilliant. He's in the conversation, I think, for MVP of the tournament, just because the way he's looked and the runs he's made, I just don't really think he's made a mistake. But, I mean, it'll be a tough one to judge because I suppose this Netherlands team has been so even. And so, well, Mapuri had a bit of a rough day at the office, to be honest, and that's cricket for you. You're up, you're down. This one was swept away as Netherlands sweep the pool here with 6 consecutive victories. They are your ECI champions. And yeah, just a reminder that we'll be having the trophy ceremony afterwards, and of course we'll have Cyprus coming up as well tomorrow. Clayton Floyd with 34 leads the scorers, just 12 balls in his knock, 22 for Verhagen, who probably wasn't as clean as he would have liked, but still handy contribution. 23 off 6. Talk about impact innings from Saqib. Sebastian Bratt will probably feel like he walked under a ladder or something like that. He came out and smashed the first ball to Louis Bruce, who held on for a good catch. Alphonse, 17. And I really think Ratha Alphonse has had a good series. Asad Zulfikar 6 and out, and Aryan Dutt finishing things off. And so it's some positives in there for the Gibraltarian bowlers. Unfortunately, Mapuri in the naughty 40s again. And love 40s, a tough way to be. 2 for 17 for Boda, and Ian Lattin 2 for 22. The other we get to Jack Horrocks. Again, always love his hustle. All right, well, I want to say a big thank you to everybody out there in the ECN universe. This has been our 100th event, and it's certainly one that we've really enjoyed. Loved being here and obviously spending some time with you over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's been amazing.
You're one of my favourite people in European cricket, and
too.
I appreciate all of the work you're putting in behind the scenes, and not just you, everyone here at this Oerish ground. It's been an awesome team effort, I think, and the fact that we're even standing on this deck right now, it's a testament to the hard work that's been put in.
Sundown night tonight.
Yeah, and I just think you look at what we're looking at right here, it's an incredible feat, and I can't wait to come back again and see what's new, and perhaps we'll have the Barry's Fall sign up as well by then. And well, this is cool. I just spotted a little bit of a cake. I like that, celebrating our 100th event. Okay, so here's what's going to happen from here. Tomorrow in Cyprus, we have 5 matches coming up. Rico's already there. Hopefully he's getting a little bit of sleep. So it starts a bit earlier because of the time difference. So 5:30 a.m. GMT, 7:30 in Central Europe, and 11 a.m. in India. We're going to leave you some highlights of the day. I want to say a big thank you to all of you. If you are sticking around for the trophy ceremony, you'll see me there. I'm going to be off for a little while. I'll be back in 2 weekends for the end of that Cyprus series. So Rico and Nish will take you through the action tomorrow. But please enjoy these highlights today. Then we will be back for the trophy ceremony. Again, big thank you from everyone here on the ground in Portugal. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and Conrad Greenshield. Stay safe, stay happy, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action right here on the European Cricket Network. Hasta mañana.
Bye-bye.
7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker, or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, Here be cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, here be cricketers. Share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, here be cricketers. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka, 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, here be cricketers. Share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, here be cricketers. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.
Hello everybody, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the trophy ceremony for the FanCode ECI Portugal. Look, we've had a great couple of weeks here in Portugal, and I really love this new initiative to finish things with this two-day international series. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed it as much as we have. We're running really kind of short on time, so it'll be a quick one. Want to thank our partners, of course, HCL Software, as well as Dream 11 FanCode, and of course, you know, for Grizzly Bear Sports, we appreciate their support as well. To everyone here at the ground, I know we talked about this in the trophy ceremony the other day, so I'm not going to thank everyone again, but thanks so much for the hospitality. It has been incredible. I think you'll agree, if you're visiting this ground for the first time, it is amazing the amount of work that's gone in, the blood, sweat and tears. This deck is beautiful. I had to use it today for the commentary box, but it has been a really great experience. So to Gibraltar finishing in third, obviously, I think you got a lot out of this experience to be able to travel, slightly different conditions, obviously. Great win over Portugal last night, pushing teams as well, you know, making a big score there against the Netherlands, and also, you know, you can definitely see the improvement. I particularly love the young players, and I know some of them got limited opportunities, but I think that Louis Bruce, congratulations, player of the match in the last game. And look, you guys, I hope your cricket keeps going forward. Always love to see you. So big hand for Gibraltar, finishing in third place. So the team finishing in second, the host, Portugal. I know it was a bit of an up and down job. Part of me was saying, it's good that they've had some cricket leading in, but also I know it was a big couple of weeks and a lot of you coming off the ECL as well and the training that went into that. But I can see that, you know, you're kind of still gelling as a team, and I think that, ultimately this will be such a good lesson for you guys as well. In a way, you did some things well, you did some things not as well. Obviously finishing in second place, no disgrace at all. And I think we saw today, I think with just the two matches, a bit more of what I'd expect. So yeah, wishing you all the best on the next step of your cricketing journey. Big hand for Portugal, everybody. All right, so I have to hand these out now, and look, the good thing about these awards, if you are living in a country and there's a lot of burglaries, then they are very useful to protect yourself because they could do some damage. So anyway, this is the MVP trophy. This was super hard to give out because actually so many players across the board were contributing. And quite often we go to the top run scorers. This time we actually went to the top wicket takers, and we looked at a guy who, despite bowling only 6 overs, was the top wicket taker, but also for his leadership, obviously leading his team to the major trophy last year, and just the way he goes about his business and managed his troops. So congratulations. The MVP of this ECI is Sebastian Bratt from the Netherlands. Congratulations.
Thanks,
that's yours.
Didn't expect it.
Be careful with that thing. Now, while you're here, Seb, don't go too far because this is the trophy for the winners. You guys, you've set the standard in this format of the game. And what I love is that you've got your own team. What's the word? You've got your own vibe as a team. You know, I think we've really gotten to know you guys well. I've got to say, Ratha, you played really, really well. Happy birthday as well. You know, nice to see some of those shots flying out of the ground through the V and seeing probably different dimensions of your game that you don't get to show as much in the longer format. Not just you, but of course, you know, some of the new guys as well, to Maze, to Alex, to Tim as well. You know, it's great to have Steph on board as well. You know, obviously, that's a great resource for you. And for someone like Arian, we were watching you on TV last week, and now you're right here at the real SCG. And hopefully you enjoyed the experience. We loved having you here. Please welcome your champions of the ECI Portugal, Netherlands. Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
So Sebastian Bratt, he is scooping the pool. Join us tomorrow because we will have more cricket from Cyprus. I'll be taking a bit of a break, but I'll be back in a couple of weeks for the end of that series. Now, this is Mr. Maximo on behalf of the ECN crew and the whole European cricket family. I hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Happy Easter as well to all those that are celebrating it. And we'll see you tomorrow on European Cricket Network for more action. This is ECN, and the cricket will be back tomorrow. Hasta mañana.